Before we get started today, I wanted to talk about our sponsor, Dr. Taylor Bosley over at Precision Wellness Group. I've been on hormone optimization since 2018, but up until recently, I never felt like I had a personalized plan that actually catered to me. After getting my labs done, Dr. Bosley spent over an hour going over every aspect of my labs, not just my hormones. He then addressed some of my lifestyle factors like diet, sleep, exercise, and even what time I ate. He formulated a specific plan that was unique to my needs and even caught some pretty important vitamin deficiencies that I didn't even know I had. I've been struggling with an injury, and he was able to get me on a peptide that's been extremely beneficial as well. So if you're ready to make some serious changes to the way you look and feel like I did, contact Precision Wellness Group. I'll leave a link in the description below. Now let's get the show started. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. Appreciate everybody tuning in for this one. Today we have my friend George Fraser. We were talking before we started recording. It feels like we've known each other for forever, but it's only been like 6 months.
Yeah, pretty close.
We got linked up through Jessica Yon. Jessica, thank you for giving us George. Her lovely pictures up there with you on the screen. I think I initially found you from the Guerrera Documentary, and I'd reached out to Jess. I'm like, man, I'd really like to talk to that guy. Fast forward, man, that was months ago. You've kind of been an informal mentor to me, and you're one of those guys that I find that like whenever you start talking, there's always either some hidden life lesson buried in something probably hilarious that you tell really of matter-of-factly. Sometimes I think you're telling a super matter-of-fact story, but it's hilarious, but you're not actually telling it for the funny shock value. You're just telling the story. It's just your way of doing it's pretty awesome. So I'm looking forward to this interview. So from the bottom of my heart, man, thanks for traveling out here. I know you got a lot of stuff going on in your life, and thanks for giving us a little bit of your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Well, before we kind of dive into your story, let's give you a proper intro. So welcome back to the Vanguard Wall podcast today. We're sitting down with someone truly extraordinary, a man whose story defies every stereotype you might have about America's most elite warriors. Meet retired Command Sergeant Major George Fraser, a 32-year Army veteran who spent the final 21 years of his career in our nation's most classified and dangerous operations. But here's what makes George's story so compelling. He didn't start as your typical door-kicking infantryman. No, George began his military journey as a tactical satellite systems operator, a creative, intellectually curious soldier who could paint, play guitar, and explain the physics of geosynchronous orbits and microwave communications better than most engineers. Fast forward 3 decades, and this same communication specialist would manage over $300 million in budgets, lead task force of 3,000 plus personnel across Iraq and Syria, and become the senior enlisted advisor responsible for America's most sensitive counter WMD operations. From those technical beginnings, George would volunteer for Special Forces in 1992, earning his Green Beret and serving 7 years with 7 Special Forces Group. But that was just the beginning. In 2000, he volunteered for something even more demanding, selection for a Special Missions Unit, where he would spend the next 2 decades as one of America's most elite operators. Over his career with the Special Missions Unit, George deployed countless times to Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, accumulating nearly 6 years in forward combat zone. What sets George apart is his exceptional leadership progression through every level of U.S. Army Special Operations Command, from team member to team sergeant, from training instructor to troop sergeant major, from task force senior enlisted advisor to the J3 senior enlisted advisor at JSOC, ultimately rising to become a command sergeant major. Few warriors have led with such distinction at every echelon of special operations. His chest tells the story of those decades in harm's way. 2 Legions of Merit, 14 Bronze Stars, 6 for Valor, and 4 Purple Hearts. But behind those decorations lies something even more remarkable. The story of a thoughtful warrior who always tried to make everyone around him better than they were when he found him. George Fraser embodies what he calls moral courage, the cornerstone of integrity that isn't easy and isn't consequence-free, but forms the foundation of true leadership. Today, we're going to explore not just his incredible military career, but the man behind it, the satellite communications expert who became one of the Special Missions Unit's most respected leaders, the creative mind who found his calling in the world's most demanding profession. This isn't your typical war story. This is the story of George Fraser, husband, father, leader, and warrior. Let's dive in.
Wow, that sounded pretty cool. But generally speaking, those always sound cool when they come off of, whether it's your NCVR or whatever, your awards collected over 32 years. If you collect baseball cards and you do 5 a year, at the end of 32 years, you'll have a bunch of them. So, that sounds like a lot, but it's really not. It's just it's 32 years worth of grinding.
I always love your humility, George. Well, let's take us back to the beginning. I know when we were initially podcast prepping and I was getting to know you, you called yourself a Mexican hillbilly. Paint us a picture of what that looks like growing up between three worlds: California, Mexico, and West Virginia.
So the family roots go back on the Fraser side to Scotland. The family came over, landed in the Kentucky area, ended up in West Virginia through a series of Family Feud type events that you read about, the Hatfields and McCoys type stuff. My grandmother remembers the feud days back in the day. I actually have a rifle that she used to use to shoot at the feuding family. They ended up in West Virginia, mostly coal miners. My grandfather was a moonshiner, did most of the late 30s and early 40s in Moundsville State Prison, federal prison. So they were basically hillbillies. That's where the hillbilly side comes from. The Santoyo family comes from Jalisco. I lived down there for a long time, and that's the Mexican side. So they came together that's why I call myself a Mexican hillbilly. And then was born in San Diego, and that's where I spent a lot of years. So moved between those three places: the family center in Jalisco, Mexico, the family center in South Charleston, West Virginia, and then where my dad decided to go in San Diego, where he joined the Navy back in the Vietnam era. So there was the draft, and he chose to just go ahead and join the Navy instead of getting drafted to whatever, and ended up in San Diego. So that's how we got to California in the first place.
Your family history reads like a novel. Moonshine runners, prison breaks, dramatic deaths. How did these larger-than-life family stories shape old young George?
I guess the first way that they shaped me was that they were all deep-rooted secrets. Like the family has a long history of keeping things a secret. Like I didn't find out most of this stuff until I was older. My grandfather spent time in the Moundsville prison. His brother was the last person hung there. He killed a sheriff's deputy, breaking his wife's boyfriend out of a police car. They were taking him to the Moundsville prison, and in that endeavor, they ended up killing the sheriff's deputy, and so he ended up getting hung. But like in most families, probably that is not those aren't stories that you want to tell. So I grew up with a normal grandfather who was great to me. I love the guy a lot, but I never knew that he was in prison until probably late into my 20s and stuff. The family in Mexico, the rebellious side, there's a lot of arguments with the government over land and things like that happened. And so I would say the biggest formative thing was that the family taught me how to keep secrets, and I kind of do that on the natural. It kind of drives my wife nuts. I don't, and it's not necessarily that I intend to keep secrets. It's just that I'm not forthcoming always about stuff. But I guess they call that keeping secrets.
Do you think it's been like a survival mechanism for you?
It has, in a lot of ways. Childhood wasn't easy. Life has been hard, so it's it's kind of a survival mechanism, and in some ways, my brain has learned to compartmentalize things and just put them in the past. The past is the past. So you could bring up an ex of mine or something like that, and at the point where you bring it up, I would think about it and say, this happened or that happened. But if it hadn't been brought up for 5 years, I would have actually gone for 5 years. Wouldn't have even been a thought in my head, like it never existed.
Yeah.
I don't know how I do that, but it's something that happens in my head.
Early on, kind of in your childhood, walk me through, I know you moved around a lot between, West Virginia, San Diego, and Mexico. Can you kind of like tell me the crux of, why you were moving and what was going on?
Well, my dad joined the Navy, lived in San Diego, and then I was born at the Balboa Naval Hospital, so he was still in the Navy when I was born. And then he got out of the Navy, and I think I had what I thought until I was probably in my 20s or so, a pretty normal childhood. for growing up at that time. I realize now that it wasn't, but whatever, it is what it is. Somewhere in the 70s, I think 1972-ish, let's call it. I'm not going to go with exact numbers, but, my old man was always trying to hit it big. There wasn't a lottery back then. So what business is going to propel me into a comfortable life? And so his grand idea at that time, grand scheme, as I like to call it, was my mom and family had some land down in Mexico as a banana coconut farm. And he said, hey, let's go down there and run that. We can, turn this around into a profitable business. And against the wishes of my mom at the time, he sold our house, sold everything we owned, put us in a red station wagon with a big giant box on top that he built, and we drove down to Mexico. And that was the way my father always operated. I don't know how much of that I inherited from him, but he was a burn the bridges kind of guy, burn the boats kind of guy. Every time he did something, he went all in, to his detriment half of the time. So sold everything we owned, got rid of everything. If it didn't fit in that red station wagon, we no longer had it. So pretty much a ton of stuff from childhood, I don't have because I just got rid of it. If it didn't fit in that box on top of the station wagon, it was gone. And we drove down to Mexico. And that's where he learned about squatters and what it is to argue with squatters, and learned about corruption, government corruption, and all that kind of stuff. So we were down there for about a year and a half. I did second grade down there. It was pretty interesting. Me and my two brothers were the only people that spoke English within probably 2,000 miles.
Really?
And I got plopped into second grade. My mom had taught me Spanish from the time I was a child, lapis, pencil, pluma, pen, that kind of thing, but I wasn't fluid by any stretch of the imagination. They said, hey, there's the school, you're going to second grade. And so it was a struggle trying to learn, trying to go to school with Spanish as a second language, barely speaking it. So I think I learned to learn things fast, even in second grade. So we did about a year and a half down there, second grade, maybe part of third grade. I'm not really sure because it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they lost the battle with the squatters. The old man, typical burn the bridges kind of thing, got mad, took a tractor to the land, destroyed a bunch of stuff.
So they were like squatting in the field where you guys were trying to plant, or?
No, they just take over land and say, we own this. And then it's kind of like squatters, these days in California, squatters get in a house and say, well,
This is our house.
I'm not leaving. And then you got to go through the court system, and, 8-9 months later, you get your house back if you can, kind of thing. So
It's probably not as organized down there in Mexico at that time.
No, it's in the 70s and stuff. So there was lots of arguments, lots of stuff. I'm not really sure how the fight got lost. I was too young to know, but scorched earth policy, burn the bridges, put us in a car at 2:00 in the morning and drive away, end up back in California. So we, that was my time in Mexico. There was a bunch of stuff that happened down there that we can get into later, childhood stuff. But in essence, we went back to California, didn't have a place to live, didn't have a house. So we rented a place. And while we were renting that place, my parents' marriage finished falling apart. And so they ended up getting divorced when I was in, I think, fourth grade. And then so I spent all of fifth grade bouncing between all over San Diego. The two of them got their own apartments, a lot of hate in the air. Neither one of them had enough money for subsistence, so it was box cheese and government cheese and welfare stamps and shopping at Goodwill, that kind of thing. I'm not trying to say my life was worse than anybody else's life. It was just it's not like I had an option in the matter. We did that until all of fifth grade, and then my mom decided it wasn't going to work out. I don't know the full details. I personally think that she just kind of put us in a car just like my dad did with the station wagon and took us down to Mexico. And I doubt that my dad said, I agree with that. But I don't know what the rules were back then. So I find myself back in Mexico going to sixth grade. And so now, I've got these chunks of education. If you've ever been to two countries for school, you do kindergarten, first grade, and then you get plopped into Mexico for second grade, you're missing a large chunk of education. And then when you come back to the States and plopped into third grade, you're missing all of second grade. And then you do third, fourth, and fifth, and then you get plopped down in Mexico in sixth grade. Well, now you're missing a large chunk of education. And then I stayed there for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade and came back as a sophomore in high school. And, things happened like, when I got back as a sophomore in high school, the first thing I did was fail math, and I had to take summer school because they were talking about these things called fractions. And I was like, what are you talking about? Because I learned the metric system. So I'm in high school failing math because I don't understand a fraction. I don't to this day understand why people use fractions because I grew up on the metric system. But neither here nor there. It was the game I was in. I failed. I had to go to school. And in between that, you go to West Virginia to visit the grandparents. When we were kids and life was falling apart, I think they went there because I can remember living there for a few months here and there. My dad was a trucker at that time. So, just bouncing back and forth and trying to adjust to being educated in two different countries was kind of a little bit of a pain, I would say.
Yeah, I remember you telling me like you would kind of, come up, you were living in Mexico, but you would take the train sometimes to come up and see your dad.
Yeah, every summer we'd come back up and it was either my dad would drive down there and get us and we'd drive back or we'd take the train or we'd take a bus. We took a train one year and me and my brothers were pretty mischievous, and we would do just all kinds of kid mischievous stuff. So we figured out that, I don't know which one of my two brothers, that if you put a Coke bottle upside down outside the train window, it was going fast enough that the Coke would, fly, right? And then I figured out that if you did that when the train was in the middle of a turn, the Coke would fly and go into the windows 2 or 3 carts back, which then got people riled up. And then I got an ass whipping from my mom. And, that was, 2 days worth of train ride with adventures like that happening. We got off the train in, I can't remember what city we were in, but in the rear of the train, because this is back in the 70s, was an old caboose style thing with a little roof on the top. And it had a bathroom back there. And I spent the whole train ride wondering, where does this stuff go? Right. So then when the train stopped, I talked my brothers into going back there with me, and we all got off the train. And, one of us was up there flushing the toilet while the other two were out looking for where does this stuff go. And we're back there messing around. We didn't realize that they uncoupled the train. It turns out they were adding carts, but we didn't know at the time. But we got done messing around and came back up from the caboose. And then there's no train. We're just on the tracks, by ourselves. My mom had found us missing, lost her mind. They finally put the train back together. They just added like 8 or 9 carts. And then, that was a typical day in my life, getting my ass whooped by my mom because she lost us. And I'm like, well, be a little more attentive, I guess.
What was the decision for you to come back up and live in San Diego?
In the Mexican education system, you do what's called, they called it technical school. I don't know the proper term for it, but 6th grade, all the way through 6th grade, I was in the, just 6th grade down in Mexico. I was in the nun school, Catholic school. And then 7th, 8th, and 9th grade are this thing called a technical school, which is what they do. And then you go from technical school, you go to college. So 10th grade would have started some kind of college up in Guadalajara, probably. And in the technical school, they give you a skill. So you're learning math and English, Spanish, all of the regular stuff. But there was 2 4-hour blocks a week for either welding, plumbing, secretarial work, and drafting, I think was the other one. I took drafting. And so then at the end of that was to go to college. And I kind of, at that age, decided, okay, if I commit to going to this college, I'm going to be in Mexico the rest of my life. And as a few points that we'll discuss later in my life, where you come to these crossroads, and I just made a decision. I said, I don't know why, but that doesn't seem like the correct path. And so I just told my dad, I'm staying. I'll go to high school here. My brother said, sure, we'll do that too. And then I got plopped into 10th grade in high school in California.
What was that like coming from Mexico and all of a sudden you're in a U.S. high school? It's 2 different worlds, literally.
Well, both times, like the first time I came back from Mexico in the 2nd grade and we went and rented that house. It was in Santee, California, and there was a house behind us that had a Mexican family in it. And they had a lot of kids. And, I just spent an entire year and a half down in Mexico. So I said, well, I'll go over there and play with the kids. And I went over there, speaking Spanish. I suppose my Spanish wasn't perfect. I probably sounded like a gringo speaking Spanish. But I went over there to play and was not welcomed with open arms. They actually just got in a big circle and beat the shit out of me for daring to come over to their yard as a gringo kind of guy. And it, it's one of the first points in my life where I got shocked by humans and how they act towards other humans. I went to play with some of the other kids, call them the white kids, if that's what you want to call them. And I got the opposite reaction. I probably was pretty tan and, we were poor. I didn't have great clothes. So it was hard to fit in anywhere. When I came back from Mexico the second time and started high school, it was it was just a loner. I didn't talk to people because I didn't spend my freshman year in high school. I didn't know anybody in the place. I was just going to class, minding my own business. Had Kmart shoes on with holes in them. My pants didn't fit. We used to just roll the cuff down, unsew it, and roll the cuff down. But then you get the little stripes and shit, and people would look at you, hey, look at the high waters or whatever. So it took me probably a year of being in that school to kind of meet some people. And they were good friends, but I don't know that they were the best friends. You know what I mean? So, it turned out, by your senior year, at least, if not my junior year, I'm smoking pot and, drinking beer and running around doing stupid things that kids do. So, you could say you fell in with the wrong crowd, but I don't know that it was the wrong crowd. It was just a bunch of kids trying to find themselves. I mean, there were some pretty good kids. I suppose looking back on it, was it the wrong crowd? Probably, but that's one of those things where as a human, it's difficult to say, oh yeah, all those guys were terrible. They were terrible for me. No, I was one of those kids. Like we were all just friends doing stupid things.
Yeah.
So it was a hard adjustment going to a school not knowing anybody. And it was a very large California school, like 2,000 kids running around kind of deal.
Yeah, I'll never forget my first day. I had been in a private school through junior high, and my parents decided they didn't. I don't know what the final decision was, but basically they didn't want to pay for me to go to a private high school. And so I had graduated middle school with like 7 people. And I started my freshman year of high school, and I didn't know a single soul, same as you. And there was 1,000 people just in my freshman class. And so I just remember, I'll never forget that first day of school. It's especially when, high school is a strange place sometimes, especially when you're young.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioned when we were prepping too that, your family completely collapsed during your teens. Walk us through that moment when you realized it was kind of every man for himself.
Well, I mean, you'd have to go all the way back to childhood. When we were in Mexico, the family started falling apart back then. I think my old man's drinking probably had something to do with it. His the way he looked at life, because he was always, in his mind, life was always screwing him over. And I can't fault him for thinking that, although probably personal decision-making caused a lot of it. But it was just things never worked out for him. He was one of those guys. And I remember, one of my first forays into the crazy world that was my family was my dad was built a big giant chicken coop in the back of our house that we lived in. We lived in my Uncle Jose's house. And I didn't realize at the time, all through my youth, that, when I was back there for the second time we went back, that it was 2 families living in my Uncle Jose's house. So neither family had their own house, and it's common down there, so it doesn't seem odd. But we didn't have the money to have our own house or do our own thing. So we lived in my uncle's house. And in the back of his property, because it was an old property set up for farming. So the back end of the house, there was an old tractor, an old truck, and there was these stalls where you put corn and product that you brought in from the farms and stuff. And back there, my dad took 2 of these rooms and built the chicken coop. And then we had these chicken eggs that he had in an incubator and his light on them, and he was, hatching chickens. And so I was curious. I'm like, what is this? I just went in the backyard, and there's this box with eggs and a light. And, I was in 2nd grade, so I didn't, I'm curious. What's going on here? And I'm picking up the eggs and checking everything out. My old man comes back there and loses his mind because these chickens are going to be the future. We're going to sell chickens or something. I don't know what he's got going on. But, and, I don't know if he was drunk at the time. I have no idea. But he lost his mind and snatched me up by the arm and just took to wailing. And it's the first time that my old man wailed on me a lot, but it was the first time that the look in his eye scared me. Like, he was not wailing on me as a kid who did something wrong that I'm trying to teach a lesson to. He was wailing on me like I was some dude whose ass he was trying to kick, kind of thing. And he had that look that I've seen in his eye before when something was going on. And then he said, when you probably just killed some chickens. And so when these chickens start hatching, every chicken that dies, I'm going to whoop your butt. I said, whatever. Later on, the chicken started hatching, and one of the eggs didn't hatch, and it tried to come out, and the chicken died. And I took one hell of an ass whooping. And I'm like, what is going on? And that's probably the first time I remember saying to myself, well, I can affect life. You know what I mean? And so I said, okay. Every morning I'd crawl out there at, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning when the roosters were crowing, and I'd do a chicken check. And if you were walking sideways, you weren't moving, you were sleeping too long, I'd move all the chickens. Anybody didn't move, I took them out back and smashed them into the wall. Because I said, I'm not taking another ass whooping. And so, I was willing to kill as many chickens as it took not to get an ass whooping, because they were that vicious. You know what I mean? So, fast forward to what life was like when the house was falling apart. It was a lot of that. It was my mom being angry at my dad and taking it out on us, is how I viewed it. I think that was what was going on. My dad being angry at my mom, and everything got taken out on us for some reason. Like I did something wrong. Like I didn't screw up your damn marriage. You know what I mean? And those two, I always said that they hated each other far more than they loved us. In your mind, you juxtapose that because they're still your parents. And, I loved them to the day they died as my parents, but I can't say that I liked them. And that's, when the family implodes, that's difficult to put in your head and try and figure that out. And it was pretty interesting last year. This year. Not more than 3 or 4 months ago, I was at my sister's house. That's a long story on my sister, but it was one of the first times that, it was me and my two brothers and my sister all sitting together at her house talking about life. And it occurred to me that it was the first time in years that we were back together as a family.
Mm. What was that like?
It was good.
Do you guys find that even like kind of at an older age that you still go back and kind of relive? I mean, you went through a lot of tragedy and trauma, that you kind of really never escape. Do you guys revisit that stuff to try to like help like heal each other?
We tell it as funny stories now. We happen to tell a bunch of stories to my sister because she was, we found her through Ancestry. My mom gave her up for adoption, and, we were more telling her about it. You didn't miss anything.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what happened. Because she had a pretty good upbringing. It wasn't that. But that's when I realized that we were, all three talking again, because by the time, we ended high school, everybody went their own way and said, enough of all this. Like I wasn't talking to my mom. I wasn't really talking to my dad unless I had to. And also not talking to my brothers unless, because we all just went our separate ways and had our own lives. And it was
and there wasn't cell phones and stuff then, man.
I mean, there's none of that. And so none of us had phones. You never know where anybody was living. All three of us were, functionally homeless, didn't have a place to stay. We're staying couch surfing or staying at different people's house, anything to not be at home, kind of deal. So
did you play any sports in high school?
No, I played a little bit of soccer down in Mexico, but it was the old, those kids have been kicking a soccer ball since they were 2, you know what I mean? And I come along in 7th grade to try and get on the team, and I'm outclassed, because I'm learning soccer like right then. So, I warmed the bench on a soccer team. I got a photo somewhere of me standing in the uniform or whatever, but I didn't play. They put me in at the end of the game if they needed to rest somebody. They put me on the side of the field where not a lot of action happens, and it wasn't something I was interested in. I'm not a bench warmer guy. And when you come to the States from being in Mexico so long, I didn't play baseball, football, and so I was just never good at sports because I didn't play it all my life, and it just wasn't something that interested me. I was more of an artsy fartsy guy, as I told you, like paint, draw, and do poetry and that kind of stuff. So I never really got it. And I'm still not into sports these days. You can ask me team names and stuff like that. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you who plays, who won the Super Bowl last year. I have no idea. I don't put any interest in it at all.
Why do you think that is?
I think because culturally I didn't grow up with it. And two, I just have other interests. Music interests me, art interests me, poetry interests me, writing interests me. It just never, I think deep down I'm a guy who likes to win. I've got that drive in me, and I'm not willing to go out and flail myself on something that I know I'm not good at. I'm just, I accept the fact that I'm not good at football. It just is what it is, and it doesn't matter why I'm not good. I didn't grow up playing it. You're not big enough. It doesn't really matter why it is. I just accept that it is and move on.
Yeah. That's a great point. So walk us through kind of what happened after high school.
Well, after high school, the day I graduated high school, I said, I'm out. I went with my friend, and his mom sublet his place to us. And so me and him lived there. By that time I was sowing my wild oats. So we had all kinds of parties. We'd pass out flyers and come down to the Myers house and have a blowout, and we'd have keggers and all the stuff that teenagers do. Sometimes I'm not really sure how we pulled all that off. You know what I mean? To have keggers and bottles of booze and all that stuff, and we were only 19. So drugs.
Reminds me of that movie Dazed and Confused.
Yeah. And it's California. You grew up in California. And so, my years in California, I was, by the end of high school, I was mad at the entire world. I was pretty much an anarchist. In today's terms, I would probably have been in Antifa kind of deal. I was just, screw the entire world, every single one of you. So I went completely that way. So I didn't care about much, and I didn't value future. I didn't think about the future. I didn't think about any of that kind of stuff. I was just an angry young man, and my anger fed on itself. And it's a terrible place to be. But anyway, we got this little house that we rented. It was a 2-bedroom thing, and then a series of things happened that taught you life lessons. I had a job at a mobile home making plant. And I didn't act the way I should in the place. And when it came time to make cuts, I was the guy that got cut. And so right before that had happened, there's this check cashing place, because back then there wasn't direct deposit or any of that kind of stuff. They just like physically handed you a check. And then me and my buddy would go down to this check cashing place, which was right outside of a bad neighborhood, but it was right across from the place that I worked. So we would go there, as would everybody else. So as long as you're in the line, you're good. Everybody goes in there and cashes your check, which was dumb because they charged you like 10% to cash your check, which was, you put it in the bank for free. I should have just gone and got a bank account, but you're a teenager. What do you know? You know what I mean? So we came out of there. And so while I'm in cashing my check, my buddy's out there, and he finds this group of guys that are going to sell him some pot. So I come out of there. He's like, dude, these guys are going to sell some pot. I'm like, it's a terrible idea. What are you doing? He goes, dude, just shut up and come on. Don't be a puss. And so we walk back there, and I get a gun stuck in my face, and my week's salary gets taken from me. And I looked at my buddy, and I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, that was our entire money. Like, that's our rent money. You know what I mean? Because we didn't balance our budget very well. And he's like, all right, we'll figure it out. We'll do something. So we go back. The next week, I get fired. I'm like, okay, this is train wreck central. Like, what are we going to do? So we're trying to figure it out. And so we had a little bit of savings. And so, my buddy's great idea was we're going to dump our savings and buy a big giant bag of pot. And then we're going to resell it and recoup the profits. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, we're looking for jobs. So we spent the last of our dough on this big bag of pot, and just like out of some high school movie, somebody comes along and steals it from us. And so now we're like flat broke. So it turns out the electric company will come turn your lights off. The power and light company will turn your water off. And they will evict you from your house. So we had an eviction notice put on our door because I couldn't get a job. Kind of went downhill from there. So I had said I'll go back to the house and figure out plan B, but the old man burning the bridges decided he wanted to open a pizza restaurant in Santee, so he sold the house. So we broke into the house, and while it was still for sale, and kind of stayed there for a little while, squatting in our own house. And then eventually had to leave, and I had no choice. I couldn't find a job, so I go to Santee, where my dad's got a pizza restaurant, and as much as it pained me, but he was I wasn't getting any support from my dad. He was all about, I burnt the bridges. This is what I'm doing. I get down there, and he owns a pizza restaurant, but he's sleeping in the restaurant. He doesn't have a house, and he doesn't care. He got rid of everything. He kept it, just like we did many times before. He's got his van parked out in the parking lot, and he doesn't own anything except this pizza restaurant. He's trying to make it run. So I'm like, well, I'll crash in the van. Well, that turned into months worth of sleeping in the van in the parking lot while working at the pizza restaurant for free for my dad. You'd go in the men's bathroom to clean it, and I cut a piece of hose. I learned to be very creative. I cut a piece of hose, and I would jam it in the faucet and then turn the water on and then shower. And then when I got done showering, I'd stand there naked. I'd go ahead and finish cleaning the bathroom because, whatever.
Might as well.
And then, my old man somehow got a bus. And so we had this 60s hippie bus that had beds in it, parked it next to the restaurant. So for about a week, I got to sleep in a bed that was inside a bus. But then the health department came along and said, you can't hook a bus into the restaurant and live next to the restaurant. Like, that's not a thing. So they made him get it out of there. And so he sold it. So I'm back to sleeping in the van. In most estimations, I'm homeless. I got nowhere to hang out. My friend John was the only guy that, he'd come and hang out with me. We'd sit in the van. We'd go in the bar, in the bar part of the restaurant, drink beers, or we'd sit out. There was next to the restaurant was a self-storage place, and we'd sit out in the self-storage place and drink beers. And he would hang out with me like it was my living room and, converse. There was a little liquor store on the corner, and we went there. We met this guy that I called Shotzi. I can't even remember what his real name was. And he would let us go in the back and take beers. And so we would get beers. Well, it turns out the advent of surveillance cameras, and so he ended up losing his job. But I got a job at an appliance place installing appliances. But while I was living in the restaurant in the parking lot, I ended up dating one of the waitresses. And then she offered me to come live with her. She was older than me. But I'd been living in a van for, months, effectively homeless. Didn't have anything except a couple pair of pants and some shoes and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, go live in a house. I'm digging that idea. So I moved in with her. She's the mother of my first daughter. And we lived for a while, and then got her own apartment after I got a job at the appliance place. And I remember one of those moments where I was, went out to the truck one morning, like the first morning I was starting my job, and the boss let me borrow the truck. And so I go out there. I had a pack of Marlboro Reds. I was smoking cigarettes at the time. And I remember pulling out a cigarette and throwing the pack up on the dash and sitting there thinking, well, I guess this is the rest of my life. I got a woman, a job, got this car to drive. It's not mine, but whatever. I guess this is it. You know what I mean? And drove to work. But after a while, I decided I didn't need that to be my life. And then me and her fell apart for a lot of reasons. And then I didn't have the money to buy diapers and food for the baby and make sure that they could stay in an apartment and rent myself an apartment. I found myself in the very same shoes that my mom and dad were in when they broke up, which was not enough money to go around. So let's just make it work. I can recall all of the apartments that my dad lived in during that period of time when I would go visit him were furnitureless. So living in an unfurnished place was not an odd thing to me, because he didn't have money to buy furniture, and he didn't really care. Just sleep on probably he taught me just to tough it out. It is what it is. I don't have a bed. Shut up. Lay on the carpet.
Yeah.
So yeah, then I had that job, and then my boss offered me to. He had one of those campers that you'd put on the back of a pickup truck. So it's a small little affair. It'll fit on like a Chevy 250 kind of truck.
Mm-hmm.
But he took it off his truck because he wasn't camping anymore, and he had it parked out behind the plumbing shop. And it was a little sliver of a backyard. It was concreted in, and so it was the plumbing shop. It was a house that he lived in, and then there was like a 2-story building, and behind that building was this little lot, and in the corner of the lot sat this trailer, And one of the guys from work had lived there before, and I think my brother might have stayed there for a night or two. But he offered it to me, and I took it. It was like $100, a month or something like that. I don't remember what he charged me. Didn't have any electricity, didn't have water, none of that stuff. So we ran an extension cord to it. I put a little mini fridge out there. I was a plumber at the time, so I just took a hose and ran it to the sink. I got into the sink stuff and ran a hose in there and just turned the water on so that you could turn water on and off in the trailer. And it would just go out the drain into the road in where the thing was parked. And then I could use the shop bathroom when the shop was open. If the shop wasn't open and I had to go to the bathroom really bad, I either peed on the fence or dug a hole, whichever it was. But I had a place to sleep. The top of it didn't have a mattress. I was driving by Goodwill because didn't have money, but they had a stack of mattresses out behind Goodwill. So I went and picked the best one, threw it in the back of the truck, and brought it to the trailer and put it up there. And boom, I got a bed. And I'm like, this is pretty cool. And I went back to Goodwill and had a bunch of TVs out there. So it took me like 5 TVs to find one that kind of worked. And I plugged it in the thing, and it just sat on top of the mattress. And so I had a little TV to watch. And I lived there until I went in the Army. Funny story. So I broke up from the mother of my child. I was trying to do my best to be a father at the time. I'd walk all the way to her house and put the kid in the car seat and walk all the way back to my trailer, and she would spend the night with me, kind of thing. And then in the morning, I would drive her back to mom's house and so forth and so on. So in this, I'm getting my hair cut one day, and I meet this girl, and I'm like, kind of like this girl. I had a dog, Foxy, and Foxy'd go everywhere with me. I'd go into the Chinese restaurant, order food, and then I'd come out with my food because you had to leave your dog outside, and I'd sit on the curb with my dog and feed my dog Chinese food, and I'd eat Chinese food because I didn't have enough money for dog food, so we just kind of split meals. So I had my dog, and she liked my dog and petted it and all this kind of stuff, and so I got up the balls to ask her out. I'm like, well, what the hell? I like her. She seems to like me. So I said, hey, you want to go on a date? She's like, yeah. I go, I didn't say I didn't have the money to take her out because, I didn't think that would go over well. But I'm like, you want to come over to my place for dinner was my line. And she said, yeah, sure. Or, I gave her the address. It was the plumbing shop. So I went out and I bought 2 TV dinners. There was a small microwave that my boss let me borrow. It was like early on days microwaves. And so I got these 2 microwave dinners that I'm going to cook, and I got a little candle, and I'm going to put the candlelight in the, imagine it's inside the trailer. It's got the little pop-up table that when you pop it down, it makes a bed kind of thing. So, it's one of those it's in the trailer things. And, it's a trailer by any other stretch of imagination. It's a small thing, and it's tucked away in this back parking lot is full of toilets and sinks and shower heads and just all this plumbing gear. Because every time we went and did a remodel, if I pulled the old toilet, put the new toilet in, all of that old stuff, at the end of the day, all of us would bring it back and stack it by the trailer that I lived in. And we just left a little path for me to get out. And then once a month, some Mexican guys would come up from Tijuana and buy that in bulk from my boss. And they would take it back and refurbish it and resell it. And, a little operation he had going. He was trying to save money and not go to the dump with all this stuff. So he found that there was a market for reselling it. It was early days of Facebook Marketplace kind of thing, except it was through word of mouth or however he did it. So, I can see it from her perspective. Like she shows up to the address, the dog's barking, so I know she's out there. So I walk out, greet her, and she's kind of like looking around. It's like, it starts walking over to the house, which is my boss's house. I'm like, no, it's this way, and so, there's this 2-story thing with a garage door, and then there's an actual house, and then there's this big giant wooden gate. So I take her to the back wooden gate and I pull it open, and there's no lights back there. It's dark, but there's enough ambient light, city light, that you can see. So she's like, where are we going? I go, to my house. Come on. It's dinner. She's probably thinking she's going to get murdered. You know what I mean? Who knows what's going through her mind? So we walk this little trail through the bathtubs and the toilets and stuff.
It's like dark.
It's dark, yeah. But there's ambient light from the city. Yeah. So you can see that you're walking through toilets and stuff in this little, Sanford and Son looking lot. And there's a trailer back there. And she's like, what is this? I go, it's my house. I'm like, come on, let's have dinner. And so, I open the door and, the lights are on in there. There's like 2 light bulbs and stuff. And, I'm thinking we're doing all right here. I'm like, put the things in the microwave and, she's she's talking, but she seems nervous. You know what I mean? And I get these 2 plates, and I put the microwave dinner onto the plates so it looks formal. You know, I had the candlelight, and I gave her her plate and stuff. And she's like, "What is this?" And I go, "It's dinner." You know, and so she like doesn't eat any of her food. Basically, I can gobble mine down because I don't get food that often. You know, I had a whole stack of cheeseburgers in the fridge that I could have given her because we would go raid the dumpsters behind the Burger Kings or the McDonald's, and you get all the stuff that they threw out that day. Well, it's still good. They made it that day. You know, and get bags full of that stuff, and I'd stick it in my fridge and eat it until it didn't taste good and throw it out and go raid the place again. But I didn't think I should give her hamburgers. So at any rate, she doesn't eat her food, and I finished my food, and she's like, you know, so we're talking, and she's like, "I'm not going to eat this stuff." And so I take the plate and I put it down for the dog, and the dog eats it. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And in one of my dry-witted humor, the way I tell jokes, I tell them to make myself laugh, not to make you laugh. And it's very dry. And she goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm washing the dishes." The dog's lapping up the food, and she looked at me like the strangest look, and she almost hooked right there, like she went out in the yard and dry heaved. And I'm like, "I was just kidding. I actually washed these things. I was just giving the dog the food because I don't have dog food." And you know, that was pretty much the end of it. She's like left and never talked to me again. And it was like, it sucked because I really liked that girl, you know?
Yeah.
But she was like, "What is this?"
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it just kind of goes back to the human spirit, you know, like I remember when you first told me the story. I mean, I can imagine, well, I can't imagine, but I try to imagine like that was your normal. So like you didn't know, you know, I wouldn't say you didn't know any different, but I mean, like that's kind of how you'd been raised. And it just goes to like the disparity, I think, of people. You and I have had this conversation about like homeless vets and, you know, how we could have all been, you know, you're all just a couple decisions away. Like we think these things that we have, they're like, you know, they're so permanent, but you know, a couple bad decisions, anybody could lose their job. And, you know, not everybody has, you know, tons of money saved up. And
Yeah, not everybody's homeless because they want to be.
yeah,
I didn't live in that trailer because I thought this would be the coolest place to live. You know what I mean? And she was, you know, she couldn't see a future in me. But I don't blame her, by the way. I mean, I can see how that was looking back on it. You know, to me, it was completely normal. Like my friends that were my friends have come back there, and, you know, John has spent the night with me back there. We put the table down and you know, we play guitar all night, drink beers. He spend the night, get up, go to work. He never said, "Dude, you live in a fucking trailer hooked up to a hose and you're shitting in the yard and a bunch of toilets." Like he was just at my house. Like this was the house that I was living in today. Like eventually I'll live in some other house. And it was an upgrade from sitting with me in a parking lot.
yeah.
You know?
That's when you find your real friends sometimes.
Yeah.
You were working, you know, so hard to support your daughter that you'd walk miles just to spend time with her. What did fatherhood teach you about what really matters?
Responsibility. But it was more of the feeling that I got, you know, when, you know, the first time you hold a child and you realize that there's a part of you, and, you know, whether it's biological or, you know, emotional, there's an attachment there. And you actually start to worry about something. You know, prior to her, I didn't worry about anything. I didn't actually give a flying F about anything. You know, I was mad at the world. The world could go fuck off for all I cared. So she changed that perspective because I actually had something that forced me to care about them, and, you know, brought out I would say the inner part of me, the part that I'd covered with all the crap. You know, the crap came and covered it, or whichever way you want to look at it. But, you know, deep down, you know, it's the same as being at war. I always worried about losing my humanity because, you know, I've killed a lot of people. You know, I've never murdered anybody, but I've killed a lot of people. And, you know, I've done things and often wondered, am I losing my humanity? You know, do I still care about people if I go shoot you in the face and not think twice about it? You know, go back and eat my dinner and, you know, whatever, it was just work. And so it was like one of the first times where the humanity doesn't actually leave you. It's buried in there. And she brought it back out. And it's what I think about. I went and, you know, we talked about, I went to Kensington Avenue and visited in Philadelphia for Fox News to do a story there, and walked around Kensington Avenue for about 3 days. And, you know, the things that are happening to humans in that 5-block area are just, you know, incredibly saddening. It was eye-opening to walk around that and know that that is America. But each one of those people, at the point that they're there, they're not there voluntarily. At that point, drugs have taken over. Whatever got them on drugs in the first place, whatever decisions they made, like none of that really matters. Now they're in a place where their life is no longer their own. Like nobody would volunteer to go live on Kensington Avenue, trust me. And so I think about each one of those guys in the context of what's happened to me is that deep down underneath that dude laid out on the ground there is some humanity. If you can figure out a way to dig it back out, you know what I mean? If you can get rid of the drugs, get them straight, give them some reason to live or some reason to care again, which is what my daughter did for me, dug out humanity.
Do you think it was, this kind of, I listened to you when you tell that story, and, you made this conscious decision to live, in this back of this plumbing shop so that you could save money to really provide for your daughter. Do you think that's kind of when you really started like developing this sense of purpose? Like, hey, I'm cool with doing whatever, but now I have this human being that I'm responsible for. Do you feel like that's when like your life started? I don't know, maybe if taking purpose is the right word, but that's when you realize like, man, this isn't just about me anymore.
Yeah, it was one of the reasons that I'd gone into the Army at that point was, a variety of reasons, but one of the reasons was to try and get health care so that my daughter could have health care. None of that worked out. We could talk about later why none of it worked out. but yeah, it for me personally, and I'm not saying it does it for everybody, sure. But having a kid, what it did for me was unearth the buried humanity that was stuck under a bunch of crap. Somebody else to worry about, somebody else to care about. Like me living in that trailer, for one, it was just a series of events in my life. I've lived with my father in furnitureless apartments and lived with my mother in other people's houses. And
then we would, go overseas and live in a Connex box.
Yeah. And go overseas and live in a Connex box. So it's always been just, it's just life happening is the way I looked at it. But many things happen. For one, I didn't want her life to happen that way. And me and the ex at that point, we were doing drugs and there was stuff, and I was cleaning up and I won't talk about her because it's not my story to tell. But we were not compatible anymore with each other, so it's not something I could go back to by a conscious decision. And I wanted to figure out a way to do right by my daughter. Kind of thing. And one of the driving factors in my life has always been not to do what my parents did to me, to my kids, to, break the chain of events, as they call it, the
generational curse,
curse, whatever you want to call it. I was bound and determined that I would not be my father. I would not act like my father, and I would not treat my kids like my father treated me. Good or my mother for that matter.
You said you've learned not to judge people because you never know what they're going through. How did living that experience change how you saw the world?
Well, it changed the world because, just like when I took that girl there, I was a normal guy with a lot of potential who was, from her perspective, I was in a low spot. From my perspective, I was just living another day until I could figure out the next day. I didn't look at my trailer and sit there every night and go, God, my life sucks, I'm a terrible human being. Like, this is just whatever. I just said, I need a shower. How can I get a shower? And I solved problems. My shower was, I asked my boss if I could cut a hole in the back wall of the plumbing shop because I figured out where the water lines were. And he said, yeah. And, I took my plumbing gear and I turned the water off and put a T, it was copper back then, soldered a T thing in there and put a shower head. Covered it back up, and then I took one of the shower pans that I took out of somebody else's house, stuck it on the ground, and then, it was just one lever. It was only cold water. Turn it on, you could take a shower, with an actual shower head. It was on the side of the building in a parking lot, but neither here nor there. You know what I mean? So solving problems, and so, the way it's affected me is that, when other people are going through stuff, it's not always... I don't judge them for what they're going through. I might not like what they're going through. You're on Kensington Avenue doing fentanyl. I'm not going to hang out with you, right? But I'm also not going to judge you. For all I know, you're a fantastic human being who made a series of bad decisions that caught up with you faster than you thought they would. You know what I mean? Because it's happened to me. You know what I mean? I just told you about, you know, going to buy some pot and getting mugged, losing my job the next week, buying some more pot to make more money and having that stolen from me. And now I'm flat broke, no job. You know, that was 3 decisions in 2 weeks, you know, and my lights are off and I'm getting evicted. You know, it does happen that quick if you're not careful. And depending on where you're at on the scale, if you're somebody who's rich and has $2 million in the bank and you lose your job, it'll take you longer to get to where I was at than a guy who owned $300 total and had it taken from him, and I have no way to get $300 more. You know, so those things will happen faster to me. And so I think what it did was, you know, it slowly started eroding my ability to just look at people and say, you know, you fucking loser, you know, because I've been a loser by those standards. I've been homeless, you know what I mean? It just is what it is. So I always judge people, and so not in terms of, I don't want to make it sound like I'm a saint or something. I'm telling you, if you're doing fentanyl on Kensington Avenue, I'm not going to go hang out with you, right? But I'm not going to judge you and say that you should be executed. You know, there's nothing left of anything that can be done with you. You're a waste of human flesh. You should stop breathing and save us all the time. No, because buried under that somewhere is a human that I don't know, and a series of events that I didn't see that got the guy to standing on this corner and me staring at him. If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. Before we transition kind of into your military service, what kept you from giving up during those lowest points, and how did you start to see a path forward?
Well, I guess because I didn't know that I had a terrible childhood, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great point.
To put it that way. And so, you know, it's just a series of events stretched out over years where you didn't have a choice and you just made things work. You know, there's you know, one of the things that I'm doing now is I'm writing this book, and there's a passage in that book about, you know, it's called The Last Bullfighter, and it's about this guy who's a bullfighter. And one of the stories in there, you know, life happens to you in adventures, and you know, even at a young age, I would just leave the house. You know, I became independent. I was a latchkey kid is what you call it, but neither one of my parents really cared what we were doing. So when we were visiting my dad, it was visiting in name only. Actually, me and my 3 brothers would just go off, you know, and this is us in 2nd, 3rd grade, just go walk around Alpine or Santee, wherever it was, and go walk for miles and do stuff. Might break somebody's window, might TP a house, might, you know, we got yelled at for, we went to a baseball diamond in the back of a school, and somebody had left a softball out there. And so my brother decided we should play golf. And so we came up with this little scheme, and I went and found a stick that looked kind of like an L, and my other 2 brothers dug holes in the field. And then we took this ball and we started playing golf. Well, the coaches came to practice, and they didn't think that was funny or cool. You know, we were just having fun, you know, and we got yelled at and chased off, and we'd go running away. And, you know, stuff like that happened to us all the time. We'd go, you know, laundromat because we didn't have a washer dryer. My dad would do the laundry. He'd sit there and chain smoke cigarettes and read a magazine. You guys go entertain yourself. All right. You know, we'd go back behind where all the stores were, and we'd take shopping carts and banging into the walls and, you know, race at each other with shopping carts. We'd go dumpster diving and go through the dumpster and take all the trash out of the dumpster until we found something to play with, you know, whatever it was. And then we'd go play. And, you know, so we were unattended kids learning to make our own life. Was it a good life? Was it a correct life? You know, Today's parents would probably say, oh my God, what were you doing? But I think all through life, what my parents taught me indirectly by leaving me unsupervised was to do and make for myself. And then through the series of situations that happened to me, life is just one big adventure. I'm just in the next big adventure. It's just the thing that's happening because, you know, I could sit here and tell stories all day long about the weirdest things in my childhood that, one, you wouldn't let your kid do in a million years. But it's just a series of events. So there was nothing to give up on. Like I wasn't in a place where I had $1 million and I lost $1 million, like in the great stock market crash where a guy lost $1 billion and decides, well, I'm going to jump off a building because I'll never get $1 billion back. I never lost $1 billion. I lost 3 cents. I could probably get 3 cents back, as if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know. I think it's all about, I mean, the more I listen to your story, the more I hear that, you know, it's all about perspective, right? Even if whoever's listening to this is down in the dumps, man, I mean, you don't have to stay there for forever. And you're a spitting, you know, example of and I don't even think, like, I've never heard you say, like, my whole life was a dump. Like, you've found ways to, swing yourself into the next thing. And that's going to be a common story throughout that. And I think that's one thing that I was just really, in awe of your story, not necessarily kind of where you went later on, but, the unconventional path you took to get, we have this idea that, a person that worked in the unit that you worked in, it's some Captain America, captain of the football team, full ride scholarship, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, there are those people that do that, but you're a perfect example of, this non-traditional dude, who, had these things and still, got to go into the same place as those people that came from, I don't know, fortunate backgrounds or however you want to describe it. And I think that's what kind of really drew me to your story.
Yeah. And I consider myself, that old CCR song, Fortunate Son, which is, you're not really a fortunate son, but, I always took that and said, I am a fortunate son. I'm very fortunate. But it does take work. Like, you do have to, at various points in life, I sat and said, I don't like what's going on. Just like when I came back from Mexico and decided, I don't like the way this is going. I'm going to change. I don't know what this change is going to lead to, but the hard part is recognizing that you need to take change. And the harder part is to say, I'm going to do something about it. Like, to actually say, nope, I'm not going back. I'm staying here and going to high school. I probably could have gone to university and had a career as a drafting person. I don't know what that career is called, an engineer in Mexico, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to live there. So I came here, which led me to a whole bunch of other stuff that didn't work out that way. But the ability to decide that you need to make a change in life and then actually do something about it. So the same thing as going in the military. I went from that situation that I was in that trailer. There was several factors: trying to get my daughter insurance, just wanting to change life. Because what I could have done, my boss offered me to, take an apprenticeship and get a plumbing license, because I worked off of his plumbing license, and I could get a plumbing license and then be a plumber. That was an endeavor. It would have taken years to do, but I could have eventually gotten a plumbing license, and that would have been my career. I would have been a plumber. It's just not what I wanted to do. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to do that. And so, to make a conscious decision to go into the military specifically to change the direction of my life. It's the same reason I decided to stay in the United States, was to make a change in my life without necessarily knowing what that trajectory was or where it was taking you, because it's all a gamble. So recognizing that you need to make a change is hard. Sometimes you feel locked into what's going on. I could have been homeless the entire time in California and maybe died at 30. I don't freaking know. Just said screw it and continued with drugs and just went down that path. Ended up with a shopping cart somewhere, but I didn't, and that wasn't me. So recognizing that you need to make a change is hard, but then the harder part is putting in the work to make that change happen. And sometimes it takes a sacrifice. Going in the military means I'm giving up, however crappy this life is, I'm giving up my freedom. Because that's, kind of how I viewed it. I got to go do this thing, and so I don't get to be me anymore. If I sign this dotted line, I'm going to go be somebody else. I have to give up who I am. I said, well, screw it. Let's do it. I don't know where it's going to take me. Initially I was just going to come in for 2 or 3 years and then get out and use that as a way to kind of swing back around to something else. Yeah. But you never know where life takes you. One step leads to the next.
Well, before we dive into your military career, let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
All right, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's licensed in 30 states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. All right, man. So kind of diving into your military career, I guess, my first question is, how did the military kind of come on your radar?
Well, the military, if you remember way back in the day, so I'm fairly old, so I remember old commercials about the military, back there. I can remember the Vietnam War being on TV as a news story. And then there was commercials of guys coming out of helicopters, and, I used to play with Army guys. And so in the back of my mind, there was an interest, but it wasn't I'm going to grow up and go in the Army kind of thing. But I'd seen it. And so it was an interest there. And most of my games that I played as a kid were cowboy and Indian related, and, pirates, or, somebody shooting somebody, doing something kind of like that, hiding and doing all that stuff. And so, it was a thought. And then at one point when I got a little older, I watched the John Wayne movie, The Green Berets. And at some point I thought to myself, I'd like to be a Green Beret. And so those kind of lay dormant. The anarchist in me took over. I hated the world, blah, blah, blah. We talked about all that. I found myself in that point in my life. It was like I was living a dual life. On the one hand, I was trying to do the right thing. On the other hand, I was going to punk gigs, mosh pits, getting arrested, doing drugs, and just being a fool, and hating the world. And I was if you knew me back in those days, I was a dick. And tell you straight up, it's not like, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat myself and say I'm the all-knowing yoga who grew up and was, the Dalai Lama. No, I was a jackass, and to everybody and everything, because I didn't care, and I hated the world. And I was tired of the whole freaking thing. But it wasn't I want to shoot myself in the head and get rid of the world kind of thing. It was just, I was mad at the world for not accepting me and letting me be me, right? I just want to be an artist and a painter, and you go down to Mexico and get called a gringo and this and that and the other. You come back to the States, get called a spick and this, that, and the other, and you're and I was a half breed, half both sides. Both sides want you to claim them, neither one of them wants to accept you, and so it gets to be kind of a pain in the ass. You get to sit around and listen to people tell Mexican jokes, and if you want to fit in, you got to laugh and tell Mexican jokes, and you're down in Mexico and they tell jokes about the gringos up north, and if you want to fit in, you got to tell those jokes. And at the end of the day, none of that was me, and I just eventually just started getting mad at everybody about it. You didn't play sports, you weren't I didn't have a thing, and so I ended up, most of my friends ended up being people who were kind of outcasty like me, and we were all kind of angry at the world, and we all kind of gelled. So you delve into all that, and that is not the clay that the Army is looking for to build a soldier out of. I don't think, you know what I mean? Maybe during the draft, because they did a lot of go to jail, or go to the Army, go to jail kind of stuff. And they probably paid the price for that recruitment program. But in the back of my mind was the military. The actual decision, I remember the actual day I decided it. But I'd been thinking about it. Life did get to the point where my boss, I was out on a call, and I was probably one of the fastest guys in terms of, I was getting paid on commission and a little bit hourly salary. So it's kind of like almost being a waiter. You know what I mean? The hourly salary was bupkis. It's enough to cover my rent. And then I made my money on my commission. So if I put in 20 ice makers, I get 20 ice makers worth of commission. If I only put in 3, that's what I got. And so, to me, it was always an incentive. I was always the guy that put in 20. Like, they kept feeding me more work because I was the guy, whether my boss knew it or not, I have no idea. But just for some reason, George could get to North San Diego and back and put in 6 dishwashers where all my other guys could only do 2. Did you want to know that George was doing 100 miles an hour on the freeway and running red lights, and, did a really good job slapping stuff in, but, I didn't talk to people at their house. I didn't shake hands. I didn't do anything. I came in and put your dishwasher in and left, like, as fast as I could, because I wanted the commission and to move on. And that's what the game was that I was playing. And so, it's kind of where I was, but it wasn't something you could continue. And so I wanted to make a change. And so I started thinking about that. It got to the point, though, where my drinking and drugs caught up with me. And in one of my routes, I got sick and had to stop the route and came back and then took a day off. So that's half a route and a day off. And my boss lost his mind because I think he didn't want to know that I was doing 100 miles an hour on the freeway, but I think he could tell I was drinking. And so he said, "Hey man, I'm going to give you a week off." And I go, I don't need a week off. He goes, "No, you're taking a week off. I'm going to need you to shower, shave, get some new clothes, think about life. And then in a week, come tell me if you still want to work here." And I was like, wow, no, I'm good. Like, go to work tomorrow. He's like, "No, you're getting a week off." And I'm like, "Well, I kind of need the money." He goes, "Well, that's kind of a you problem, not a me problem." And so it was one of those lessons in life. And I'm like, at least he was a good man to me. And so, I cleaned up. I went and got a haircut, showered, shaved, and decided that I was going to go cold turkey, which was not a problem for me because I never did drugs or drank because I was trying to get away from something. Like, alcohol wasn't my escape from my terrible life or anything. I partied because it was fun. And so then I just stopped partying because it was interfering with my life. So I'm lucky for me, I never had the problem of, that stuff overtook my life, or the reason that I was doing it was, the reason it made me kept doing it. Like, some people do that. They do drugs to self-medicate pain that they're feeling or something like that, which, unless you deal with that pain, you're going to need to keep self-medicating. That wasn't me. I did that shit for fun. And so when that fun interfered with my life, which then was going to interfere with my ability to take care of my daughter and all these things, I said, well, that's, we're going to have less fun, kind of thing. And so I actually got a haircut, shaved, showered. I didn't realize I hadn't showered in a while. You don't think about things like that when you're living in a trailer amongst the dishwashers and stuff like that. Bought a pair of pants, first new pair of pants I'd bought in forever. I had holes in my jeans. And so there was an unprofessional look at people's houses. Bought a couple t-shirts from Associated Appliance that I worked for, because they didn't give you t-shirts. You had to buy them. And 2 days later, I show up to ask my boss for my routes. I get my clothes. I'm all cleaned up. He said, "No, I said a week. Come back Monday. Tell me if you want to work here." I'm like, "Well, we can just cut to the chase." The answer is yes. I'm all cleaned up. He's like, "Yeah, come back Monday." You know what I mean? Like, he's not taking this fly-by-night, straighten up because I yelled at you crap. And I'm, damn, my man's serious. So, I took that time to reflect. And after a while I was reflecting while that was going on, I was kind of happy that he didn't fire me, because then I would have been really screwed. I would have been back to sleeping in a parking lot somewhere. I don't know how I would have figured that out, but I would have. I already had a great stash of food, every dumpster behind every McDonald's. I had life figured out at that level. So all I would have been missing had he fired me was a place to sleep. I could sneak into, I knew where a couple of vacant houses were. I could sneak in, turn the hose on, take a shower. I had it worked out. And I wasn't paying much for food because all my money went to diapers and formula and stuff like that. Probably not healthy to eat leftover cheeseburgers out of the back of a dumpster, but it was free. So as I sat about it and thought about it, I said, man, I got to do something to make a change. And I started considering the military and thinking about it. I had thought about it before. And I was over at my ex's apartment, picking up my daughter, and I was sitting on the couch and smoking a joint and watching TV, and a commercial came on, join the Army, college money, or something it said. And I said, I'm going to go join the Army. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And I put my joint out, walked down to the nearest recruiter and said, "Hey man," it was the Coast Guard. I go, "Hey, talk to me about joining the Coast Guard." And the guy's like, "Are you high?" I'm like, "High as a motherfucker." But at any rate, talk to me about joining the Coast Guard. Like, get out of my office.
Coast Guard, check.
They were like, because I thought, well, I don't want to do the Navy, but the Coast Guard sounds like a good, a good one. Don't walk into the Coast Guard office high and say, "Give me a job smelling like pot." It doesn't work out for you. So I'm like, fuck, man. And I go, what's the problem? He goes, "Dude, you're high as a fucking kite right now." I'm like, "Yeah, we just established that. I said I was high." You can't join the Coast Guard and be high, man. Like, get out of my office. And I'm like, okay. So they don't like you being high, smelling like pot. So I waited a day and I went to the Army recruiter and, like, "Hey man, I want to join the Army." Like, "Oh yeah, let's talk. What do you want to do?" "I want to be a Green Beret." That's tall order, man. We don't, you can't be a Green Beret, And then we started Army talk, where your recruiter, does the car salesman thing on you.
I know you want to drive this super nice Chevy truck, but what we have for you today is a Mazda Miata.
Yeah. And so, I wasn't a dumb kid. I'd gone through 2 school systems and figured out how to, failed high school math as a sophomore and had to go to summer school and figured out the entirety of the system for doing fractions in order to pass high school math for the rest of the years there in one summer. So I could put my brain to something and learn it, whether it made sense to me or not, so it was pretty fast at stuff. And my decision was that spontaneous. Like, I was actually sitting in boot camp and called my ex and said, hey, I'm in boot camp. She's like, what are you talking about? Come back. I need some formula, whatever. Got argued to me with the phone. And I said, listen, I don't got time to talk. I'm in boot camp, Jackson, South Carolina. I won't be talking to you for quite some time. They gave us this one phone call. She's like, stop fucking around. Like, she literally did not believe that I was in the Army, because the only person that knew I was in the Army was John, my friend. And I told him I'm going in the Army, and I didn't tell anybody else. I just left. Just up in one day, my trailer was empty. And
Did you tell your boss?
I told my boss the day I left.
What did he say?
He's like, good for you.
That's awesome.
I think he was mad because my route that day, because they still planned for me to have a route, but the recruiter was picking me up, and I said, hey man, I'm out. It is what it is. And he's like, you want your last paycheck? I'm like, if you guys can cut it in the next hour, sure. And they cut me a check and whatever. And I left. But the recruiter, funny story. I don't want to drag this podcast out, but I meet this guy, and he's doing the car salesman, trying to sell me on the used Ford truck in the back. I'm like, Green Beret. He's like, yep, not going to happen. You got to be in the Army for at least 2 years to be a Green Beret, I think is what he told me. And then after that was all shyster stuff. Hey, we got this, you did pretty good on your ASVAB. And I'm like, or my SAT.
No, it's your ASVAB.
It's ASVAB.
Yeah.
It's the test you took in high school.
Yeah.
So I think I had a 112 or something like that, which was, above a cook. And I never gave any consideration to that. Like, he asked me for my high school records or whatever, and they looked into it. And, the ASVAB is one of those things. I put zero effort into that. I think I was up all night, and I was stoned when I took the ASVAB. And I didn't even try. I just went through it and clicked boxes, read questions, and then turned it in. And so I don't know what I would have got if I actually had studied. And that was George being up for a couple of days and stoned when I walk in there, and I got 112, which is not a great score, mind you.
I think it is, man, because I think it only goes to like 130, 125.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll get butchered, man. This is 100 years ago, and I don't even remember.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was way back in the 80s. So anyway, he looks at my score, and he goes, you qualify to be, I can't remember. He said it might have been, it was a missile system that, because I had the TV on my bed, I knew that missile system was going out of
probably like the Hawk
commission,
or
like the Hawk or something like that.
Yeah.
It was going out of commission. But he's like, I got this thing where you could be a Hawk missile operator or whatever it was. And that's when I knew that he was doing the shyster car salesman thing, because having been in the plumbing business and been to people's houses installing stuff, you learn to recognize bullshit. Hey, you dirtied my floor. Hey, that was not broke when you got here. People trying to jip you out of stuff, and you learn the lingo to say, hey man, look at your sink there. When I touch that, it's going to fall apart. And so I'm not going to touch that unless you recognize that and say that you're going to replace all of this. And they're like, what? I go, no, you're more than welcome to take that apart. But when I stick this water line into that thing right there, none of this stuff is going to work. And so you need to buy all this stuff. And that's 1 hour's worth of labor. Parts are $50. So you're going to owe $150. Because people would jip you out of that. You touch it and it breaks. And they're like, yeah, that was just fine before you touched it. Trying to get free plumbing out of you. So this guy started that. And I'm like, you sound like every customer I've had that ever tried to jip me. And I go, that system's going out of whatever, they're taking it offline. He goes, what? I saw it on 60 Minutes the other day. That aren't they getting rid of that? And he's like, oh yeah, well, that's years down the road. You get time to make a career out of it. And you were telling me you were only wanting to be in for a couple of years. And I'm like, well, you're smooth, man. You are. You are. You know what I mean? Yeah. So then he threw some other stuff out there. He goes, well, you could be a tank turret gunner. And I'm like, what? And so I said, okay, let's pause for a minute. Let's attack it this way. I want to join the Army. I want something that I can do when I get out of the Army. Because, yeah, you qualify to be a tank turret gunner. I'm like, okay, what job can I get when I get out? He goes, well, you can go be well, I don't know, but you qualify to be a tank turret gunner and you'll get the GI Bill. So then you can go to college and get an education. I'm like, yeah, but in case none of that works out, I want something that I can get a job at when I get out. And I don't think tank turret gunners it. And so we settled on tactical satellite system operator. Where he got me, the fine print, is tactical microwave satellite system operator. And the brochures that he showed me were the big 80-foot dishes out at Fort Meade, at the big giant telecom center, with all the dishes and all that kind of stuff. And that is microwave satellite systems, but they're not tactical. Tactical is the 8-foot dish you stick on the back of the truck and drive around through the desert with, right? So I didn't understand that the word tactical on the front of the job description
Got him.
made it not what he was selling me. Like, he's like, yeah, Fort Meade, they got these big dishes. It's just like an office. I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds good. I'd probably get a job with AT&T when I get out. He goes, yes, AT&T. You get a job with AT&T. Yeah. I'm like, okay. And then I got him a little bit too. He goes, so talk to me about your, you done drugs? I go, lots of them. Well, what kinds? I go, I'd probably easier to tell you what I haven't taken. He's like, okay, you're going to get this quiz. It's going to ask you that question. I'm going to need you to say no. I'm like, wouldn't that be lying? He goes, yes. I go, okay. That what I'm supposed to do? And he goes, yeah, just say no. Like, we could fix it in the back end. I just need to get you through this process. And I'm like, okay. So later on when I took the background thing, I put no per instructions of the shyster that was trying to get me in the army. And he's like, do you got any charges on you? I'm like, well, I got some tickets that are outstanding. And I do have a misdemeanor on my record for vandalism. And he goes, okay, I can work with that. When's the ticket? I go, I got a court date coming up. He's like, okay, I'll square all that away. I go, what does that mean? You'll square all that away. He goes, well, I'll talk to the judge, tell me you go in the army, and then pay any fines that you get. I'm like, okay. He goes, it's just a ticket. Should be okay. He goes to court with me, and it's 2 tickets that I've got. I'm probably getting ready to lose my license. One was for doing 90 in a 25 school zone, and one was for doing like 105 on the freeway. And so the judge reads off.
I didn't even know the plumbing van could go 105.
Yeah, the judge reads the charges, and the guy just kind of turned his head and looked at me, and I'm like, meh. He said you'd take care of it. He's like, mother effer. So yeah, he paid the fines and all that, and talked to the judge the fact that I was going to the army, and so I got out of all that. But I laughed that I got over on him a little bit. And anyway, so I went in the army as a tactical microwave systems operator. It was funny how little because his pitch to me, he gave me the little brochure of the army, and it had all the ranks, and he said, hey, if you got any college? I'm like, no. He goes, okay, you got to start as an E1, but you get automatic promotions every 6 months. So I read through the thing, and it's got the pay chart. I'm like, okay, 6 months. So E1, which is no stripe, and then E2, you get a stripe, so forth and so on for those people in the audience that don't do the military. And so E1, and I started counting 6 months pay raise, 6 months pay raise, 6 months pay raise. And I started counting off the 6 months, and I'm like, man, I'm going to be a sergeant major when I get out of my little hitch here. That's how little you understand. The actual 6 month promotions is only from E1 to E2 and then E3. And then that's it. After that, it's a point scale system and boards and all that, sergeant majors
already spending your sergeant major pay in your head, dude.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, this is great. And I think, as an E1 going in, I made, I'd have to go back and look at the pay charts, but I'm pretty sure it was on the order of, maybe $400, $500 a month.
It couldn't have been much, man. Because I remember when I first came in, it wasn't much.
Yeah, I think I was getting $300, but I thought that I was getting paid twice a month, so that would have made it $600 a month, which was a way pay cut from what I was making at the plumbing shop. Not a ton of pay cut, but a pay cut from the plumbing shop. And so that, we settled on. He gave me a $2,000 bonus for an extra year in the Army, or 2 years, I think it was. I signed a 6-year contract. I figure 6 years was long enough to be clean, in shape, got my head right, 6 years of experience in a job. I can get out and I'm marketable for AT&T or whoever, kind of thing. Halfway through boot camp, I would just kind of, like my boss said, take a week, and the next day I was ready. It's kind of the same thing. Like a week into boot camp, I'm like, okay, I think I'm good. Crap.
Yeah, I still got another 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Yeah. No, I got another 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of his contract. So yeah, it was.
So like a week into the military, like, yeah, I'm good. I'll go back.
Yeah. I can make a change now. So it was interesting. So he said, go in and, I asked for airborne. He goes, no, you can't get airborne, but as soon as you get to your first unit, just tell them you want to go airborne. They'll send you. And I'm like, okay. And I did. I went to my first commander, said, I want to go to airborne. He said, shut up, get out of my office.
Before we dive kind of in forward, I kind of just want to know, like, what was basic training like for you? I mean, you're a guy, you've lived on the streets, you've lived like out of vans. And you kind of mentioned, like you were kind of anti-establishment. So what was that transition like? Now you have a nice place to live, but you got people telling you when to breathe, how to breathe.
It was an adjustment because, and I still am that way. There's probably three things that I hate in the world more than any other. One is being told what to do by anybody. Just gets my goat. Somebody telling me that I can't do something, like there's no way you could accomplish that. That just gets my goat. The third thing is being classified by a color, like somebody calling me brown or something like that. Just, it's like fingers across the chalkboard. Like, I'm more than your color code, jackass. Mm-hmm. I'm the sum total of my entire life. I'm George Fraser, who has done or not done the following things. Like, if you can put all that into a neat paragraph, then, maybe you can call me that. But brown, I'm not. White, I'm not. That's your gig, not my gig. So those things annoy me. So when I went in the Army, I ended up, you ever see that movie Full Metal Jacket? My man running around the formation with a rifle. I literally did that. I go in there and, when mind you, this is March of 89. It's a totally different Army than it is now. So nobody in the Army everybody that went in the Army back then.
That's when you get punched.
Yeah. We'll relate to all these things. So the first place we went to was, long story, I did a delayed entry. So I actually signed up in the Army the year prior in 88. But I delayed entry to March of 89, and I went in the day after my daughter's birthday. So my entire reason for delaying was I wanted to spend my daughter's birthday with her. So did my daughter's birthday party, and then at my ex's mother's place. At that point, just like the old man, I burnt the bridges. I had a backpack that had a pair of pants and a t-shirt in it, and that was my entire life. The trailer was gone. I gave it up to my boss. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a job. I had a backpack with literally a t-shirt and a pair of pants in it. That was my entire world. I burnt the bridges to go in the Army. And so I'm sitting in her apartment. I got a dime bag on me, so I was high as shit. When the recruiter came, he's like, "Let's go," and I'm like, "Yep, let's go." Put out the joint. And he's like, "You got to stop that, right? They're gonna piss test you at some point." So I'm like, oh, I guess that makes sense. You know what I mean? So they take us to this hotel in San Diego, and they start gathering all the people that they're going to put on the MEPS bus. And we spent the night in a hotel, and they said, okay, everybody get in these rooms. And it's a bunch of kids, they're like 18, 19-year-olds. And they put us in this hotel, and they're like, okay, we're going to pick you up tomorrow morning at 6:00, 0600, be here, blah, 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 blah. It's like 2 PM. You know what I mean? And then they leave. The guy takes off. He's like, I'm going home. Just, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You can go get dinner, and you got to be back in your room by 8 and 0600 out here. And I'm like, fuck that. So I call my buddy John up. I'm like, John, come get me. I'm right down the street. Like it was in Point Loma. So he lived right up the street. And so he came and got me, and we just threw down. Like I showed it back to the hotel, like at 5:00 in the morning, and just walked out in the parking lot. I was, half cocked still. Last night of celebration, woohoo! And then standing out there with all the kids, and like, they saw me walking up because they were like milling about. I guess they were nervous, up somewhere outside. And they're like, dude, where are you coming from? I'm like, oh, I had a fucking good time. What did you do? I stayed in my room. I'm like, yeah, whatever. We get on the bus, and then we drive to the Marine place that's right there in San Diego. I can't think of the name of the place. My TBI kicks in. But some dudes got on the bus and violently ejected all of the Marines off the bus. And I was pleasantly surprised and happy that I didn't join the Marines, because there was some very ugly, large dudes with fucking, the old drill sergeant hat Marines, and they were screaming vile poison, and people were getting thrown off the top step out of the bus onto the ground, and they were splashing, and out there was more people yelling at them, and it was just insanity. And I was looking at that going, fuck, I made a good decision, And so then we got driven and put on a plane, and we flew to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And then my first week there was at the reception center, which is not boot camp. Little did I know. So it's more of a gentleman's place. You get up, formations, get your hair cut, all this kind of crap. And, but it's in processing. Funny story about in processing. It's a long before computers, long before cell phones. This is March of '89. If you think about the world back then, and we're walking around from place to place, getting shots and all this kind of stuff. And when we got there, they gave us it was a quantity of money. I don't remember what it was, like $15 or something like that. I'm like, cool, $15. I'll go buy some beer. At the end in processing, it turns out that a pair of running socks, a pair of tennis shoes that I had to buy, and a haircut were $15. So I paid for my own stuff, and I'm like, what the heck? So we did that, and we're standing there in one of those many offices, and I'm carrying around this big folder with all my paperwork. And back then it was carbon copy stuff with that thin brown paper, and it was like purple ink almost. And but I'm rooting through my own stuff, and I'm realizing that all 3 copies of everything are in this file. And I'm thinking to myself, I could get up and leave right now, and nobody would ever know I'm in the Army, because I'm walking around with my own packet of everything that I've signed or done so far in my hand right now. And this kid next to me was crying, and I'm like, what's up, bud? And he's like, man, I think I made a bad decision. I decided to pass that wisdom on to him. I said, hey, man, everything you've done so far is in that packet right now. You can get up and leave right now. Nobody would even know, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. We're going to be all right. And so, whatever, I get up, go pee, come back, my man's gone. Got up, took his bag and left.
Did he really?
I don't know. I don't even know if that was sound reasoning. Like maybe there was another copy somewhere. I don't know. The kid was young. But then we go over to the basic training place, and there they are. There's the animals. There's the guys with the hats screaming and yelling and making a ruckus. Get off the bus, yada, yada, yada. Get your 2 bags. And I'm like, 2 bags? I've only got a backpack with a pair of pants and a T-shirt. That's all I got. Everybody else, I finally noticed, has a suitcase. And I'm like, I don't know what we think's going on. Getting a platoon formation. Everybody's younger than me. And there's a kid, like 2 kids over from me, and he's got 3 bags, and they're screaming and yelling about your 2 bags. And so I reach over and I snatch one of his bags and put it next to me. He's like, what are you doing? I go, I have to have 2 bags. That's what the man said, and I'm not getting fucking jacked around because I don't have 2 bags. I'll give this back to you later. Shut the fuck up. And so they come by and whatever. I end up giving him his bag back later, so I'm already juking the system even as we start. And they're screaming and yelling, and they're poking hats into your forehead, and they're spit flying into your face. And, I may have got gut punched a little bit. It wasn't like try and knock me out punch. It was like, tapping and shoving and that kind of stuff. So different Army. And I think I told you about, I'll try and keep it clean. In one of my first classes that I got was an EO class.
Oh yeah.
Big giant, African-American guy comes out, and he's got us in, I think we were in formation. We might've been in a classroom, but I think we were in formation. And he proceeds to run this tirade of foul language and tropes, and calls out everybody in the formation and uses the appropriate trope for the nationality. Whatever you call Spanish people, whatever you call black people, whatever you call Italian people, but he used the
just straight up like racial slurs,
just, calling them out and saying nasty things to the person, racial slur, you piece of crap. You probably came over on a boat and blah, 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 blah. And you racial slur, whatever, you probably swam across the river and yada, yada, yada. And just, going nuts. And you're like, what in the world is going on right now? And he gets done with his whole tirade and he goes, all right, how'd you guys feel? How'd that make you feel? Did anybody like being called those things? And everybody's like, no, drill sergeant. He goes, okay, well, that's the rules. You can't use that kind of language. You are no longer in the civilian world. It is no longer authorized. It's no longer allowed. And now you know what it feels like to be called that. So how about we don't? And so that was my first class. It was an EO class.
Oh, when life was simpler.
Yes. And I think that guy would have been fired these days.
That dude would have gone to jail these days, probably.
Yeah. So it was fascinating, the difference between the Army then and now. And I understand what his point was. Hey, that's terrible language. Don't use it. You know what I mean? And so, that was boot camp. For me, was just a whole process of being the guy who didn't like being told what to do, trying to put up with it. There was we did this chemical, biological, nuclear training where they were just droning on this class about nuclear bombs. And so when the nuclear bomb hits and there's the flash and debris starts falling, what you need to do, and I remember it to this day, they said, turn and face the blast, fall to the ground with your arms crossed around your chest and dig your helmet into the ground. And he's giving this class, and I'm thinking to myself, bro, if there's debris falling on me, I'm not going to live. Like, you've seen Nagasaki, right? There's shadows in the wall. So this is going through my head. The reasoning, George, is reasoning how stupid this is. I'm not going to survive a nuclear blast if I'm feeling the heat and the wind and debris is hitting me. I'm probably in the wrong place. So I don't know what falling into the blast is going to do for me. Whether it does or does, I have no idea. It's just what was going through my head as they threw a grenade simulator in a trash can behind us. Everybody else turned in the direction of the blast, fell onto the ground with their arms crossed behind under the chest, dug their helmets in the ground and laid there, except for stupid George, who's standing there reasoning in my head. And then I got all the drill sergeants on me, like, like white on rice. Wah! What the fuck are you doing, private? Blah, blah, blah. And they're screaming and yelling, and they finally give me space to talk. And, it's a big, giant drill sergeant. He's like, why are you not facing the direction of the blast? Explain it to me, private. And I'm like, drill sergeant, if you want the honest truth, if that's what you're asking me for, I don't believe you can survive a nuclear blast. And so I think this training is a little futile. I mean, that's the actual reason I'm not laying on the ground right now. Oh my God, dude, you'd have thought I farted in church. It was a slew of tirades that I can't even repeat of language and sweat coming off the man's brow. And he was just spit yelling at me. Just, it unnerved him. Like he just imploded right in front of me, just completely, just beside himself. Like, call it unprofessional, call it what you will. He was just not having any of it, and pretty much threw me to the ground and said, get in a position. And then I get up, and for the rest of the freaking day, I spent the time running around the platoon with my rifle in my head, over my head. And every time I'd come around the platoon to where he was, he goes, you think this running is futile? Hey, is it still futile? Hey, you know, running futile. And I'm like, oh my God, I got it. Shut my mouth. Don't say anything. I got it 9 miles ago. Can we stop this shit? You know what I mean? George understands. Shut your fucking mouth. Do what you're told. So that was my, you had to balance not liking authority, not liking being told what to do, and understanding the game that you're in. And so,
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that when we get to the back half of leadership. We had a conversation last night when you were discussing that exact thing of like understanding, what game in life you're playing, no matter what you're doing. You started as a 31 Quebec tactical satellite systems operator. Most people have no idea what that is. Can you paint us a picture of your early military life?
Yeah. So early military life, Ma Bell on wheels. For those of you that are too young to know what Ma Bell was the original telephone company that they broke up, and it created AT&T and all the other telephone companies. But the Bell Telephone Company used to have a monopoly on the telephone industry, and so it was called Ma Bell. I don't remember why. It's just what it was called back then. But there was a lawsuit about monopolies, and they broke up the phone companies. So I still say Ma Bell. But basically, it's a satellite terminal that runs telephones. So a telephone call in a regular telephone thing starts, at your house. You make a phone call, that electrodes go through the air and they come out to a station that pumps it to some main station that pumps it back out the other way to some substation, and from that substation to the phone that you're calling. Kind of that, it's a very generic view of it. So if you take satellite communications for the Army, if you took my van and parked it at we were supposed to be battalion headquarters and above. So you would take my little van with the 8-foot dish and park it at a battalion headquarters, and I can run off of that van. I don't remember anymore. That was a long time ago, but let's just say I could run 20 telephones. I don't know. It was a quantity of telephones. And those telephones, some other guy's job was a wire dog. He'd run wires from my van all the way to whatever tent office desk deserved a phone, captain and above or something like that. But those phones in all of these officers' desks ran to my van, and my van shot them into the sky over a satellite and ran them to a bigger van, which then received like 5 or 6 vans worth of telephone calls and shipped them off to some other big van somewhere that then took those and ran them into the system, and they came out and so then this guy could pick up his phone and dial the phone of somebody else. And so that was my job, was the system that shot those telephone calls into the ether. And it had crypto to it, all those kind of things. And so, it was basically a deuce and a half with a thing on the back of it, and had, both walls were full of racks of equipment and then a satellite dish outside. And, there was a whole rack for controlling the satellite dish and getting the satellite signal. And there was a whole rack for, taking the signal and moving it. There was another rack for encoding the signal. and so forth and so on. And so that was kind of my job. But when I got to AIT finally, so you Fort Jackson, everybody gets trained in pretty much the same entire Army. It's the same training. It's when you get to AIT that it changes. Then you either go to infantry school or whatever your school is going to be. So it's a semi version of the Marines. Everybody's
for all you non-military folks out there. AIT is Advanced Individual Training. So that's where you get your actual job training for whatever job you join the Army.
Yeah. So the basic training was just a basic version of infantry tactics and understanding what a platoon is and what a team is and what a squad is, and the Army, everything. They teach you Army structure. I had to be able to name our company commander all the way to the president. Chain of command, how chain of command works, who's in charge of who, and then you go out in patrolling, and this is how you make a wedge, and this is how you make a file, and you dig in parapets and put in machine gun positions and different things like that. So you learn basic infantry stuff, nothing advanced, just basic stuff, enough so that you understand what's going on in the Army. What is the structure? Who am I supposed to listen to? How this thing works? And then from there, you go to your Advanced Individual Training, AIT. So if you're an infantry guy, then they just build onto that block of instruction and you become a better infantry guy. In our case, you knew enough to be able to man the security positions around the vans and stuff, because you're going to run a commo site somewhere and you have to provide your own security. So it'd be nice if you could shoot your gun and understand how to dig a trench and a pit and those kind of things. So we had enough information to do that. Basic training was just a series of, I got in trouble a lot for different things. I tried my luck one time. There was the challenge and password, and they drilled it into you. Hey, I'm gonna eat your guts out of you or whatever if you get it wrong. The challenge password that night, I still haven't forgotten. It was red and blue. Don't ask me why. So the drill sergeant would randomly come to the door and beat on it. And you had fire guard, so everybody's sleeping, and somebody had to get up, and you set a rolling clock. And, it started with the first guy who woke up the next guy who woke up the next guy. And then if somebody overslept and there was no fire guard, the whole platoon got in trouble, kind of thing. And the fire guard was just to go to the front door and sit by a little desk, and monitor the door and pull the fire alarm if there was a fire. I think the fire system was automated, so I didn't know that you needed that, but whatever, neither here nor there. So my turn at fire guard. Here comes the drill sergeant banging on the door. It's 3 a.m. or something like that, 2 a.m. And challenge password. So, I challenge him. I'm like, Blue, open the door, Private. I'm like, Blue, open the fucking door, Private. And I'm like, I'm not falling for this shit. I open this door and this dude is going to push up me to death, maybe push up everybody else to death. Like, you just gave me this big long class about you cannot violate the tenets of challenge and password. So I'm like, I'm not buying. Blue. And he's like, open the motherfucking door, Private. And I said, Blue. Now I'm almost enjoying this game. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I can play this game. Like, you gave me the class. I'm not opening this door to go back to run around the platoon with my rifle over my head. So F off. You know what I mean? My man goes down and comes back up through the fire exit, and he comes up to the desk and he goes, what the fuck are you doing? I go, Drill Sergeant, I'm doing fire guard. He's like, why didn't you open the door when I asked you to open the door? Sergeant, Drill Sergeant, I challenged you with blue, and you were supposed to say red. Because does it look like I'm wanting to do the challenge and password? I need to come here and do it. God damn it, turn the lights on. And next thing you know, we're all up doing. I mean, you can't win for losing. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean? And maybe it was that he forgot the challenge password and he was just taking it out of me. I have no idea, because he has to come in and do an inspection and sign a little thing on the door that says he did the inspection. You know what I mean? I'm like, you could have just come in and signed a thing. I got it. You forgot the challenge and password. Maybe you didn't pay attention, But we're going to take it out on George. You know what I mean?
George, go get your rifle.
Yeah. No, we actually took the entire barracks apart and took it down to the landing and put it back together, and then got in our beds and then got back out of our beds and took it back apart and took it back upstairs. And then everybody was mad at me, and I'm like, the fuck did I do? Like,
I just did what the class told me.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
But yeah, so that was, me in conflict with boot camp. We went to AIT, and it was a totally different thing, because it was not infantry boot camp. It was And there was this thing where there was a day shift and there was a swing shift because they had so many candidates that they created this swing shift. And so what I found out was that the day shift was run kind of like boot camp, drill sergeants, 6 o'clock PT, blah, 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 lots of yelling, lots of let's do the game thing. And swing shift was more of a gentleman's thing. And I'm like, yeah, swing shift right here. And so me and a whole group of guys got on swing shift, and we all actually ended up going to Fort Huachuca together, and we're friends for all the way through E4. And it was a relaxed lifestyle. You didn't get up until, you didn't go to class until after dinner. And you did class until like 1 a.m. Don't ask me why. And then you come back and you go to bed. So there was no PT. There was none of that stuff. You were just doing the swing shift. And it was a pretty chillax lifestyle. There was one drill sergeant, because that's probably all you could get to want to volunteer to do this.
Do swing shift.
Yeah, swing shift. You know what I mean? But you needed it to accommodate all the students and stuff. And so, maybe I lucked out. Maybe they do that all the time. I don't know. I think I lucked out.
Yeah.
And so that was my life in AIT. And so when I got to my first unit at Fort Huachuca, I just spent the last 3 months learning old Vietnam equipment, but in a gentleman's course. And so I we get to the barracks, and it's everybody that was in class together. So we got we're carrying on this camaraderie, F the man kind of thing. And our platoon sergeant comes in, and he is a gigantic, looked like he played for the New York Giants, this big giant black guy. And he comes in, and he comes into our room. We're the only 2 people there. The room's empty. They were out doing something, we just arrived in the middle of the afternoon. They're like, go up to room whatever and sit there for a minute. Somebody will get with you. And so this big guy comes in, and I said, how you doing, Sergeant? And he just stands there mean mugging me, staring at me. And my buddy Wes is in the room. He's like, how you doing, Sergeant? And he mean mugged him, and he's just standing there staring at me. And so then me and Wes are like, hey, Wes. And he's like, what's up, bro? I go, I think he wants us to play the game. He goes, you think? I'm like, yeah, I think. And so he jumps up and stands up, and he's like, Eddies! And I stand up, and Eddies! And then he wasn't happy about that. He didn't think it was funny at all. We thought it was funny. We were joking because we just came from that kind of environment. I found myself cleaning a bathroom with a toothbrush, and as a private, I'm like, okay, I got it. We carry through. Like, there's no difference between this unit thing and that boot camp thing. But me and Wes did spend the day cleaning a bathroom with a toothbrush, literally. It was it was no fun. But then, the funny thing was that they put me in a 4-man room that had 4 men in it, right? Because they were out of space. I guess recruiting was going good. I have no idea. And so I get in there, and this guy named Slow-Mo, who was an E4, the E4 Mafia. And I'm like, I'm assigned to this room. Where am I supposed to sleep? And he goes, well, they got an extra mattress. They put it behind the wall lockers. Just at night, pull it out, and you can sleep, and then put it back. And I'm like, meh, okay. Like somebody else that might have freaked him out, a guy that's slept in buses and vans or whatever. I'm like, well, I guess that's what we're doing. So he'd pull the mattress out. So I spent the first month in the Army homeless again. In a 4-man room with no, being the 5th guy there, laying the mattress out every night, and I'd sleep on the mattress every morning. I'd fold everything up, put the mattress behind the wall locker, and they gave me the top of somebody else's wall locker to keep my stuff. So I had my 2 duffel bags and my sheets up there. And we did that for the first month until somebody left. And then I went and got my own bunk. So it was a fascinating transition.
Yeah, sounds like it. Desert Storm kicks off, man.
Yeah, so, we did the regular Army. One of the things that happened by happenstance was that I learned Vietnam equipment in AIT. I get to my unit. None of the equipment that I learned was there. But I'm pretty good. I know that a geosynchronous orbit of the satellite's at about 22,000 miles, give or take, above the atmosphere and how everything works. And you know a bunch of theory. I'm a pretty smart cat. So I'm like, all right, well, it can't be that different. This set of racks has to operate the satellite. There's slightly different equipment, but eventually there's an on-off switch. Eventually there's a thing that makes the satellite dish go left and right. Eventually there's there's a correlating buttons. It's not like they just went from LPs to CDs. Even when you did that, though, there's something that goes in something, and there's some kind of play button, so you can figure it out. It's not like not like you landed on Mars. So we retaught ourselves how to use the van, and while we were doing that, the unit, and it's one of my first lessons in leadership. We were a terrible platoon. And what I found out later on was that we weren't a terrible platoon. It was a bunch of very smart guys under bad leadership. We got a new platoon sergeant, and within 2 or 3 months, we were the best platoon. And so we weren't a bad platoon. We were a poorly led platoon. And I learned that lesson when we got the new platoon sergeant, and everything started clicking. But before he got there was stuff going on like, and I'm not disparaging the Army by any stretch of the imagination. I am disparaging bad leadership. But, we would do things like, a field problem. You would take your van and your 8-foot dish and you would drive out, and we would set up a communications link on post. And they would give you somewhere to go, like go to the intersection of whatever over here in the mountains. It was all like on the confines of the post. And they had these spots that they always went to. So go to spot 2 Bravo. And my E4 that was in charge of my van knew where that was. And it turns out this van always went to 2, so there was no land nav involved. You just always went to the same spot. And they had it down to where, you'd set up the van, set up the dish, put everything together, and then you'd get online with everybody. And then the commander would call one of his lieutenants, and there was a phone on his desk. And so one of the vans went outside of the headquarters area, our barracks, and they ran the wires through the window. And then they would know we were successful if the company commander could pick up the phone and call the lieutenant one office over, because that meant that the signal went out through whatever and came back to the lieutenant. And that was their check. They never left the office. They're like, "Sir, are you there?" "Yes, sir, I'm there." "Okay, click, index, but then they would do these jump things where you had to, because that was the purpose. You were going to go support a battalion out, and which I found later in the Gulf War, is the battalion moves. So you have to jump when the battalion headquarters jumps. So you got to be able to, not only set up, but unpack all your stuff, get it back to mobile, and then drive away to the next spot. Could be 100 miles away, and then reset up. And you had a time frame because the boss needed to make a phone call. So you were in a time crunch. And those guys were cutting corners. So we would always set up at the same place. And then what they did was you had to go, how they did jump talks was they would call jump on the radio. And then everybody was supposed to pack everything up, drive all the way back to the command headquarters, go into the staff duty, sign the logbook, get back in your truck, drive back out and set up. And then when the boss would call jump, he would give us a time, so in about an hour or whatever, I don't remember what the time was anymore, but in the pre-described period of time, which he kept track of, he would pick his phone up and call the lieutenant. If he couldn't make that phone call, that means that we didn't jump right. We didn't make it. So maybe we had to do it again, whatever it was. So the guys gamed the system. They're like, well, we're not going to be out here all day trying to make this jump in an hour. So what they did was we had a deuce and a half and a cut V. The cut V pulled the generator. The deuce and a half pulled the 8-foot dish and the generator. It was all kind of stacked in there. But there was 2 vehicles in a system. So there's 2 generators in the van, an 8-foot dish, and then the cut V was just a spare vehicle that we used to go get gas and do whatever. So when they said jump, some dudes just got in the cut V and drove down and signed the book and came back, right? Some dudes packed the 8-foot dish into a trailer, unhooked everything, but left the van and everything set up, drove back, signed the book, and came back. So at least they had a trailer with them. You know what I mean? You're faking the funk. But either way, nothing got broke down. You just drive, sign the book, and come back, hook everything back up. Boom, you're back up waiting on the boss. You're going to meet time every time, right? But you're not learning squat. So this was the kind of thing that was going on. Like our new leadership forced us to actually break down, which was the first time I did it. Turns out it's time consuming. You got to pull the fucking rods out of the ground. You got to roll all the cable back up. Like it takes a lot more than you think to pack that up, jump, go sign the book, come back and reset it up. And so at that point, I didn't know any of that crap because all I ever did was get in a cut V, drive, sign the book, come back. And they would make me do it because I was the youngest guy. And they're like, I don't feel like going. Fraser, get in a cut V, go sign the book. Whatever. So then segue into, with they upgraded all of the equipment, and the way all those old timers looked at it, because they were playing that game, they said, well, for this new equipment, somebody's going to go have to sit in hours and hours worth of class, almost redo AIT. And it ain't going to be me. Right. So all you privates, and it was all of us that just came from AIT. We were all friends. And they said, you guys go do this crap. We don't want to do this crap. And so we went to these classes for this updated equipment and learned how to do all the updated equipment. That was money in the bank because it turned out all the privates were the only guys that knew how to operate the equipment. Like the E4s, dumbasses didn't want to go to the classes, but then when it came time to troubleshoot, set up, or do anything, they were dead in the water because they had no idea how to do the stuff, which was money in the bank. It made us more valuable and a little less apt to clean a bathroom with a toothbrush because you kind of needed me to do something else, like my job, you know. And so then, the Gulf War kicked off. We had gone deployment to, in all that time I had gotten married. Terrible idea, but neither here nor there. I got married in AIT, and I liked her and she liked me and we were in love and that kind of thing. But, the Army didn't cooperate with us. And I think our first year together, we probably spent a week together. And we were both too young and none of that stuff worked out. I'm sure she views it differently. It's not my story to tell. It's her story. I don't really care. But we got back from AIT. She deployed to Bahrain and I deployed to Honduras. And I was in Honduras for, I think, 4 months, if I remember correctly. And I think before that, I'd gone to Orlando. I went to Orlando to work a shot and then came back. And then I went for 4 months to Honduras to work the other end of the same shot, actually. And so I was gone for a long time. And then on my way back from Honduras, I'm like, finally, I go home, hang out with the old lady because she was coming back at the same time. And in the airport of Honduras, looking up at the TV, Saddam Hussein invades Kuwait. I'm like, that's odd. We get on the plane, come back. They're like, we're going to war, boys. And I'm like, going to war? What are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, this is happening. We're deploying. And they packed up all of Fort Huachuca. It was fascinating. We, luckily I didn't have a lot of stuff, but we, turned over the barracks to the post, took everything we owned and put it in this warehouse, took all of our vehicles and put them in the motor pools and took the trucks out, locked everything up, completely cleared the barracks, completely cleared dining facilities, offices, all of it, which I still didn't understand to this day. Maybe it's how they did it back then. I don't know. But we cleared everything, signed hand receipts, signed it all over. Like it was like a burn the bridges kind of thing. And I was used to it from my old man. I'm like, oh, okay, we're burning the bridges. I got it. There's nowhere to come back to. You know what I mean? So, let's do this. It is what it is. At that point, I had my first car, which I was 23. No, I didn't buy my first car till after we got back from the Gulf War. So I still didn't have a car. But we packed the entire base up and signed all the buildings over and drove to L.A., which I can drive to LA because I'd go visit my daughter all the time in San Diego. From post to San Diego I could clear it in about 7 hours, 6.5, 7 hours, something like that. It took us 2 days to get to LA in these long convoys of there were like 70, 80 vehicle convoys. You just driving, mind boggling, doing the speed limit in a deuce and a half, trying to get yourself. We got to the California, Arizona border and spent the night on the ground. Like there was no tents, there was no nothing. They just picked a spot and they would jump they had like a lieutenant that would get out in front of the first convoy and go to they calculated how much gas we needed. So they'd go to a truck stop and he would sit there at the truck stop until the last truck went through. And then some other lieutenant would jump to the next gas station. So he was already up, probably almost there. And so this poor guy sat in his truck and waited for the last car to go by and then paid the bill with the government credit card. And so we just jumped from gas station to gas station and we got to this, some other lieutenant went and found a spot, and pulled us all in there. It was the back parking lot of some rodeo place. I don't know what it was. And you got there and as your serial pulled up, they said, yep, we're leaving at 6:00. And I'm like, what's the rest of that sentence? Like, here's chow and there's some showers and there's a bathroom. And they're like, no, that's the whole thing. We're leaving at 6:00. And so we didn't eat dinner. We didn't do anything. We just either sat in the truck and tried to sleep in the thing or just laid on the ground or, whatever you wanted to do. It didn't matter. We were leaving at 6 and we got there like at midnight, 1:00 in the morning. Then we just got up at 6 and drove some more. Went to gas stations, didn't get fed the whole friggin' time.
Really?
In Long Beach, they gave us some MREs. And I was like, man, Long Beach was a long, to get 500 vehicles on a boat, and you're serial number 8, so it was just an all day affair of bureaucracy that was just mind bending. But then, we got in buses, went all the way back, and then went to the airfield that's right there by Fort Huachuca and got on planes and flew out to the desert. And then we had to wait on our ships to get there. So I started the Gulf War out in Riyadh. I think we were just outside of Riyadh. There was this little National Guard thing, and there were these trailers. They were like mobile homes, like single wide mobile homes to call them, something like that. But the Saudi Arabia version of it, they were much smaller. And there was some guy out there, and he had a carpet on the ground. It was my first foray into the Arab world. There was a guy out there. He was a Bedouin. A carpet on the ground with a TV, and there was a mosque right next door to us. One of the speakers faced our camp. That was great.
Yeah, especially early in the morning.
Yeah, and then all the trailers had goats in them. So my man, in order to contain the goats, because there was no fence or anything, it was just a dirt lot, he would put all the goats in the trailers. So when we got there, there were trailers full of goat poop. And so step number 1 was to clean the crap out. Step number 2, they went into town and bought beds. And so there were these little rooms, probably the size of this carpet, you could stick. There was a set of bunk beds on these 2 walls and a set of bunk beds on these 2 walls in a room. And the room was just wide enough that the bunk beds that went this way touched both walls when we set them up. And then the bunk beds that went this way, there was about that much room between these bunk beds. And there was that middle thing. And then we all had 2 duffel bags. And we just slept there. You had your poncho that you brought with you. There was no bedding. There was no nothing. Half of the beds, we just slept on the springs. There was no, until they found mattresses. And so we did that for a while. We set up concertina wire. And it was maddening for me, my first experience of war. I'm a E3 at the time, I think it was. You got put on QRF duty. So they'd said, our platoon, you're on QRF duty. So QRF duty, all you did is when you went from your rinky-dink trailer to the GP medium, and there was cots. And however long you were on QRF duty, which was, I think we were running 12-hour shifts. So for 12 hours, you sat over there, and from that cot, you went to your towers for, I think it was 2 or 3 hour shifts. Came back. So every 3 hours, you get 3 hours in the GP medium, 3 hours on the tower. And then spliced into that was that you had to go to this table at the head of the GP medium was the supply sergeant, right? And he had a whole stack of magazines, and you went over there and you shucked, I think they gave us 10 rounds each. And so you shucked 10 rounds, counted them out, signed a hand receipt, put them back in the magazine, and when you got in line, and the line marched its way and dropped people off at towers. And at the end of 3 hours, a line came through and people exchanged, and the line got longer, and I had to walk to the end in order to come back to get, so it took a half hour to even get, eat in a half hour of my time, 3 hours to be able to sleep on the cot. And then I spent another 20 minutes shucking the 10 rounds to sign my hand receipt back over. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what is this madness?
Yeah.
What are we doing right now? You know what I mean? But that was the craziness of not having been to war in a while. And that was the start of the Gulf War for me, was lots of blaring sounds at all hours, guard duties. And then the Scud attacks started. And they had this whole system. It was a stoplight system. So then they set up hurricane sirens, like a tornado siren, set those up, and the community would complain because those would start blaring. And then a guy would get on there and he would call out the color code. So red, seek shelter, red, or I think yellow is seek shelter, and green. And we had to put mop gear on. So I think green was mop level 1. Yellow was mop level 2, seek shelter. Red was mask up, that kind of thing. And they did the color chart based on the trajectory of the Scud. And they didn't know if it had chemicals on it or not. They knew Saddam had chemical weapons. And so it forced us to get into full mop gear, which was a pain in the ass, because every time one of those got shot off, they would do the calculations and say, okay, somewhere in this area, because it's old days, old technology. Yeah. So somewhere in this swath of land, there's a high probability. It's kind of like a tornado. There's a high probability it's going to hit. And so more often than not, you would be in red. But
can you explain to our listeners what mop gear is?
Mop gear is and I don't even remember what mop stands for.
I don't either. I was actually trying to think about that as I was asking.
I'd have to look it up on my Google phone. But mop gear is basically chemical warfare stuff. So it's a big suit that has carbon and stuff embedded in it that keeps chemicals out. And it's a pair of overalls, basically. It's very heavy. It's very hot. It does not breathe. And it's designed to keep chemicals off of your skin. And so you can pretty much stand in a chemical environment. It's what it's designed to do, and the chemicals won't penetrate. And there's a whole process to it. You got these rubber boots that you got to put on. First, you got to put on there's a underwear and t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt that go on first. Then you put the mop gear on. Then there's these socks, and then you put the rubber shoes on, and the suit has to go over the rubber boots so that the chemical would run onto the rubber boots. And then you got your white cloth gloves that go on, and then you put the big giant rubber gloves off of that. Then you got to put your suit over top the gloves. And then you got to put your gas mask on. And all of this is hot as...
Yeah. So Saudi Arabia has heat that, hopefully I never go to hell, but if I had to imagine what hell's like, it's pretty much the weather in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait in the desert.
Yeah. I've been in Riyadh working at an embassy, and it's, 140 degrees out, and walking from my house to the embassy, the soles on my shoes would get gunky.
So imagine what it's like when you're in Saudi Arabia and then you hear this alarm come on, and now you have to put on a charcoal sweatsuit.
Yeah. And the first thing you start doing is sweating. And then you seek cover. Cover was a irrational thing at best, because we didn't have a lot of sandbags. Like I said, we didn't have mattresses for our beds. I mean, we were the bottom of the bottom for anything. We were just in some parking lot, and they were worried about not tearing the parking lot up. We did put guard towers up, but they weren't very tall. And there was concertina wire. We would get overrun in a fucking heartbeat if that would have been in the GWAT. Like, that would have been the first place anybody overran, would have been our little thing that we were in. But the first time we got the scud alert was red light, mop 4, people running around. You had your designated places that you went to hang out, and we had run a ring line all the way around, and each one of the places had a telephone. They were it was an actual 312, the little wind-up phone. People in today's Army wouldn't know what they are, but there's this little green tactical phone, and all it does is when you turn the thing on here, it sends a charge through the line and rings whatever phones are on that line. And somebody on the other end hears the phone doing that, and they pick it up, and the two just talk to each other. But if it's from this line to that line, then I can call an individual. Ours was a circular line, so if I turned the dial, it rang every phone in the line. And then the platoon sergeant sat at one thing, and he would generally ring the thing and pick up the phone, and then everybody at every thing would pick up their phone, and he would say, "Is everybody on? First platoon, second platoon, third platoon, yada, 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 yada." Yep. He'd go, "Okay, all clear," or whatever the instructions were. Mm-hmm. So it was that kind of affair. But the first time it went off, we didn't have that set up, because it came early. We didn't know that they were going to do that, I don't think. But they had the system set up. I don't even know if they had the alarm. They just ran around screaming, "Red, red, red." And I'm like, what is red? What are we doing right now? Mop level 4. And then somebody, one of the platoon sergeants had the brilliant idea, the quickest way to get this going is just to do the old Army gas, gas, gas. Mm-hmm. And so everybody starts trying to get the crap on. Yeah. Because, when you do that, that's like, saying there's a tornado or something. Like,
did you guys carry those NBC bags? Like all of your stuff's like stuffed in this bag?
Yeah, you carried it around. And
we were still doing that.
I think we happened to be on QRF at the time. So for me, it was easy because all my shit was under the QRF bed. There was other people who got caught like out at the bathroom or wherever, and people start freaking out and trying to close their eyes and hold their breath to get to their equipment. That's never going to work. And there is no gas, by the way. There was just a guy improvising, trying to figure out. And then there was people getting under like the trailers and doing stuff. And my brain goes back to the chemical biological training in boot camp. And I'm thinking, Scud missile lands on a single wide. Scud missile lands on that wall locker you're crawling under. You do realize that that's irrelevant, right? It's not, you might as well just sit on top of it and eat your MRE.
I remember being in the Saudi Arabian desert. Actually, no, we were in the Kuwaiti desert, and we ran into some guys from 5th Group, and this was years later in between Desert Storm and, us invading Iraq, and we had to carry our NBC bags. And I remember this 5th Group guy telling me, "Hey, you know what NBC stands for?" And it's nuclear, biological, and chemical. He's like, "Nobody cares, bro." Like, that's not going to save your life. And I remember at my young age, I'm like, yeah, man, this is stupid.
Yeah.
So I share your sentiment.
Yeah. Well, those were the rough days. And then, so the Gulf War progressed. So that was Desert Shield. And then we went to Desert Storm. And then there was some other desert after that because I stayed long after that. My marriage broke up during the war. And then, so I stayed for the third phase, whatever it was called.
I remember you told me you were driving around. You got attached to like the Saudi army or something.
Yeah. So what happened was that they, we sat at that camp until we could get all our trucks. They couldn't do anything with us without our equipment. It took however long it takes a ship to come across. I think it was like a week and a half or something like that. Once the boats started arriving, they moved us to a different camp that had enough room to put all the equipment. And so then our daily life became, getting in buses that they had rented. Like they had a little bit better organization. When we first got there, it was totally improvised. That camp that I'm describing and all that shit, that's just, hey man, here's a piece of ground, do it, right? And by the way, you got $2 and a roll of concertina wire. Make it happen. Here's some duct tape. The next camp that we went to was a little more of a camp, a little more of an entry exit point, a little more of a, the Army built it, you know what I mean? And we were going to put all our vehicles there. Life got a lot better. There was actually, they drug in actual mobile home things that I think even had air conditioner, and we got blankets and mattresses, and, it was a camp, like you would think in the GWAT. So we moved to that, and there was no mosque next to us. So that was great. And then from there, our daily activity came that every morning we'd get up and get on the buses and drive to the port. I think it was Dammam. And then as they were unloading the boats, we would put our vehicles into serials and drive the serial to the camp. And then you got 2 serials a day was everybody's tasking. And so that was kind of my job, drive a serial back, get back in the buses, go back, pick up another vehicle, drive a serial back. My day's over. And for the Saudis, there was a lot of women driving deuce and a halves that just totally freaked them out. Like it was people crashing cars on the freeway going, what is going on? There's a woman driving a truck, So there was all that crazy stuff was still going on there. The place has changed a lot because I went back, in the not too long ago in the late teens, I went back, and it was night and day from the Gulf War days when I was there in the Gulf War. Like the Matawa were walking around the street corners with bamboo sticks, beating on people that were violating Quranic stuff. When prayer time came, like the entire freeway stopped. It was kind of surreal. Like when you're driving, every single car on the freeway pulled over and people got out and started praying. All the stores closed down, like the entire city of Riyadh.
I will never forget. I think this was probably 99. We kept a contingent after Desert Storm on the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border, and I was out there with a task force. And at the time, I was a military police dude, and then Colonel Promotable Petraeus had come in to take over the region, and I was his driver. And I'll never forget, we were sitting on a tabletop, and they were training the Kuwaiti army with a U.S. Cav, I think it was 110 Cav, and they were doing like a straight force on force. And I was with Colonel Petraeus and several generals, and the call to prayer, and like, man, the war literally stopped. I mean, we're watching a full-on armor engagement, and call to prayer hits, and those tanks, LAVs, everything stopped on the Kuwaiti side, and they just get out and they do a call to prayer in the middle of a full-on force battle. I'll never forget that. You're just like, no, what am I watching? I remember the generals just being in awe as well. Like,
yeah,
man, these morons, like, it's wild.
Yeah. And it's strange. It's just how they do it. I mean, it's their culture. It's not, you can't do anything about it. I mean, it's not,
no, it's just different though, right?
Yeah,
it's a different mindset.
Yeah. Totally different. It's their culture. It's the way they do things. I mean, it's not my culture. I didn't, I didn't pull my vehicle over because I'm not Muslim. So I don't, whatever, as long as people are leaving me alone, I don't care what you do. A funny thing happened at the port. I'll do one port story and then I'll move on to the next thing. But we're all at the port waiting on our vehicles. You know what I mean? And you can't go on a boat and drive the vehicle off. That's a union guy that, it's somebody else's job. Like we just pulled up, like when we got to Long Beach, we pulled up to this area that they had for us. And then we just got out of the vehicles and took our shit and left. And then longshoremen or whatever they're called, other people got on the vehicles and they got them onto the boats and, did all this stuff. And so the same process happened in Doha. A bunch of people got on the trucks and brought them all down and set them in lines in this designated place. And I would go to the designated place and platoon sergeant would say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I would just go find, if he called out that I was 5, I'd go to vehicle number 5, get in, and we'd drive off. Pretty simple. But we're sitting there waiting for we got there early because it was take your thing back, get back on the bus and go straight back. And we'd gotten there early. They didn't have all the vehicles off the ship yet. I don't know, prayer time, lunchtime, something. So we're sitting there bored. And when I say it was at the port, it's like right at the port. Like we're at the water's edge. We're at the ship, right? Because they bring them off the ship, park them, and you leave. And so there was an empty ship slot in this port. So I went over to check it out. What's this port all about? And there was a group of guys over there, GIs, Army guys, and I thought they were fishing. And so I go over with my buddy, and we're looking down. The water's clear, like clear. You can see all the way to the bottom, and it's deep. And, it's just a straight drop, this like cement block wall that they had. And they had these big ties for the boat, and the boat would just get pushed into the wall and tied off. And then they would, had these little gang planks that they put on and stuff like that. But it was just like looking off the edge of a big swimming pool, except it was seawater. It wasn't very wavy, wasn't very choppy, but it looked deep, you know what I mean? And you could see all the way to the bottom. I could see rocks and seashells and trash and stuff. I'm like, interesting. And I walk over to the guys who are fishing. I'm like, I wonder what they're catching. Let's go check it out. We walk over there, and here's all these privates. I just got promoted to E4, and these were like E1s, young kids, you know what I mean? And they're sitting there looking in the water, talking to each other. And so we walk up, and they all get the parade rest. Old Army days, privates got the parade rest for E4 sometimes, is what it is. And I'm like, relax, man. I don't know. What are you guys fishing for? Like, nobody's talking. They're just staring at me. And I'm like, what's going on, fellas? Like, what are we catching carp? Like, you over here smoking a joint? What's going on? Like, nobody's talking to me. My buddy's like, George, he's looking over the edge. And I'm like, what? He goes, come here. And I walk over there. He goes, look. I look down, and there I can see it, man, down at the bottom of the fucking thing, way down there is an M16 sitting down there. And I'm like, ooh, man, that's terrible. Look at the privates, and I'm like, whose is that? And this kid's like, mine. I'm like, what's the plan? They're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, I can give you one hint. That's too deep to dive down to. So you might think about some rope and a hook of some sort. At any rate, I don't want to be here right now. I've had enough of this Army stuff in my life. Make sure somebody sits here and guards this weapon. Maybe somebody else go find some kind of rope and a hook, and good luck to you fellas. And we went walking off, and I'm like, fuck that. And I don't know what they were doing, sitting there, and somebody knocked his rifle off, and it was down at the bottom of the thing. Oh yeah. I'm sure they got it out. Hell, I don't know. Maybe the Army wrote it off. I have no idea what the outcome of that was. I just didn't want any part of it. And that was long before being a leader or an NCO. I would have had to have done something about it.
Yeah, that's somebody else's problem. I'm out.
Yeah, I was just freshly promoted.
Yeah, for those of you listeners out there that weren't in the military, you lose your rifle, the world stops. I don't care if you're in training. I don't know what it's like overseas, like at war. I never was around when somebody lost one, but in a training environment or like coming back, like you lose a sensitive item, which a weapon, NVGs, like the world stops.
Yeah, you're at 2:00 in the morning online with flashlights. Oh yeah, until it gets light, trying to find this thing.
Well, I think the next part, you come back from Desert Storm, and you had a chance to get out of the Army. The Army was downsizing, and I think we're going to dive into the next phase of your military career. Before that, let's take a quick break. So you're coming out of Desert Storm, the Army's downsizing, you have an opportunity to kind of walk away, which, I think when we started this journey, I don't know that your intention was to, make a career out of it. What was it that made you finally pursue your Green Beret dream?
Well, I wasn't going to make a career out of it. When the Gulf War finished, I was getting divorced. Why I was getting divorced is neither here nor there. That's two people's version of a story, and she's not here to defend herself, and I don't really care. It is what it is. It's in the past. So I get back, and I am now divorced. Again, if you will. I don't have a lot of stuff. I'm in that transition period that I find myself in. Quite a few times in life, and I'm just used to it at this point. I'm like, all right, well, what are we doing now? The Army at that point had started to drive me nuts. I mean, to me, it's very transactional in the first place. I came in for the GI Bill. I wanted to go to college. I started college when I was living in the van in the parking lot. And, it turns out that if you are broken homeless, it's hard to get loans and it's hard to afford college. And if you do a lot of drugs, it's hard to focus on studies. And so none of it was conducive to continuing college. So I did a few classes at Grossmont College, Community College.
While you were in, or
no,
before
when I lived in the van and
Okay.
that stuff, and then eventually, when I started that full-time job, time became an issue, and so, but I wanted to go back. I wanted to have a college degree. I wanted to make my own way in life somehow. So anyway, the Gulf War ends. I'm divorced. I've got a house on post. Not to make more of it than it was. I came home and what I owned was piled in the living room, kind of thing. Most of the furniture that was in the house when you were at Fort Huachuca back in those days, you could go over to the DRMO place and sign out furniture. So we did that. Like all of our furniture was just signed out from post. It was for,
I didn't even know you could do that.
yeah, like Brokey fours, I guess it was a program. But so I went over took all of that stuff back to the DRMO office. A friend of mine had, and it might not have been a DRMO office. It was an office that did stuff. And so I took all that stuff back and ended up back with my 2 duffel bags and a backpack worth of crap in the barracks, living. Since I was a member of the E4 Mafia, I got to move up in the world, and I got a single man room, which was nice. So at that time, the Army and I just weren't getting along. There was a lot of things that shaped my view of leadership later on in the day later on in life that happened during that time. A bunch of stuff, even in combat, sitting there in the regular Army every single day, like Tuesday was motor stables, and, Wednesday was inventory day, and Thursday was, whatever it was. And every day was the same thing, repeat cycle, and once a quarter you went to the range and qualified, and you had to shoot whatever the qualification table was, and then do it at night, and then you left. And it was, an all day affair to shoot a 25 meter qualification. Later in life, when I got into special forces, I realized how ludicrous, that felt ludicrous when I was doing it, but I didn't realize how ludicrous it was until I went to places where you were treated as an adult. You actually just went to the range and shot and then left. You know what I mean? Not the thing that we turned it into, a camping experience, just to literally shoot 30 rounds. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you shot some zeroing rounds. I think we got 10 rounds, 0, and 30 rounds to do the thing. And that took all day. You're like, why does it take all day to shoot 30 rounds? Like,
Yeah.
So at any rate, me and the Army weren't getting along. There was things that happened, like, you go to the motor stables every day. And to me, it was just mind numbing, and I would get in arguments with NCOs and stuff because, I started to develop a bad attitude. I wasn't with it anymore. And they were like, what are you mad about? I'm like, I'm checking the oil on this deuce and a half that I checked last Wednesday. Let me guess. The oil level is good. Okay, let's see. Oh, look, it's the same place it was last week. And they're like, why do you got to be a dick, George? And I'm like, dude, do you check the oil in your truck every single week? You probably never check the oil in your truck. You go have the oil change. That's it. Why am I up here checking the oil in this truck? He goes, because we have to have things for privates to do. I'm like, well, let's do something else, like learn how to disassemble an M16. I don't know. There's got to be something more practical that I can do in life than check the oil in this truck. And you go down to the motor pool, and I always had a rebellious streak in me. I remember the first time I came to Fort Huachuca, after the platoon sergeant yelled at me and made me clean the bathroom and stuff. Like the next day, there was nothing better to do, and so it was cleanup day. And so there's a strip of grass behind the barracks is a parking lot. There's a strip of grass. There was the parking lot, a sidewalk, and then a strip of grass. And in Arizona, there's no sprinkler system there, so it's not like green grass. It's just grass, weedy brown grass. And he's like, hey, go cut the strip. And he hands me this thing, and I don't even know what this thing is. He hands it to me, and I'm like, what is this, and how do I cut the grass? And he said, it's a sling blade. And I'm like, how does a sling blade work? And so it's this long stick with this like little U-shaped thing at the bottom that holds a blade, right? And you're supposed to swing it. And I'm like, what about a lawnmower? Like, that's how I do it at home. Like, what is this? And he's like, today's not the day, man. Just go do it. I'm like, what the hell? So I went out there, took the sling blade, went over to the fire hydrant and broke it. Came back and said, this thing doesn't work. And he's like, well, go get another one. I'm like, all right. I took it, went out to the fire hydrant and broke it and came back. I go, am I swinging this too hard? Like the blade keeps coming off. Like and he's like, all right. And then found something else for me to do. He's like, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to go swing this blade on, like, let's go get a lawnmower. You tell me there's not a lawnmower in this entire post. Like, I'll actually do the entire soccer field, right? But I'm not going to go swing this blade when you could get a damn lawnmower. Yeah. We'd go inventory the poles. And so the camouflage poles are in a locked shed in these bags.
God, I hated layouts, dude.
Yeah. There's all these bags, for those of you who've never done this, like imagine every Tuesday you go to this little shed. The shed is locked. Inside the locked shed, so you got to open this lock with a key, get the shed open, and there's all these bags that are sealed, and inside these bags is a set of poles. So now if I open this shed and look at the bag and none of the seals are broke, then I know that all the poles are in there because we put these little tie things on them, and you have to break the tie to open the bag. If the tie is not broke, that tells me the bag's never been opened. So the 6 poles that were in there when I put the tie on there are still in there. And then the door is locked. The lock is still there. This is probably good. And then that is inside a fenced-in motor pool area that's locked, which is in a larger fenced-in area that has a guard. So you got to go through the guard to get in, unlock the gate to get in our section, and then unlock the shed to get in the thing to get a bag that has a seal on it. Every Tuesday, open every bag, spread everything, count them all, fill out a piece of paper that says they're there. And I'm like, dude, let me see. I'm guessing they're all there. Okay, let's go. We count them all.
These are parts of my military service that I've tried to forget. And it's like, now that you're talking about it, I remember doing it. And it's like,
Yeah. And so this is why I wanted to get out of the Army. And what that NCO taught me is he would sit in the shade. It was hot out, but at least he would sit in the shade and just watch us work. And, there was 4 of us out there. So there's 3 of us doing the work, and I had the misfortune. He was an E6 of asking him one time. I'm like, hey, man, if you helped us, we get this done quicker. And he's like, I ain't trying to get it done quicker. I'm trying to get the lunch. Shut the fuck up in inventory. And I'm like, okay. All right. Tuck that away in my little brain is something I never want to be. Like, what a terrible leader. You know what I mean? And I remember that guy for the rest of my career. What that looks like when you talk to people like that, when you act to people like that, when you are an E6, which is, there's an E4, then there's an E5, then there's an E6. So he's in a pretty good leadership. Like his next job is platoon sergeant. To be treating people like that, and so I always took that. It's one of those lessons learned where I'm like, okay, so there's what that looks like. I don't ever want to look like that. That's terrible. So anyway, things like that were going on, and I just couldn't. The war was over, and Bill Clinton had the drawdown going, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I want out. And so I was going to fill out the paperwork, and I was thinking about it, and then I had my SF packet. And I was starting to fill that out. I had a guy that was in my ear who had gone to selection and didn't make it. And I'll forever be grateful to that guy. He was an older guy. He was a E6 or an E7 at the time. He was getting ready to retire. And he trained me. Like he would go, we'd put rucksacks on. He went and found us 2 rucksacks, and he'd take me in the Sierra Vista Mountains and just walk me until my feet fell off and teach me about land nav and take me out in the desert and show me stuff. And he motivated me. He's like, I went there and I didn't make it, so I want to make sure you could make it.
What a good human.
Yeah. And forever love that guy. He was pretty old then, so I'm not sure if he's still around, but one of those.
You remember his name? Do you want to give him a shout out?
No, I don't remember his name.
Right.
My TBI is way too much for that, but he was a Spanish guy. I do remember that. And he was a hard man. Like he would have me over to his house with him and his wife. They'd invite me to dinner, and then we'd drink tequila till 2 or 3 in the morning. And then he'd be there at 4 in the morning to go rucking. And I'd be like, and he goes, no, there is no, put your rucksack on. Let's go. Like, you got to be hard if you're going to make it, and I didn't know that tequila drinking until 3 and then starting at 4 was part of being hard training. But, he I guess taught me that there's no excuse to not do it. Like, I don't care if you throw up as you're walking, and I think he got me drunk on purpose just to do this. You know what I mean? Because we didn't drink any other night. He just did it that night and then showed up like an hour later and said, get your ruck on, let's go. And wouldn't take no for an answer. And we were out there and I was miserable. I was throwing up, I was sweating, and he drugged me through a 12-mile road march through the mountains. And at the end of it, that's exactly what he said. He goes, there is no reason, no matter how bad you feel, look what you just did. You just walked 12 miles up and over this mountain to this point. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, there's probably an easier way to learn this lesson because that really sucked. bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But anyway, so I was waffling still, but thinking about it. And what sealed the deal for me was our company commander came into my room. You know, I won't tell you what school he went to because that's disparaging, but let's just say he went to an elite school. And then he you know, came into the room and just waltzed in, no knocking, no nothing. I'm like, all right, you know, whatever. So, you know, I stood up and I'm like, sir, how you doing? He goes, pretty good. How you liking this room? I'm like, it's okay. He opens my fridge, sees the beers in there. He pulls 2 beers out, opens them, hands me one. And he's sipping his beer and he goes, you like living in the single man room? I'm like, it's not doing too bad for me, you know. And so we're having a very uncomfortable conversation. It's not like he's my friend talking to me. He's my commanding officer drinking a beer, being very awkward. And then in my mind, I'm like, okay, he's leading to something. He's asking me about this room because he's going to stick me in the eye with some, you know, straighten your ass out or you won't be in this room kind of whatever. Like, I don't know what his game is, but I can tell there's a game afoot. And so I'm being very cautious and I'm not talking too much. And then he pounded that beer. Like I was only halfway done with my beer and he had pounded his. And he's like, you know what the rules are for beers in rooms? And I'm like, no, sir, I'm not 100%. I know what the rules are, but I'm just like, I'm not biting. You know,
Yeah, it's a setup.
Yeah. I know. He's like, you're not allowed to have alcohol in rooms. And I'm like, roger that, sir. I'll make sure those are out of here. He goes, you don't ever find alcohol in these rooms again, and you're going to have an Article 15. And then he turns around and walks away, you know? And I'm like, says the man that just came into my room and drank one of my freaking beers that he's going to give me an Article 15 for violating a rule for having alcohol. What a douche. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, that's it. I'm out. I'm done. I don't even understand the people in charge of me. Like, what is going on? Like, how this even makes sense to be that way to somebody. You know, another lesson learned, don't be that way to somebody. And so I went and talked to my platoon sergeant, who was the guy that I told you was the good leader and turned us all around. Mm-hmm. And I said, I'm getting out, man. I'm filling out this Clinton paperwork. And, you know, I had both packets filled out that were sitting in my room. I go, I'm turning this thing in. He goes, dude, they closed that. Like, they got so many applications for people wanting out of the Army that they closed that program already. And I'm like, well, here's the deal, man. I will walk into the commander's office and take a shit on his desk. Like, I'm out, I'm done. Like, and he talked me down. He's like, bro, you need to relax for a minute. Like, you know, what about this SF thing you said you were going to do? Like, why are you going to throw away, you're going to go shit on his desk and yeah, you're going to go to the Army, but you know, there's a good chance you go to jail. Like, he'll figure something out. And you know, so he talked me into continuing down this path with the SF thing. He's like, don't give up on this thing. I mean, you set your mind to it. You've been training with, you know, whatever the guy's name was. You know, I see you guys out there. And so, you know, 2 good mentors in life. And I'm like, all right, screw it. Let's do it. Dropped the paperwork. Got invited to Fort Bragg, went and did SFAS. It was eye-opening. You know, I got there and, you know, here's a artsy-fartsy guy from California, anarchist, doesn't believe in people telling me what to do. You know, I'm not too far removed from that. You know, it's strange in the Army, they bring people together, and the Army is the great, you know, we all bleed red and we're all, you know, we all wear camouflage and those kind of things. And they do create unity. But, you know, when you're privates, you know, your first year or 2 in the Army, you are not too far removed from whoever you were when you came into the Army. So if you came in as a gangbanger from LA, 2 years later in the Army, you're still halfway, like your mind still works that way. Like you're now no longer, the only thing the Army's providing you is a way to change your life. So I'm going to change it for you. Like your mentality is still what it was when you were the gangbanger in LA, or you were the guy in Chicago who was a rich guy, or you're the thief in Louisiana somewhere. You know, your mind still works that way. You know, I was still the kid that lived in the trailer who was an anarchist who hated people. Like I wasn't that far removed from it, but I had an opportunity that I could take advantage of. And that's what the Army really offers. The Army itself doesn't change you. It puts you in a position to change yourself. And most of the people that wash out early as privates are guys who don't see that. And they continue, you know, I did cocaine when I came in the Army. I got clean when I was in boot camp. And then I fell into the wrong crowd and started doing cocaine again because it's only been 6 months since I did cocaine. It didn't bother me doing it then. So it's not going to bother me doing it now. Kind of thing. You know what I mean? They don't take advantage of the opportunity there. But, you know, so I was, not that it makes me more smart than anybody else. I'm just saying that I took advantage of opportunities that present themselves in life that let you make a change. But the opportunity itself will not change you. You have to change yourself. When I got to selection, my point was that I was still the guy who was not too far removed from California. Artsy fartsy. I still played my guitar. I still didn't pick up sports. You know what I mean? I didn't start weightlifting. I probably looked about like what I look like now. And I get there, and it's a bunch of, there was a lot of people in that selection class, hundreds. And they were all freaking type A animals, bigger than you. They looked like they played football, and like I looked around, I'm like, holy crap. What the hell? I bet you nobody here paints. Laughing to myself. And then, we started doing stuff, but I was in pretty good shape. My man had taken me through the mountains. I'd already done 12 milers. We walked 20 miles one time, just out to the desert and back. I ran a lot. So I was in good shape. There was a lot of stuff I didn't know. When we did the first land nav thing, I got out there and got lost, like within 40 feet of the start point. I'm like, does not compute. Had to go back to the start point and, try and figure all this out because it's just not something I had done. You know what I mean? So, I started at 0, but, all through my life, just like learning fractions to pass high school, it was like, okay, well, this can't be that hard. There's north, south, east, west. There's this map. It shows roads. There's roads on the ground. Okay. And you start out with simple pace count and you do some stuff. And so what I learned was that these behemoths of men standing there, pretty soon started quitting, and I never had the thought, and, not trying to aggrandize myself. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than anybody else. It's nothing like that. I'm just saying that in selection, quitting was never something that I even thought about. It's just a thought that not even a secondary, third, like it just never occurred to me. Like it just the next day, just like the rest of my life. You're in a trailer. Okay. I'm in a trailer, whatever. How do I take a shower? You know what I mean? And so this was just the next day. It's a bunch of guys that look like beasts, and I'm the bench sitter here. How do I get to not be the bench sitter? Turns out I got to walk these roads and routes in the time that they tell me to. Okay, well, let's do that then. And you're walking, and I remember this one day that it totally sank in for me. We pulled up to this road in somewhere on Fort Bragg, or we might have been out at Camp McCall. I don't remember where, but we get off the back of the trucks, and there's this road, and there's already a couple of trucks ahead of us, and you can see forever down this road. And it goes all the way down and comes up on the horizon. And then there's another small ridge, and then you can see a ridge after that. You can just see you're just on enough high ground that you can see for miles. And there's just a stream of guys out there walking. And so you can get on the road and start going. I'm like, I guess that's where I'm going. And start walking. And as I'm looking out there, pretty soon I see a guy turn around at the next ridge line and start coming back. And then I see another guy. And about 5 dudes quit that day. And you're watching them go back, and they're coming by you at the same clip they were going the other way. So I'm like, well, you didn't break yourself. You're still like moving pretty fast. Like, what the hell? Like, you probably should have put that energy into going that way. And it's kind of when it occurred to me that it's really in your mind. It's in your head. Like, this guy just defeated himself in his own mind, because there's nothing wrong with him. He's walking as fast uphill towards the truck as he was walking the other way. So why is he going uphill towards the truck? Because in his mind, he said, I've had enough. I don't know what that was for him in his mind. I can't speak for the guy or any of the 5 dudes that I watched quit that day. But, and I don't mean to say this in a bad way, but them quitting inspired me, because I'm like, okay, a week ago, I looked at those guys and said, I'm a piece of shit. There's no way I can do this. Why am I here? Now I'm looking at these guys saying, I'm still going. I'm still strong. They're quitting. So maybe I'm not a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Maybe I can do this. And I just kept walking and going and going and going and going. And I got selected and went on to become a Green Beret. Did all the Robin Sage training and all that stuff.
Yeah. How was the Q course for you? Like, finally, and what was that like? Up until this point in your life, you look back now, maybe you didn't look at it then. You gotten kicked in the teeth a couple times, just in general. And now you're onto this, this different thing where it's, kind of probably better suited for your personality. What was that like for you?
Well, the Q course, for one, I was happy to be around. I would say like-minded people, but that's not really what I'm searching for here. It's more of in the right environment, in the right, solve problems,
Guys that are more driven, maybe?
more driven, but we're not inventorying on Tuesday polls that I inventoried last. Like everything has a purpose. Like, let's learn something, let's do something, let's shoot guns, let's learn how to do stuff, let's learn how to infill behind enemy lines. And everything that they taught you had something to do with something that you were going to apply somewhere. There was no fluff, no muss, that kind of thing. And there was a bunch of people that were there because they wanted to be there. They went through a selection process. And so there was no fluff. There wasn't a bunch of privates that were a bunch of E4 mafia guys or whatever it was. There was a lot of that chaff got cut away because of selection. Like what you ended up with was a bunch of people that, one, wanted to be there, and two, passed a crucible to get there. The last 5 days of selection are tough, for the Green Beret thing, dragging jeeps across the sand. And for all of you that went to selection, you know what I'm talking about. But, so just being around people who wanted to be there, who wanted to be the best, was good for me and gave me some confidence that I was there. And, now we got into technical learning. I was a commo guy. And so I was in my forte in terms of learning. Like I learned how to, do a tactical satellite microwave systems van. So learning how to use an HF radio was like a piece of cake. Understanding wave theory and building antennas, like all of that was uber easy for me, having been a commo guy. The patrolling and stuff, again, I met another outstanding individual, Emilio Alvarez. He's was a CSM and the SF guys, and great guy. And he took us all aside because there was a whole group of us that were, Robin Sage was coming up, and I'm like, Emil was a great guy. And we pretty much said, dude, like, you're a Ranger, like, get us boned up on some of this stuff. So I don't, I just spent 6 months learning radios. I don't want to go below it in Robin Sage. And he would go out with us. We'd go out into the woods over by the barracks, and we'd go patrolling all night, walking wedges, walking formations. And he'd, give us his classes and do all this stuff. And so when I got to Robin Sage, I was better prepared because I didn't come from an infantry background. I didn't come from the Rangers. I didn't come from any of that stuff. And so he took the time where he could have been out drinking or partying or doing what everybody else does, and took a group of us and went out in the woods and trained us on his own. Didn't.
Yeah, for everybody out there listening, Robin Sage is kind of like the final exercise you do, like in the Q course, right?
Yeah.
To kind of graduate to go on to the next thing.
Yeah, Robin Sage is out in Pineland, and pretty much it's a mission. You go through some, final training out there where you do patrolling, and you learn the final things that it takes to be a Green Beret out in the middle of nowhere. And then the final thing is you jump in on a mission, Vietnam style, back behind enemy lines, meet the G-force, and you got to go blow up some bridges and do some stuff. And so it's the culmination where it's an actual training exercise where you apply everything you learned in the course. You jump out of a plane, you're on an ODA, you've got a mission, and there's role players everywhere, and you've got to actually go execute things and targets and stuff. And then at the end of it, you get passed and you become a Green Beret.
How was the Q course for you? Was any of it challenging?
Yeah, a lot of it was challenging. But I'm like anything, I was now in the take the challenge mode. It all made sense to me. I was no longer fighting the man because, they weren't the man anymore. This is like doing stuff that had some purpose to it.
You were in E4 back then. Was that common to see E4s in the Q course?
It wasn't terribly common. I mean, most of the people around me were NCOs. If you graduated the Q course, they made me an E5 when I graduated. But I did go in as an E4. I met all the minimum requirements. I think they just needed people back then, and so I was the bottom of the barrel that they were willing to take.
I doubt that, George, but I'll let that flash. I highly doubt that, brother. So you graduate the Q course, you automatically get pinned E5. What did it feel for you in that moment? And you maybe probably didn't even process it then, but maybe you can process it now. But what was it like for you to earn that Green Beret tab? Especially coming from where you'd come. You'd overcome a lot to been there. I mean, you probably didn't think about it in those terms back then, but if you go back and look, you're like, man, I could have given up. I could have been a drug addict. I could have, et cetera, et cetera. And it was almost like you know, your daughter being born really pushed you to do more, be more, want more. Maybe you didn't think about it then, but as I hear your story, that's kind of what I hear. But what was it like to finally earn that Green Beret tab?
Well, after I got the right uniform, I was pretty proud. It was pretty funny because 2 days before the graduation ceremony, we went up on stage, and I was wearing the uniform that I got issued in basic training, and they had changed to a different set of greens, and I got my first ass chewing of the Green Berets, and they're like, "Bro, I don't know what you got to do, but 2 days from now, when you're standing on this fucking stage, you better have the new uniform."
What uniform?
The dress greens.
I was the dress uniform.
Yeah, I was in the old one, and they were phasing out. I think they were done with phasing out, and I just hadn't.
God, we've gotten so many uniforms in the freaking Army, dude.
Yeah. But no, they did the quick. A lot of that. The thing I liked about it was a lot of it was just so nonchalant. It wasn't like parades and pageantry and stuff that I had seen myself get forced to do in the regular Army over silly things. You know what I mean? Some things were, man up type stuff. Like, back in the old days when you got promoted from E1 to E2 and you got your mosquito wings, like in our platoon, the platoon sergeant punched the wings into your chest, and then you had to walk down the gauntlet with all the platoon. They stood in a line on both sides, and everybody got a free punch at your arm, and you had to walk down through the line, and that was your stuff like that. I was like, all right, this feels about right. Not the, I go stand at somebody's retirement ceremony that I didn't know with pomp and stance and bands and listen to speeches about crap that I didn't care about. And I'm just standing there as I'm a prop, what I mean? So, like when I passed the Q course, it was pretty nonchalant. They called a whole bunch of names. You went outside because you thought you were getting fired and you were going to get on the bus and go away. And some dude walked out there and said, "You guys all made it. Go over there and get your paperwork," and then walked away. Like that was the whole thing. And everybody that was in the classroom, I don't know what they got told, but they didn't make it. The stage was a pretty quick don your Green Beret. They played the Ballad of the Green Berets. Some a little bit more polished, but it wasn't the Army band. And it was, hey man, you got a Green Beret now. You got to earn your life, kind of thing. And it, for me, I was pretty prideful. Pretty good accomplishment. Walk out wearing a Green Beret. I mean, and I'd seen it from the John Wayne movies, and it was the thing that I came in the Army in the first place to do. You could almost say that I stumbled on it by the time I actually got there.
Did you feel any like responsibility now for your compass heading? Like, man, now I've gone through all these things. I've been around these things. I've done these things I didn't want to do, been around people I didn't want, had leaders I didn't care for. But now you're kind of like, it's almost like, man, you get to walk where you point your compass. Was that like a new feeling or?
Yeah. I mean, for one, I was an E5 and I started my leadership journey. And for two, I've always tried to, I don't want to say it to like pump myself up or sound, like I'm better than anybody, but I always tried to live up to the responsibility of being a Green Beret. Like, you're not going to, let's go streaking in the quad. Those days are over. I'm a Green Beret now. People are looking at me, and if I disrespect the Green Beret by streaking in the quad or doing coke off at a stripper bar or something like that, it's a bad look. Was I perfect? No, I partied hard with everybody else. Trust me. But I felt an obligation to being a Green Beret to not, burn the bridges and do things that were unbecoming of a Green Beret. And it became the basis of some arguments that I had with people over the years, who let themselves go or, weren't up to this snuff or weren't up to that snuff. And, those were the basis of the argument. Dude, you're a Green Beret. You got to fucking earn it. Like, it's not an option, and you get, once you're on the team, it's very small, but there's this, there's always a group of guys that, I got it made, let's just ride this out. I'm a Green Beret. And I always felt that it was more that, yeah, I'm a Green Beret, but I have to earn it every day. That was my mindset.
Yeah. How'd you end up in 7th group?
Well, 7th group, when we got done with the Q course, Emilio Alvarez and myself both put in our language aptitude testing, which was 3+3+ for Spanish, and said we would like to not attend language school if at all possible and go to 7th group. And somehow that flew. You know what I mean? So we didn't go to language school because we already had a 3.3 rating, and they needed people in 7th group. And then funny story, we went up to group, me and Emil, and they said, Emil, you're going to 3rd Battalion. And they asked me, they said, do you know what battalion you're going to? And I'm going where Emil's going. They're like, okay. They signed me up. We both went to 3rd Battalion, and we sat over there in the SIGDET, which is the signal detachment. Just learning how the SIGDET works. And they said, hey, there's Ranger School slots coming up. And I said, sign me up. And they're like, well, you just got here. I'm like, yeah, but is it voluntary? And they're like, yeah, okay, I'm volunteering. I want to go. And so too many people volunteered, and they said, the SIGDET Sergeant Major said, okay, well, there's 6 of you. I got 3 slots. Let's do a PT test. Top 3 scores go. And I'm like, boom, set, let's do it. So we went out that morning to do our PT test. I'm on my way to Ranger School, and they swing by, and they're like, Sergeant Fraser. I'm like, yep, come with me. Okay. And then I didn't do the PT test. I didn't go to Ranger School. I got drug up to battalion. And I'm up there, and they're like, yeah, there's been a mistake. You're not in 3rd Battalion. You're in 1st Battalion. I'm like, well, shit, that sucks. I was just getting ready to do a PT test. I'm pretty sure I had that in the bag. I was going to go to Ranger School. They're like, yeah, that's great. Go down to 1st Battalion. And so I didn't know any better. Those are my instructions. I'm like, well, I guess I go to the SIGDET in 1st Battalion. So I went and poked around 1st Battalion and found the SIGDET and said, hi, how you doing? I'm Sergeant Fraser. I'm assigned 1st Battalion. I think I'm supposed to be here. And so that guy said, I'm Sergeant Major's like, I don't have any open slots in the SIGDET. And why would you come here anyway? Like, come on, I know a guy. And so he takes me to a company. So it would be A15 to the scuba team, and walks in there, and him and that team sergeant are friends from way back in the day. And he's like, hey, I got this new guy just came in, blah, blah, blah. He's a commo guy. And the guy's like, I need a commo guy. And he's like, hey, do you like the water? I'm like, I don't mind it. He goes, you want to be in a scuba team? I'm like, bear shit in the woods? Yeah. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm on get to go on an ODA. Hell yeah. Like, sign me up. What do I do? He goes, yeah, okay. And, they shook hands or whatever. He left me with a team sergeant. He's like, all right, man, let's go up and talk to Battalion Sergeant Major. I'll get you set up. I think I got a pre-scuba course coming up next month, yada, yada, yada. And so I'm like, boom, Ranger School to pre-scuba. Something's going to shake out. We go up to the battalion, and there's the Battalion Sergeant Major is beside himself. He starts, we both walk in the office, and the team sergeant's like, hey, Sergeant Major, blah, blah, blah. I got this guy. I got him set up. And he goes, are you fucking kidding me right now? And I'm like, I've heard that language before. And he yells a little bit and tells old boy to fucking leave. And he looks at me, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. And then the Battalion Sergeant Major is like, I've been looking for your dumb fucking ass for weeks now. Who the fuck do you think you are? And I'm like, Sergeant Fraser, I'm not understanding what's going on. He goes, yeah, you don't understand what's fucking going on because you don't follow instructions. And I'm like, Sergeant Major, I get to parade rest, and I'm like, I haven't got any instructions. I'm not sure what to do. He goes, you are my new frequency fucking manager. Your office is right next to mine. Go sit in there with the guy that's leaving and figure out what you have to fucking do and quit fucking around trying to get yourself the job that you want. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And so I go to the next office, and there's a guy who can't wait to get out of there because he gets to go back to the teams. He gave me like a 2-day handover and said, you're the frequency manager, Homelessness Dominus, and left. And then I get to spend the next year, in my first year in group was as the battalion frequency manager, a job I didn't know how to do. So,
what is that? I don't even know.
So a frequency manager, I don't know if they still use them, is the guy that issues, like when you go everywhere that you go that there's a radio, you don't just pick a frequency, it's issued to you. And so the battalion, for all, the basis of the job is that all of the people in your battalion are going to deploy to South America at different times, different jorts. Give you computers are brand new there. This is actually the first computer I ever turned on was in this office. But they give you this sheet and that says where everybody's going. And so then you look at this sheet and you say, ODA 721 is going to Honduras. And so now I need frequencies for them for satellite, HF, and whatever to communicate back. And so that's, I have to do that for every single team. Everywhere they go, I have to get them their frequencies. And so there's an application process by where you apply to a government agency that controls all this stuff because they actually own all that crap. And and so the first thing you have to do is on this first computer program I ever used, and I didn't know how to use it, was this thing that you put in all the variables, Honduras, mountain, this elevation, jungle, like all the different variables where this guy is and the variables for where he's trying to go. And it does this mathematical computation that back then with that computer, like I went to lunch and came back and it still wasn't done, but it would spit out the best 5 frequencies for making that shot. And so I would take those 5 frequencies and turn them in as the request for the frequencies for the team. That was my job. And so I got to go back to Fort Gordon to school because they sent me the frequency manager course, which is an E7 level course. I was an E5, freshly minted. And I showed up and, got treated like a doofus other than I had a Green Beret. So people kind of left me alone and did the frequency manager course, which was, it ain't easy. But here I am again, learned how to be a frequency manager. And I spent my first year in group as the frequency manager. I did deploy with 721, which turned out to be my team that I was on the whole time there while I was the frequency manager. Once I got everybody their frequencies, they were short a guy, the sergeant major, who was a grumpy SOB, did come and say, "Hey man, do you want to go down downrange?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, go report to 721. They need a commo guy."
Where'd you guys go?
That first trip, we either went to Venezuela or Honduras. I think it was Venezuela. No, we went to Honduras. We went to Honduras.
How was that?
It was good. I'd been down there before, so familiar ground. I spoke Spanish. That team, most of the people didn't speak Spanish on the team. I don't know if they were that interested in learning Spanish. Me and the team sergeant and one other guy. So in a stroke of luck, I got to teach all the classes because I was a 3-3 in Spanish and spoke Spanish. Some would view it as a too much work. I don't want to do all that. I viewed it as a awesome learning opportunity. I had to put the classes together. I had to get the students together. I had to manage the class. And the more I did, the more they let me do. And so, I ate it up. You know what I mean? I was teaching. I was in my element doing stuff.
How did the realities of being a Green Beret match your expectations of being a Green Beret?
Not to disparage the Green Berets. I love being a Green Beret. It was a great thing. But it didn't turn out to be the thing that I was looking for. Although I couldn't tell you at that time, I can tell you now, but at that time, the George that was standing there, he didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew that this wasn't it. But it was, it was good. There was ebb and flows, good days, bad days. There was no more motor stables every day. There was no more of that. It was more mission oriented, but there was just a whole other set of problems.
That was a peacetime army back then, but you guys were still going out South America. What were some of the things you guys were doing back then?
It was mostly JSOCs, just training other people's armies to do patrolling and whatever they called us in to do. I did a little bit of CQB. I was on 721, which is a CQB team. So we got 2 trips where we got to teach CQB and or taught infantry tactics, things like that. Taught demining. I learned a lot there. So we had to go to Fort Leavenworth and went to the demining course. Story of my life. Go to school and learn how to do something. And I was fully certified in demining, as was the whole team. And then we went down to Nicaragua. We were the first team into Nicaragua after the revolution stopped. And that was their biggest problem, was demining. So we went to a post. It was really weird. Everybody's running around in Castro uniforms. They didn't want to let us on post because we were Americans. They didn't know why we were there. We're like, "You invited us here." I learned a big safety lesson because once we got in there and got talking to them and got things going, we said, okay, we need some training minefields. And it's where I learned the importance of clarity when you're talking to somebody. And so I said, okay, we went and scouted some areas and we said, okay, I want some lanes here and I want a big one here and I want some stuff and some doodads or whatever. And, I worked out with their officer what our training was going to be. We were going to do individual lanes over here and teach people how to do the actual demining part. And then we were going to have a larger area. And then I wanted a big training minefield over here to do, just a patrol up to and discover it and then figure out how to clear it. Like, so they won't know where the boundaries of it are. Like, these are pretty canned. Like, there's actual yellow tape that says, here's your lane. Somewhere in this lane, there's some mines. Find them and take them out. And then this one was just a little bigger. The lanes were like 10 feet wide. So this over here, the lane was like 1 foot wide. So basically the mines, the training mines are in a straight line. Over here, they were like 10 feet wide. So you had to maneuver up 10 feet at a time to find them. Over here was like a 1 acre field. Somewhere in this 1 acre field is a 200 by 200 foot minefield. You got to find it and demine it, mark it, demine it, that kind of thing. So it was kind of the training program that we used. So, we did all these lanes, they figured it out, the poking and the digging up and disposal and all that stuff. We did the 10-foot one, went pretty good. They dug them up and, got them all. I think in the 10-foot one, we might've missed one, talked about it and stuff like that. Then we go to the big one where they're trying to find it. And they came across the first mine. And so, they put their little flags out, freeze everybody, blah, blah, blah. And the guy gets out there and he's digging it up. And then we're going to have to go from the first mine and figure out, okay, are we in the minefield? And we got to back out some and then mark, or so they got to figure the math out. Like, where is this? Like, we just found one mine and now we got to figure out where the mine is. And so we're getting ready to go through this, and the guy digs it up and pops it up and sets it on the ground. And then, he's getting ready to start. And I'm like, all right, stop. What you doing? Everybody freeze, and I call back on the radio, freeze, freeze, freeze. Everybody freeze. I'm looking down on the ground. It's a real fucking mine. And it's live. And I'm like, okay. Are you fucking kidding me right now? So I call back to the Bravo and I'm like, dude, you need to demine your way to me, mark it. Now all of a sudden he's got to do everything he learned in school. So he's like, holy shit. Like, Chinese fire drill, gas.
Yeah, right.
So
like,
we spent.
This is not a training exercise.
So we spent all fucking afternoon with the Bravo and the Charlie. Poking
where was this at? It's Honduras?
In Nicaragua.
Oh, Nicaragua.
So they spent all day from where they were at, poking and prodding to us, getting a lane. It was clear, yellow tape, did the whole 9 yards. And me and this kid walk out, get out. And then I go talk to the lieutenant. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is that? He goes, it's a training minefield. That's what you said you wanted, right? And I'm like, yeah, I said I wanted a training minefield. He goes, yeah, that's a minefield that you train in. I'm like, okay, I gotta get my shit together with clear communications. I want a training minefield with training mines. I don't want a live minefield to train on. And so we left it there. We said, all right, bro, you know where you put it in, mark it. And then when we get done with this course, that could be your first thing you bring your guys to do, is because they're going to go clear real mines anyway. So yeah, there's the first minefield you guys can practice on. So I'm lucky we didn't blow somebody up over a miscommunication.
Yeah, no doubt, man. What you told me a cool but kind of a funny typical George story. You guys were down on the border in El Paso working with DEA. Can you tell that story?
I'll tell a modified version of the story. So we used to do these things where we went to a joint task force, and they would, the battalion would go down there and we would work with the different agencies, ATF, Border Patrol, and various police organizations. So our first foray was we got into Ryder trucks, loaded up all our gear, and went to up towards San Luis Obispo, and worked with the Greater San Diego SWAT. And don't ask me to remember how it was put together, but anyway, we met them up in San Luis Obispo and worked some training there. And then we drove down to San Diego and worked with the San Diego SWAT team. And the guys up in San Luis Obispo wanted CQB, and the guys in San Diego wanted patrolling. They didn't care about CQB. They thought they were good enough. They needed to know how to move to a rural house because they seemed to be running into it more. And so they said, our tactics for going out to a rural house suck. So can you help us with that? Well, everybody's a client. They pick what they want. That's what they wanted. Okay, let's do patrolling. And they took us up to some Boy Scout camp. We sat up there and set up lanes for them and did the whole 9 yards. And so then we went back to El Paso, and the next mission we drew was to go work for the ATF. So we went to the ATF and they said, hey man, we need to set up an OP on the border right outside of one of the border towns. And then, this is early 90s. So it might've been 94, I think it was. And so, if you think about the world in 94, still wasn't cell phones. I mean, you had like the old car phones, and you had some of the old flip big giant phones. So, a cell phone was a thing, but it wasn't like your iPhone today.
Yeah.
And not everybody had one. Pagers were starting to come online, that kind of thing. Computers weren't a big deal. So, they gave us some old imagery taken from, You know, it looked like a satellite. It was blurry. It's the kind of stuff you would expect back then. And they said, there's this ranch on the border. We got these hot spots. We think they're making meth or coke, you know, and so we need to verify. And so we set an OP out on the border. It was 3 of us. And then, you know, we patrolled all the way up there and set an OP for, I think we were up there for 5-6 days, and then got relieved in place. The OP went for another week.
An OP, for all you guys out there, is a observation point. So they're setting up a like a hidden observation point where nobody can see them, and they're, you know, hidden while they're watching this target.
Yeah, think a sniper hide. Nobody knows you're there. So we set this thing up, you know, and we're right on the border. I mean, we are. I can go over, like, we patrolled up, and, you know, back then the border, it's not like the Trump wall. It wasn't that. There was to the left of us, off of the mountain, was a little barbed wire fence that had 3 poles that were knocked over, and there was some like strangly barbed wire. That was the border. And every now and then there was like a concrete monument. One side said Mexico, one side said the U.S. But there was nothing. There was no fence. There was no nothing. And a lot of that was mountainous. And we were in some heavy rock mountains off the backside of San Diego, like in that area. It doesn't matter where exactly we were. And so we weren't 100% where the border was to start with. We sent our grid back, and the boss changed it because the grid said we were in Mexico. But I'm reasonably sure, I'm 100% sure that we weren't in Mexico. But it was hard to determine even that night. You know, we actually took the time the next morning that I went and found a concrete marker, because the boss did call us on the backside and said, dude, that grid is like, I'm not sure where you guys are at. And we're like, I think we're good. Air traffic, you could watch the planes. They were flying on both sides of us, but nobody was coming over us. We thought it was 2 air corridors on both sides of the border. We're guessing. I don't fucking know. And so we went and found a concrete marker to the left of us. It was probably about 200-300 yards, and a concrete marker to the right of us. It was probably about 400 yards. And so, you know, we snuck out there, and John stood at one, and I stood at the other. And we kind of okie dokied each other and kind of eyeballed it. And then, you know, Rick Large was with us, and he kind of stood up in the hide side a little bit. Like, we were trying to be quick. It was early morning, so nobody'd see us. And you're kind of, you know, yeah, that looks like it's in the States. I mean, you know, it's not an exact science, and I don't actually know that the border is a straight line right there, but it looked good enough. So we came back, got back on the hide site, crawled back in there, and you know, we're watching this thing from the U.S. side of the border. But I can't say that I really know where we're at. So we're watching this thing, and we kept having to do like these weird drop-offs where, you know, at night I would, you know, one of us would stand to at the hide site, and 2 of us would go back to the dirt road that was way back behind us, and we would do these rolling meets where the border patrol would slow the vehicle down without stopping, and we would like flip a bag in the back, but they would keep moving, and then we would lay in the grass for a while, make sure there's nobody around, and then creep our way back. And so we were exchanging information that way. So it's old. You could have just made a cell phone call.
Yeah.
You know, but that's not the times we were in. You know what I mean? There were still payphones back then. You put a quarter in. So we're sitting there looking at this thing, and I'm like, dude, I am not seeing it. Like, I don't think this is a drug house. Like, this is a farm. And, you know, we passed messages back, and they sent us a little written thing that said, you know, the cartels buy farms and use them, and they rotate them. So it might not be anybody today, but, you know, and I'm like, I'm not jiggy with what we're looking at. You know, you asked me to come out here and tell you if that was a drug spot, and I'm pretty much telling you it's not. Like, the hot spot that you're looking at was actually a basketball court under a tree. And so it was a hot spot under a tree through a satellite image, but me standing on the ground looking at it, I can see that it's an old basketball court that probably nobody used. There was a bunch of barrels, big blue 50-gallon barrels that they said were I don't know what the appropriate word is.
Precursors, probably.
Precursors, discarded precursor materials or something like that they called it. And I'm like, I think those are water barrels for cows. And I think they just cut the tops off them, fill them with water. And I think the farmer just got a bunch of them, because I could look out where the cows were and saw blue barrels with the top cut off full of water. So I'm just making a natural assumption that my man was as sloppy as anybody else, bought a lot of 20 barrels, put 5 out over here, and just put the rest of them, stacked them over by the thing. You know what I mean? And that it's not precursors. They're just, you know, you could only buy them 20 at a time. I don't know. So at any rate, we decide, you know, into this thing that let's just go down there and look. Right. And John's like, yeah, fuck it, man. Let's just go look. And so, we climbed down the mountain, boop, go to the little dry riverbed that's there. And we went and looked in those barrels, and they were all empty. They didn't smell like anything. There was nothing there. I went and walked around the basketball court. There's nothing there. You know what I mean? Walked around a little bit. And then John, he was way more daring than I was, way more crazy than I was. He's like, dude, let's go check out the barn. I'm like, nah, dude, let's go back. I just wanted to see the barrels. As I'm talking to myself, looking at the barrels, I look back and John's almost at the barn already. I'm like, God damn it. So I go running over, we go up to the barn, like peek through the windows, look through the door. It's a barn. There's a tractor in there. There's nothing going on. He's like, let's go check out the house. I go, how about fuck you? Let's go. Let's leave. And so we left, and so there's an empty barn with hay stacked in it. There's some empty barrels that I think are water barrels. And there's a basketball court. The hoops broke. Nobody's using it. And I'm like, this is not a drug farm. We did send, some pictures. It turned out to be that guy does cross the border. They figured that out. But I don't know how nefarious it is. So the next day we went and set up a forward OP with our camera stuff because we knew that he opened the barn door every day. And from where we were at, it was, it's old timey film. We were taking literal film pictures. And then that's what we were flipping in the back of the truck was film rolls. And then they had to go back and somebody had to take them somewhere and get them developed. So we're in those times.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, let's, according to my calculations, me and John talked about it and Rick, we said the dry lake bed we think is the actual border because, the Rio Grande. So we're thinking that is the no shit border. We are up the hill from it. So let's go down and set a forward OP out down on this side of the creek bed, which we think is the actual border, and see if we can get a better shot. And so we did that. We went down there pre-dawn, set up all this camera equipment, got our best lens and got all this stuff. And, we had ghillie suits on, we put grass on, hid behind the rocks. It ended up sucking because they came out in the morning and they opened the barn doors and we took some magnificent pictures of the inside of the barn, took some magnificent pictures of the basketball court. But then there was some kids hanging around dorking off with some mules and stuff. And we just had to lay there in the grass as the sun rose and it got really hot because it's high desert out there. And you're just laying there going, oh my God, this sucks, because you can't move.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty much stuck in this forward hide site until you can, get clear enough to move and it's too open. I can't. So we ended up staying there, laying in the freaking grass next to this rock until it got dark. And then went back up the hill to the thing, got our pictures, clicked off the rest of the thing so that you can, you can't just pull a roll out, the old film, you got to finish the roll. So it goes back into the thing. So we clicked off the rest of the pictures, got the rolls, did the dead drop. And they were amazed by the pictures. They're like, these are the best ppictures I've ever seen. What kind of lens are you using? But they were still not convinced. I think one more team came in there and then they dumped it. But it was, it's one of those things where, John, what he said that night was like, we're Green Berets, man. Let's go look. What are we doing here? Like, I'm like, I don't know. It sounds right.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You're an E7. I'm an E5. Yeah, who am I?
Oh, that's funny. Spent 7 years in 7th Group, and then you volunteered for something even more selective, a special missions unit. What drove that decision, or how did that kind of come on your radar? Because we're still it's still pre-war.
Pre-war. I just wanted to change, as in all decisions in my life. It came to the same decision that I sat for high school, the same decision I sat for the plumber, the same decision where I sat in the Army, where I said, this is, I got senior enough to where, I'd worked my way all the way up to 18 Fox on the team. And so, to take the next step made being in group the rest of my life. So when it came to that kind of decision time, it was okay when I was still a junior Echo and a senior Echo, and, your career is malleable still. Once they send you to SWIC, you're kind of locked in, and you start aging out of the system for going to selections and things like that. So it was like in that sweet spot where I just kind of said, I don't know that this is what I want to do, is to move off of the team and into the ether that is the Green Beret world, not on a team.
Training, etc.
B team sergeant major and all that kind of stuff. It's just, I liked being on a team, but I'm like, my future at this point, I could come back as a team sergeant and then your clock starts and then you're off. And so, that was a hard decision because it also meant, if I went to some selection and went to some other unit, I went back to the bottom of the pile and got back on as a new guy on a team. So I was pretty much tanking my career. So at that point, you know, I was pretty senior. I was an E7. I was an 18 Fox. You know, Bob's your uncle. You go do a SWIC tour. You come back. You know, next thing you know, you're a team sergeant. You know, when you get done with your team sergeant time, that is the magic hook to put in for sergeant major. And so I'm on track to be a sergeant major in, you know, X amount of years. You know, call it 4 to 6, somewhere in there. But to do this is to go backwards completely, like start completely over. And so it was kind of a hard decision, but you know, it was one of those things where I said, you know, I just, you know, those decisions, as hard as they are, always seem to just make themselves for me. I just pick a path and go. And I said,
did you know anybody who had gone over there, or like, I mean, you know, cause I would imagine there wasn't a lot known about the unit back then.
There wasn't. I knew a couple people, and they said, you know, the only thing that they told me was, you'll like it. And I've always followed their advice. It was, you know, I'm not going to tell you anything other than you'll like it, you know, and that's what they told me. They said, it's well worth it. You'll like it. And I said, okay, that's enough. You know, and they were Green Berets. So I took that to heart, and, you know, I went for it. And I did. I think when I got promoted to sergeant major, I was probably the senior E8 in the Army, because I had backed my career up by some 10 years or something like that. But it was worth it because I got to spend, you know, another 10 years on a team, which I wouldn't otherwise have gotten to do. You know, I had, you know, I knew SWIC was in my future. I was going to get off a team and then come back as a team sergeant. You know, you probably had to do the B team thing first, and then slot you in a team. And then you get your team sergeant time. You get your 2 years and you're done. That's the end of team time.
I know we've really kind of worked over the last couple of months, kind of craft the next portion of the interview. You took an oath, and, you know, you're big on that, and I definitely respect that about you. So, you know, I think we've tried to design some questions that, you know, I'll talk around about the things that you're comfortable with, and leave out the things that you're not. I know, you know, I'll say it for the audience, you know, you've done a lot, and you're a very humble person. And I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions about, you know, your time as we go into this next portion. And I'll just tell you guys up front, this won't be the normal interview, or, you know, like you've seen all over YouTube, where George gives all these deep, dark secrets into this world. But George spent a lot of time in leadership positions over there. And George, to me personally, has given me actually some personal, you know, leadership, you know, mentorship. And it's something that I really want to focus on, because you led it, you know, at every, you know, echelon of, you know, in this organization and the larger organization. So it's going to be really, you know, fun to dive into some, you know, leadership lessons and things like that, while still, you know, maintaining, you know, how you want to be remembered, and stay true to that. So kind of some of the first questions I have is, you know, you described, you know, the special missions unit's magic sauce as, you know, individual responsibility. You know, how is that different from traditional military leadership?
Traditional military leadership, you know, and I'd have a lot of mentorship sessions with people in the regular Army. But, you know, if you think about going to a firing range in the 82nd, you know, you've got a couple problems that you got to get over. One is that you've got a bunch of 18-year-old, 19-year-old privates with rifles. And so, you know, safety is a concern, and how do I manage that many people and be safe? You know, the answer is through training. But, you know, maybe there's not time. I don't know what it is. And I disagree vehemently with some of the stuff. Like, you know, what you do is you do that whole process of running a range, you know, ready on the right, ready on the left. You know, you rod people on and off to make sure there's no round in their gun, and all the things that you do. When I got to this next phase of my life, it turns out you just ride up to the range, you shoot what you got to shoot, you pick up your brass, and you leave. And that's it. There's nothing more to it. And I, you know, shot far more in a range than I ever imagined shooting in my life. And it was all predicated on individual responsibility and training. And that is, I am responsible for myself, and I am responsible for my gun, and I am trained to use it. And I would look over there and I would say, you know, here's the problem that you have with the, you know, rodding people on range and all that kind of stuff. It's the same problem I had when I went to the Gulf War. You know, I was that guy sitting in a guard tower with 10 rounds that I signed a hand receipt for. And so am I ready for war? The answer is no. But, you know, I was going to fake it until you make it. You know, what was going to happen? I don't know. I'm going to fire my 10 rounds and then, you know, work it from there. Let's see what's next. And, those would have been terrible times in the GWAT era, but, individual responsibility to be accountable for yourself, be accountable for training, be accountable to know the things that you're supposed to know and perform to standard. And to do otherwise is to be fired, and to have to work at it every day. And so also individual responsibility means that it's a lot of work on the individual, because nobody's going to come stay up on it for you. You have to, if you have to be good at PT and long walks, then the only way to do that is to be in shape. And the only way to be in shape is to, do it, and so it's hard to get all the 18-year-old privates on their own to get up and work out if that's not the culture you have. The culture that I had when I was a private was everything was on a clock. We came out and saluted the flag going up, and then we did PT, and then we came back, had a formation after PT to tell us that we were going to go take a shower, which I already knew. Took a shower, came back for a formation to say we were going to go to chow, which I already knew. We'd go to chow, come back and have a formation to march up to the motor pool, which I already knew we were going to do. And I know where the motor pool is. So, why do I need all these formations to tell me the same thing I've done every Tuesday for the last year that I've been here? Like, why not just tell me to be at the motor pool at 8 o'clock and let me go? Why not just say do PT? And that is because a large portion of the people would not do PT and would not be at the motor pool on time. So your way to solve it is through rules, which I found the better organization is to solve it through culture. The culture of individual responsibility, of being responsible for the thing you have to do to standard, and to have the fear of being the guy who can't do it. Being that guy is, to me when I worked there was a terrifying thought. To be last was just, unacceptable. But that's individual responsibility. That's me saying it, not you saying it to me. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's individual responsibility. And so it's not, the same guy that you're rodding on and off the range is carrying a gun into Walmart, and he's not killing anybody. So why are you riding him on and off the range? Like, why not just train him how to use his gun? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you go obviously to selection, you get assessed and selected, and you get in that organization. And it's still pre 9/11. I know you and I talk about, and I talk about this with most of my guests come on. Where were you, or what was going on 9/11 for you?
That morning I was driving up to do my next assignment. And I got up and I was going to leave. I don't remember what time I was going to leave, maybe 7 o'clock, something like that. I'd gotten up at 5. I went and worked out. It was still at my house, and I usually turn TV on, but this day I didn't. I went and worked out, ran the neighborhood, got some breakfast. It was packing my bags. I was getting ready to leave.
You guys were headed on like a training exercise or something, right?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. And so I ended up getting. I was going to leave at whatever. Say I was going to leave at 7. Everything worked out to where I was done at 6:30, kind of thing. And so I'm like, well, I don't want to get there early, so let me just kill some time. I turn the TV on. When I turn the TV on, there's the World Trade Center on fire. I'm like, oh shit, what's this? So I sit down and watched it play out on TV, and I said, man, I should probably go to work. Like I'm not really sure. Those are uncharted waters. Mm-hmm. So I got in my truck, put all my stuff in my truck in case they just said go to do the thing you're going to do, and I drove to post, and I was going down Chicken Road, and the 82nd was already setting up. There was two, I think there might have been a Bradley fighting vehicle and a Humvee, probably about a squad's worth of guys. They had the top guns were up, and then as I drove past them, I looked in my rearview mirror, and they were pulling concertina wire across the road. Post is closed, and that was the rest of the day trying to figure out, with everybody else, what do we do with the rest of our day? What's going on?
Exactly. Like the whole rest of the world was trying to figure that out. What, did anything click in your mind, early on, like, hey man, especially, where you were working, hey, this is going to be different.
What kind of clicked in my mind was, up to that point, generally speaking, not 100%. I mean, I didn't join the Army initially out of a sense of patriotism, the flag, and, I'm going to do something bigger than myself and all that stuff people tell you. I was a homeless guy who was just getting clean and wanted to change his life. So it's transactional, The Green Berets was more of a, I want to be something better than I am. So that's closer to patriotism than the transactional nature of how I came in the military. When 9/11 happened, the patriotism dump truck backed up in my yard and dumped a load. I was like, we got to do something about this. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going to happen. But probably like the rest of America, I was all in. It was God's guns and bullets, and let's go figure this thing out.
Did the tone change in the office?
Yeah, because it rapidly became, not 100% sure what exactly we're going to do, but we are going to go shoot somebody. And like I said, I've said before, I found myself in a position to do something about it. And so I was happy to be there, and I did. Let's go. What are we doing? But I think like everybody, there was that transition period where, it was a big event. It's kind of like the bombing of Pearl Harbor. What do you do next? You're going to war, but
what does that look like?
You're not ready. Like, it's not jump on, like, go to where, who do we bomb? What are we doing? Who's going? A lot of questions. So I do remember there being a transition period of a little bit where people were trying to, from the Pentagon on down, the presidency, everybody trying to sort out what are we doing?
Mm-hmm. I know you guys didn't go straight over anywhere. So did training take on kind of this new meaning? Again, you've trained, you're coming from special forces. You're a little more seasoned. Now you're in this new unit. Everybody takes their job serious anyway, but they're still kind of like this but now it's real, right? Like now, like we don't know what's going to happen, but we know we're about to do something. And not that you guys didn't take training, real before, but was there like this new vigor, at least for you personally?
The thing that I found was that the individual responsibility and the desire to win, the desire to be the best, all that stuff translated very well, because what actually changed was nothing. We just kept training and got ready, and we're ready, and this is my job, and I'm going to go do it. And it wasn't like if you're on a 1 year recall or a 6 month recall, the difference is training. If you're on a 6 month recall, you can afford not to have zeroed rifles. Who cares? I got 6 months before I go somewhere. Somebody tells me I'm going somewhere, I'm like, all right, well, let's plan out to get our rifles zeroed. Let's get our, if you're on a 1 year deployment, like say somebody says that when I call you, you've got a year to get ready. You might not even have a weapon because I got a year, no matter what happens. If I call you and say, okay, from here forward, you've got 2 hours to get ready. Well, you're going to be in a different state. Your rifle's actually going to be zero. Hell, it's probably loaded, sitting in a box somewhere. So it's the difference in training and how you train and what you're ready to do. And I was just in a place that was, ready to go at a moment's notice. So, it didn't change, how things were done or anything like that. In the back of my mind was, we're going to war. I had the Gulf War under my belt. I kind of knew what that felt like. I kind of knew what that looked like. Although that was larger tank battles following people, and I was only a commo guy. I never shot my rifle or any of that stuff. But there's still the fears that you have in war, and seeing, death and destruction and bombing and all that stuff, and all the other stuff that goes along with being at war. Everybody thinks, war is shooting all day. It's not. It's all kinds of, long periods of sitting around doing nothing. And how do you deal with yourself and your own mind and your family being back home and all the other stuff that goes with it. So I don't think, and I was happy to be in a place where the decision to go to war, or knowing that you were going to go to war, if I had been in my first unit, the entire world would have changed. Because those are people who are wholly unprepared to do the thing they were getting ready to be asked to do. If I was in the Green Berets, the world would have semi-changed. You know what I mean? Where I was at, nothing changed. We're ready to go. Let's go. Where, the question was, where are we going? So, that was the difference, I think.
What was the turnaround from, that happening to you're finally going on your first rotation?
I didn't go to Afghanistan until 2002. I think it might have been the spring. I don't remember exactly.
So that was your first actual, trip to war. The war was still newer. It was new actually. What was that first trip like, being, at the tip of the spear? And I think there is this, there's this idea that you hit the ground and it's 24/7, and I think you just hit it. Like, it's not like that. There's a lot of sitting around for, you might get busy for a couple hours, but there's a lot of preparation, a lot of planning. And I remember you talking about it. I think if I remember right, your first trip, you guys were at Bagram. There wasn't even like concertina wire set up for the airfield. Can you walk me through a little bit of those early days of the war?
Yeah, the early days of the war, completely different than the latter days. There wasn't, latter days of the war, you flew into generally a prepared base. When we were there, there was maybe 3 strands of concertina wire. It wasn't even concertina, it was barbed wire in some places. Minefields that the Russians left just everywhere. Like, that was one of the biggest operations going on at Bagram, was just demining the place. There was some Polish soldier that got his leg blown off because he was running on Disney Highway, and there was a grader going through there. And so as the grader goes, it piles the dirt up on one side. And whatever, they can't catch all the mines, I know from my demining days. And there was a mine in the thing, and he jumped up on the thing to go around the vehicle to keep running. And when he did, he stepped on a mine. And so, it was interesting times. There was none of the chews for you people that didn't go over there. A chews like a small college. College. It's like a half of a mobile home trailer, like a little bedroom, and you get the little bathrooms and stuff. There was none of that. We all stayed in GP mediums. Filled sandbags. There was demining operations, so there was explosions going on 24/7 when there was all kinds of different ways that they were doing it. I'd sit out there and watch them. They were out there with tractors and bulldozers, and eventually they got this thing that had chains on the front, and they just started bringing stuff in, trying to figure out how to you couldn't bring 1,000 people into Bagram because you had to demine it. So the whole time I was there, that was probably the biggest, not for us, but for the post, the biggest thing going on was just to clear the massive amount of Russian minefields that were laying around there. It was dirty, drinking bottled water. It was all porta potties that were not serviced as much as you would like. That was very reminiscent, and when we were in Saudi Arabia, it was all burn barrels. I did a lot of burn time. We did get porticos, and there was a stick there, and you get the stick and knock the turds over because they would stack up almost to the rim, and if you sat down, it would probably touch your butt, so you had to like push all that stuff over because they didn't have trusted sources to come in and service those things enough. They were hot and sweaty and smelly. Everything was dusty and dirty. It was all moon dirt. Taking a shower, which you couldn't take that many showers anyway, there wasn't enough water, was almost a waste of time. So that was kind of the environment. There was nothing nice about it, but it reminded me a lot of the first Gulf War. First Gulf War, once we got rolling into, I went into Kuwait all the way to Kuwait City, but once we got out onto the battlefield, I don't think I took a shower for like 30 days. Splash some water on my nuts, wipe your butt a little bit, but wasn't like there was a place to shower.
Yeah.
We found some fresh water when we got into Kuwait City, and there was some concern we were at, and there was actually a bathroom that had a toilet and a sink, and the sink actually had running water, and I'm like, guys, check me out. I went and ran a hose, and I made the same contraption that I had at the restaurant at my dad's place, and we all took a shower.
I never knew that would come, how handy that would come in.
So that's what Bagram was like. It was hot, it was dusty, it was dirty, it was a lot of demining going on.
Was there a lot of work for you guys to do early on?
No, it wasn't a lot of work. We did not a ton of targets. We went out on targets. There was a lot of. I do remember being over there. I thought it was funny the what is that little Army newspaper?
Army Times.
The Army Times, the little one, the Stars and Stripes.
Oh yeah.
Stars and Stripes put out an article when the first. I don't remember what unit it was. They took over, Bagram. Like, I am now the Bagram commander. And all of this SF, grow your beard, don't wear your hat, don't salute, put your hands in your pocket crap's over. Like, let's get online, boys. We're in the Army. And so, we would always get, hassled by people because now it was a new sheriff in town. And so, you're out running and they're like, where's your gun? I'm doing PT. What do I need a gun for? It's a rule. You have to have your gun on you at all times. You're like, oh, and that's where that part of the war started, because I remember what it was like before it. Where's your hat? Where's your, all those kind of,
Yeah.
those are all reminiscent of the Saudi Arabia days.
The reason why you left, man. Yeah. I remember about a couple other guests talking about, you're at Bagram Air Force Base or whatever, and you're getting pulled over by the MPs and given speeding tickets, and you're like, dude.
Yeah, they did all that stuff, Disney Highway, and it was interesting. It's just, it's the natural progress of, good order and discipline. I won't argue that is it. It just doesn't always make sense, and sometimes it's, I was at a concern somewhere where you had to wear a PT belt to go to the PX and to the gym. For whatever reason, I don't know. Let's just say that didn't make sense, but it's not my decision to make. I didn't have a PT belt. I hadn't had one in years, but I wanted to go to the gym. So I went to the PX to buy a PT belt so that I could go to the gym. And when I got there was an MP out front, and he said, you can't come in here. And I'm like, why not? He goes, because you don't have a PT belt. I'm like, funny enough, I'm here to buy a PT belt so that I can go into the PX and to the gym. He goes, yeah, but you can't come in because you don't have a PT belt. Go borrow one. When you think about the absurdity of this conversation taking place, I'm like, yeah, I'm literally, you can go with me. I'm going to go grab a PT belt right now, go to that counter and pay for it, and then put it on. And then I'll be in compliance with this rule, right? And you're going to need to borrow one to go buy one to put it on. That's just the rules. And I'm like, dude, really? Is that where you're at in life? Like, you feel free to arrest me if I come out of here without a PT belt. I'm telling you, the only reason I'm at this PX is to buy a PT belt so that I can go over to the gym. I'm actually going to the gym. But I can't get to the gym unless I buy a PT belt, which requires me to come into this store. Deadpan look. Can't come in the store without a PT belt. And I'm like, oh, it's those kind of absurdities that always made me, they didn't happen everywhere. They weren't with everybody, but sometimes people were, you're just like, especially when a private's doing it. When I became a senior NCO and some guys can't let you in here without a D. I'm like, bro, that it harkens me back to boot camp, blue,
Yeah.
blue,
Yeah.
I got it. I was the private, calling out the challenge and password, and I wasn't opening this door unless you said red. That private was no different, and I recognized him, and I knew that, I would always just say, okay, I got it, man. I'm not going to argue with you. Hey, can you get your supervisor out here? Let me talk to him.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean no good to yell at the private. He's me standing at the door saying blue.
Yeah.
Not going to open it. And we take all our barracks down to the thing and back up because the guy just wanted to come in and sign a thing. And I'm at fault because he didn't call out the challenge password. So I'm not going to do that to this kid. So I was always like, yeah, man, good on you, bro. You were doing your job. Go get you. Other people would yell at him, and tell him how absurd he was. And to me, it was like, I know where you come from, bro. Just go get me your supervisor.
So you come back from that trip, and obviously, that's the first deployment you had with that organization. How different was it from like your initial trip to Saudi Arabia, as a big army?
It was all business. It was all professional. It was all, make the best of a bad situation but it was all problem solving. Like, I'm living in a GP medium. Okay, well, all I got's a cot. Well, how do I make my cot better? Put a sheet of plywood on it. Where do I get plywood? Go over here, cut it. Like, everybody there was like, I would say like beavers. You ever seen a beaver? What a beaver hates? The sound of running water. They build their dam and they float around in their little lake and they hear running water, and all the beavers go to the dam. They're just like OCD. Where is the running water? Because my dam's getting ready to collapse. And they all just get to it. They start chopping sticks until the sound of running water goes away. It's kind of like that. It's like, like little beavers trying to fix a dam. It's like, I don't lay in my cot and wallow and go, it sucks to lay in this cot. I say, how can I make this cot better? I can't change the fact that it's a cot. That's not going to happen. But it turns out if you cut a piece of plywood out the size of the cot, put it on top of it, and put some zip ties on it, it's a much firmer bed. You know what I mean? And so that was the difference, is that we spent all our days when we had nothing to do trying to improve our foxhole, make life better, trying to figure out how to, make systems that we had to use on the helicopters better, or how do I make this more lethal? How do I, what's my tactic for countering this or countering that? It was just like little beavers trying to fix a dam, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you come back from that trip, and how long is it before you reset and you guys start punching out again?
Early on, it was us trading off with some other group. So I don't think that I went back. I came back from Afghanistan, if my memory serves me correct, and I have a pretty severe case of TBI, and it's always coming in and out. But I'm pretty sure, don't hold me to it, that from my Afghanistan rotation, my next rotation was the Iraq invasion, if I've got my dates right. So we came back, and that was going to kick off, because you remember that came pretty quick once everybody went into Afghanistan. And so we got tapped for that, and so our focus turned to training for what that mission set was.
Sure. I mean, you've got 6 years in war. We're obviously not going to cover that in any way, shape, or form. But what are some of kind of your earlier, rememberings, I guess, as a newer assaulter in the unit, and before you started taking leadership positions? Is there anything that really sticks out in your mind, or things that you kind of just remember from that point?
Well, the first thing I'll say is I don't have 6 years at war. I have
6 years, in
almost 6 years in zones, but some of it was as a senior enlisted advisor, some of it was this, that, some of it was the operations sergeant major. You're forward deployed. You could say 6 years time forward deployed, like actually shooting at people, physically shooting at people. I couldn't put a number of days on that, but it's not 6 years. So just shy of 6 years deploying forward in a zone that was considered a combat zone.
Sure.
So I'll go with that. And then what was the question you just asked me?
Well, I mean, just what are some of your earlier, memories that you can remember from those times, especially early on in Iraq? I know you guys were part of the initial invasion, and I don't know if there's anything that you kind of remember that's kind of vivid, sight, sound, smells, whatever.
No, I mean, it was war. It was good to be with a bunch of guys who were dialed in. Everything was, winging it out there. I've been in a lot of firefights. I've, shot a lot of people, all those kind of things that normal war stories that happen. There were some weird moments where you start interacting with normal units that are, I think we were at the end of the invasion. It's one of those things where we had been just out in the desert for a long time, kind of like in the Saudi thing. I think we found fresh water enough to wash ourselves like once. Everybody was, it's not like you're going to shave every day. And we weren't, it's not like the old days when I was in basic training, we actually had the double helmet with the steel liner, and you actually put canteen water in it and shaved out in the field. Yeah. We didn't do any of that stuff. But then when you kind of folded you kind of got into the ether of the regular people who were doing that, they looked at you like you were some kind of abomination. Your clothes are old and dirty, and it's one of those things. It's kind of like, I would never. You're judging somebody for the situation they're in without asking them how they got in that situation. I'm not shaved because I just drove in from the desert that I've been out in for a long time. I would love to shower and shave and brush my teeth and look spiffy for you. Is there a place I can do that?
Yeah.
Or you can just yell at me, take your poison. I learned a lot in terms of leadership from some fantastic guys. Got to watch a lot of guys in action, either to my left and right, or people that were leading. I got to see a bunch of heroic stuff. I got to, learn from the best, how to be calm, cool, and collective in a situation that seems dire. And I've been in situations and watched other people deal with same situations, and then found myself in situations where you're, try not to cuss a lot in your program. So as I search for a word, but, situations where you're fucked, and there's no good move. And the two good moves that there are seem to be the ones that are going to get you killed. And so you pick one and do it. And you're rolling, just sit where you're at. You're going to get killed. If I do one of these two things, I'm probably going to get killed, but at least I'm doing something. But to watch and learn from people, because I was a very junior guy when all that was going on, served me well later on in life when I got into leadership positions, to watch some outstanding people do some outstanding stuff, and what it meant to conquer fear. Not to be fearless, because I don't know that anybody, maybe they would, I don't know. I don't sit and do these things all the time. Maybe somebody tell you I was never afraid. I'm not one that subscribes to that. I think I've said before, if you If you don't have any fear, you're probably a psychopath, or I'm sure there's some clinical diagnosis for that, because it's wholly untrue. All at your baseline, if you break things down into ones and O's in your body, it's the fight or flight reflex, which is creosote, or the countering, it's a chemical reaction in your body that goes all the way back to the caveman days, and dinosaur pops out. I'm going to get eaten. Instantly my creosote levels and my adrenaline levels, everything pumps up, and I am in flight or fight or flight mode. And then there's a very fast decision in my brain that says I can kill this thing that's trying to kill me, or holy crap, that's a dinosaur, I got to go. And that's the flight thing. And so either way, whether you attack it or run, it's the same feeling in your body. Some people describe it as fear, but I think when you break it down to ones and O's, that's what it is. It's the sudden jolt of, and you have to learn to calm yourself and deal with it. The fear part, I think, is before that happens, when you get to actually think about, all right, I'm going to get off of this helicopter and go over to that building and somebody's going to be shooting at me. Like when that's going on, that's what I would call fear, and which is just the fear of the unknown. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's next. You can start waxing philosophically about your family and thinking about your kids. And so, I made it it's just the way my brain works. I always called myself a soulless bastard. And that's, when I got off the helicopter, everything went away. I didn't have a family. I didn't have kids. And, just me and this rifle. And I'm going to go over there and do whatever it is that's going to happen. And then my entire objective is to get back on this helicopter. After I'm back on the helicopter flying away, then I can say, I wonder what the kids are doing. Right. But I can't think about them when I'm over in the middle of a firefight, because it adds to the, that's what creates fear, I think, to start thinking about things like that. So you got to, it's how you control it. For me, which is turn everything off, just be the guy doing the thing. Doesn't give me, it's not a superpower. It's not what everybody does. I'm not the burning bush. I have no idea what other people did. So, it's a long way of saying, yes, there is fear, but I think fear is actually the thing that happens before the game, before you go out onto the field, before the concert, before the whatever, when you get time to think about what I'm getting ready to do. That's fear. Before you jump out of an airplane for a skydive, like before you do it and you're thinking about it, that's fear. When you're actually doing it, that's a chemical reaction. It's called fight or flight, and can you get yourself to fight instead of flight? You know what I mean? When the natural reaction is to say, that's a dinosaur, it's going to eat me, I need to run. But if you're in a combat, it doesn't really matter. Fight is the only option. So how do you control that adrenaline and do the thing you're supposed to be doing? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, the unit is super well known to have some of the best training in the world. I mean, we've had people that have come in here and talked about either working with the unit or being around them. And I saw that during my time as well. Do you think that high level of training really creates that muscle memory so that when you go into that situation, you're kind of just, you're doing the thing that you're training? Because I the old adage I've heard is that, you don't rise to the occasion, you rise to the level of your training. And I think that's, I'm sure there's many reasons of why the unit is so good at what it does, but one of the main reasons is just training. It's,
training's everything. And I've always said to every military organization I've ever talked to, you train as you fight, because you're damn sure going to fight as you trained, right? If you were the guy that left all your equipment, got in the Humvee and drove to the battalion headquarters and signed up and then came back and parked and didn't do anything, you didn't jump. Well, you just trained yourself to not be able to jump. And then when in combat it happens, like you're screwed, because you train as you fight, because you will damn sure fight as you train. And so I think it's an important thing, and I think we did outstanding at it. But training is everything. I think that applies to law enforcement, firefighters. Why do you think firefighters train in burning buildings? They're big giant walls of flames, because I've done targets in those where they turn it on and you're like, ooh, what's going on here? But they got the little things all the way around the walls that create fire. And you're trying to put you in as realistic a situation as I could put you in, so that it doesn't seem that far off when you're in the situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Police are the same way. Police should always do realistic training that puts you in a fight or flight mode, in a decision-making mode where you have to make a split-second decision. Because if you mess it up, it doesn't matter, you're in training. I kind of want you to mess it up in training and learn from it, or get better in training. Either way, I still get something out of it. Because if you mess it up in combat, you're screwed. Combat's one of the few places where you could do everything to the letter, absolutely right, by the book, and end up dead. You know what I mean? So why add to your woes and not know what you're doing?
Yeah. JSOC's known to have like this crazy amount of money for training. I mean, what are some of like, you know, I know you and I have talked, and I've talked with other people as well. I mean, you know, there's not as much red tape over there. So, you know, you can get away with doing things maybe that you wouldn't be able to do in like a bigger army. What are some of the things that you got to do training wise? I mean, not to reveal TTPs or anything, but just that were just wild that you would have never been able to do, like, you know, in either a regular army or even in the real world.
Well, just doing urban training in actual cities and hitting buildings in an actual natural setting, you know, in and out kind of thing. But, you know, all of that is based on trust and the ability of the people to do it, and people trusting you. You know, the authorization to do it is probably there for me as well as any other organization. The difference is they trust me to do it because they know my training and they know I'm not going to mess it up. Where that organization over there, the command guy that has to sign off on this is saying, I don't know if I trust you to do this thing that you're asking me to do, right? So why don't you take that out onto the training range in the middle of Fort Bragg where there's nothing. So training is everything, but trust is a big thing. And we built up a lot of trust because we go out and do things right and don't mess them up. And it allows people to trust you to do it. So I've always found that, you know, it's like the rules of engagement. People say, your rules of engagement are different than mine. No, mine are exactly like yours. They're actually the same ones. There's only one set of rule engagement. And they're issued by that guy over there, right? He gave you the same set he gave me. The difference is that you're adding on to yours, making sure that you're not going to mess up yours. And you're like, half of the stuff you're doing is not even in the rules of engagement. You know, I'm pushing to the edge of what I'm allowed to do. And I know where the line is and I stop, you know, but I have the same rules of engagement as you have. But I've heard that a million times over the years where, well, you have a different set of rules of engagement. No, I got the same law of land warfare. I got the same rules of engagement. What do you think is going on here? You know what I mean? So yeah, it turns out training, trust, knowing what to do. You're the one giving me 10 rounds and making me sign for it and putting me in a tower. I'm actually supposed to have a basic load and a plan and sectors of fire and a whole bunch of other things. But I wasn't. I was a private with 10 rounds that I signed for up in a tower with no plan. Like I had no frickin' idea if somebody walked up there what I was supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a great point. The unit was also known to have like relentless, you know, after action reviews where everybody gets, I don't want to say held accountable, but you know, if there's mistakes are made, like none of those are swept underneath the table. Do you feel that that also helps, you know, attribute to building the team and to holding people accountable?
Well, I think in any business, you know, when you talk about, you know, whether you can sell Coca-Cola, you come up with the new Coke formula, right? Goes out on the market and everybody says, this tastes like Pepsi. Why would I buy it? You know, you got to go back to the boardroom and go, okay, whose idea was this? And why did we make this decision? You know, you can't just sweep it under the rug and say, well, you know, my bad, let's not do that again. Because you want to make sure, you know, what you're looking for is who made the decision to make new Coke? Why does it taste like Pepsi? And why did we decide to put it out there, right? So we don't take that process and apply it to some other thing that we're going to do. It's the reason for talking about the things that didn't go well. And you know, we didn't do it any differently than anybody else did. You know, that's the same reason why, you know, in a police shooting, there's such a review. They do put the guy on paid administrative leave while it's being done, but a review is done, you know, and you don't sweep it under the carpet, and the review is brutal. You know, and I'm sure that the guy, I've never been a policeman, but I'm sure that the guy that's under review is not happy about being under review. And if it was a clean shoot and he did it right, it's going to come out good. And it's just a process you got to go through, and it sucks. But it gives confidence to those around you outside of the force, outside of the police department, that, you know, I understand that a review was done and the review said that this guy did a clean shoot and it was all good. And people walk away and call it a day. They don't keep, you know, protesting and all this kind of stuff. You know, there are some people, conspiracy theories or whatever. So, you know, it's not, you know, there's not everything that you hear about is unique to that place. It's every place that wants to be professional and wants to be better has to review things they do wrong and why it is we did them wrong so that we don't do them wrong again. And what you're looking for is not the thing that you did wrong. Like, you know, we put out new flavored Coke and it bombed. What I'm looking for is what was the decision-making process to put out a product that tasted like Pepsi? Like, how did we get here? that we put it out, yeah, clearly the thing that we would come up with was we shouldn't have done that. Yeah, what does that fix? What department started this thing in the first place, and who approved it? Where did the idea originate? Who came up into the office one day and said, "Hey, I got this idea. I'm thinking about making this new flavor. It might taste a little more like Pepsi, so we can compete with them." And the guy said, "Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it." Like way back there is where you need to start figuring out how these decisions got made, so that you can understand how not to make the decisions again, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And I think that's, that was something that was very unique for my, small portion of time that I spent looking behind that, that curtain, if you will. Is just the attention to detail at all levels, right? Like how that machine runs so efficiently, because everybody within the machine, there's just this expectation, versus my time in the big army, which wasn't a lot there either, but it's different, to your point, where there was a lot of time wasted on things that didn't matter, versus, focusing on the things that matter, whether it's logistics, whether it's, prosecuting targets, the intelligence and the way that the intelligence apparatus works. Everything was just so extremely efficient.
Well, there was a quick example. There was a discussion I had when we were in one of the bases we were at. We had infantry guys that did the security for the base. And, we would, call it throwing them a bone, call it whatever you were, professionalizing. But, we'd get the platoons together. If you were the off-cycle platoon, you weren't up on the wall or whatever. I remember what it was like back in the day, where my entire job was to get 10 rounds and go on the wall. It was, if we did that for 6 months, it was terrible. You know what I mean? So we would take them to our range and shoot with them. And the first thing you get is, well, we don't have rounds for that. Don't worry about it, man. I got you covered. Just bring your guns. Be out here tomorrow at 7. And, I'd lug a bunch of ammo over there. And for them, it was like Christmas came. You know what I mean? I get to shoot my gun, and I get some instruction. We teach people and, kind of help them out, let them have a fun day. But, more importantly, anything, make them more lethal. And what I found was that these guys had just started using the I think it was the ACOGs. I don't think they had aim points. Might have been ACOGs. Anyway, they had a removable sight on the rifle. And when they shot, I'm like anybody, I'm not going to rod you on and off the range, but we have to have some kind of semblance of, okay, what am I dealing with here? So I'd bring everybody on the range. I'd give them a big brief. I'd say, listen, man, this is not your unit. We're not going to rod you on and off the range. As you can see, there's no road guards. There's no paddles. It's not ready on the right. It's not ready on the left. We're just going to go up here and shoot, right? Don't shoot yourselves. Don't shoot your buddy. Like, make sure your gun's unloaded. I'm not going to check that your gun's unloaded. Squad leaders, if you want to check that your guys' guns are unloaded, that's you, right? But hey, how about you guys? Individual responsibility. Make sure your own gun is unloaded, right? Give them some rules for the range. Then we go up and we shot 25 meters just to check zeros, so I don't have people winging rounds out into the ether. And it turns out half of the platoon, or what I think we did by squad, so half of the squad was not zeroed correctly, or a couple of guys had no zero at all. They were just shooting rounds out there. And I'm like, what are we doing here, man? And like the one guy was shooting in his aim. I think he had an aim 1, or it might have been an ACOG. But I said, dude, what are you shooting at? He goes, well, my thing won't turn on. I go, so why are you shooting? Well, because you guys said to shoot the target. I'm like, yeah, bro, first lesson in life. You got to be able to aim, I mean, if we're in combat, sure, throw some rounds that way. But we're not in combat. Like, why don't you raise your hand and say, my sight doesn't work? Why doesn't your sight work? I think my battery's dead. Great, I got some batteries. Turns out that's a pretty easy fix, bro. No, don't just shoot rounds without a sight. What are we doing here? And I get the squad leader over there, and I'm like, hey, man, like, these interactions that you need to have with people. Like, this is how you talk to people. We pulled the battery out. He just had it in backwards. It wasn't dead. Put it back in. And then the guys that weren't zeroed, I go, why is all your guys' zeros wacky? And they're like, everybody was quiet. The squad leader finally said, okay, here's the deal, man. We have the old Army M16 racks, the green ones, and they have the little green thing that comes down and goes over the carrying handles, and then you lock it. They had the same things in their little arms room. But when they put their ACOGs on, they couldn't get the arm down to lock it, right? So what they did was they took all the ACOGs off and put them in a bucket and then locked the rifles. And then the next day they'd pull them all out. Sometimes they get the same one, sometimes not. Put them on the rifles. And then I said, dude, you're in combat, man. like, moral courage. It takes a little courage sometime. Like, you need to go talk to somebody and say, what the F, right? I'll give you two simple solutions standing right here, right, that you could have done. Because what you're doing is you're taking these 18-year-old kids here and you're putting their life at peril. Because the only way to stop somebody from shooting at you is to kill them. Because they're already decided they're going to kill you. That's why they're shooting at you, right? You're not going to wave a flag. You're not going to, hey man, stop shooting at me. Like, none of that's going to happen. The only way that in combat it's going to work is you have to kill them, period. And the only way to kill them, to start with, is to have your rifle zeroed. And so, these two squad leaders are looking at me and they're feeling bad. I'm trying not to make them feeling bad, but I am mad because there's some 18-year-olds here that have an unzeroed weapon in a combat zone who are up on the tower. For God's sake, what the hell are we doing here? So I said, let me give you two quick solutions right now. Like, you got to learn how to problem solve, bro. One, if the determination is that you have to lock that thing, get a short piece of chain, bring it down as far as it'll go, put the chain on both sides with locks, and now you can't get the arm back up. You can't get any of the rifles out, right? Boom. Number two, don't take the sights off. Don't lock the rifles. Put a guard on it. You got 50 people here. There's 2 fire guard. Put a guard on the rifles. The rifles are guarded 24 hours a day. It probably meets the same requirements as locking them in that stupid cage of yours. It's a temporary thing. It only happens here in combat, and everybody has a zeroed rifle. There's 2 usable solutions. Why don't you go to your boss and make one of those happen? Meanwhile, let's get these rifles zeroed. You know what I mean? And the next set of squads that came in, they had the same problems, and I gave those 2 squad leaders the same talk. And then I had their lieutenant come over to me later and talk to me, and I said, hey man, I'm not trying to get in your business or be a douche or anything. I said, but the problem you're trying to solve is not have 18-year-olds on the battlefield with unzeroed weapons, right? How you solve that, I don't really care, right? I'm giving you some quick solutions. You can come up with one. You guys do whatever you want to do. But the truth is that 24 hours a day, every single day that these guys are in combat, their rifles should be functional and zeroed. That's the standard. How do you meet it? You're the lieutenant. Go figure it out, kind of deal.
Yeah. Well, that kind of brings me to a good question too. Over your time in the Special Missions Unit, you served in multiple roles, from an operator to an instructor to, a CSM. How does your leadership philosophy evolve?
The higher you go, the bigger decisions you have to make, for one. And it evolved basically, to tell you the truth, by learning, by effing it up, by doing things and going, wow, that didn't work. How do I do it better next time? I can't one-off it and say that, I tried to do this thing and this guy ended up, hitting the wall anyway, and you're like, well, he was going to hit the wall anyway, no matter what I said. And so it's not my fault. I never looked at it that way. I always said I had something to do with him hitting the wall. What did I do wrong? What could I have done different? Was it the words I used? Was it the tone I used? Was it tried to learn from myself every time, which evolves your leadership. And 2, I always took real life lessons, like the E6 sitting in the shade telling me to do the things, or the captain in my room drinking my beer and then yelling at me for having beer. There's a ton of real life lessons that I have that I won't say on the podcast, because I don't like being disparaging to the Army or to people. Those were just some easy examples. But I take all that in and I apply it. I watch what bad looks like. I watch what no good looks like. And I say, okay, how do I make sure that I'm not doing that? And I think the largest thing that changed my leadership, because it evolved over time, was to, and I teach this to people when I teach leadership, as I always say, the first thing to eliminate in a problem, especially a leadership problem, the very first thing I eliminate is myself. What is my contribution to this problem? If it's nothing, great, move on and start your solution making. But if I'm 50% of the problem and I don't take that into account, it doesn't matter what I do to solve the problem. My 50% will always keep the problem there. There's nothing, that's not going to change. It is what it is. Because every time I solve it, as soon as I walk away from it, my 50% that's my fault will start immediately happening again. So that was one of the main things that changed, was me to look at myself and say, what am I doing wrong? What can I correct about myself? And make sure that I covered that. That doesn't mean that I did something wrong every time or that the answer is going to be, but I asked that question every time. And if I had a part in it, then I would do something about it. And it's what, when I teach leadership these days, in my current work, The example I use is, you got an employee that's been late to work 50 times, and you're like, what do I do about this guy? He's been late to work 50 times. Like, give me some counseling strategies for helping this guy stop being late to work. And people are always surprised, and that's a fictitious example, I'll grant you. But people are surprised when you give me that kind of example, when the first thing out of my mouth is not how to fix the guy. My first thing out of the mouth is, that's your fault. Like, we have to fix you first. Because you taught the guy that he could be late 50 times, obviously, because he's been late 50 times. Now you're mad about it, right? What you taught him was probably in the beginning that I just need a good excuse and he's not going to yell at me. If it's 50 times, I would say over a period of time, he probably figured out that all I need is an excuse. Doesn't have to be good anymore. And he doesn't say anything. And then towards the end of it, it's going to be that he doesn't really care if I'm on time. So I'm not going to be on time, right? So the problem is actually you. You should have nipped that in the bud the first time he was late. And the second time you should have applied consequences so that the third time didn't happen, right? So the problem isn't, the guy being late is a problem, but we need to set that aside for a minute and say that the actual problem that we need to solve is you. You're letting the guy be late.
You set the standard that was okay.
Yeah. And so, that kind of philosophy evolved in me.
What was the leadership mentor pipeline in the unit? Was it different? I mean, was there this era where they would cultivate leadership? I mean, what did that look like? Because you were in a unit where there's already a lot of very senior and mature folks there to begin with, and they're obviously solving very unique problem sets. That's why it's a unique unit to begin with. So what was the leadership culture like?
I think it was good. I think that the main teaching mechanism was to, watch other people be outstanding and learn from it. And then the expectation, like, leadership held you to a standard, but not like holding me to the standard of being a PT by making me do a formation before PT. That's not what it was. It was more, hey, we're going to go on a 20-mile run today. Let's go. Yeah, be the guy that doesn't pass the 20-mile run, right? Then we're going to start talking about why you can't do this. But they're not going to sit there and run with me every day to make sure that I can do this, because that's an individual responsibility. My responsibility that at any time somebody says, let's go do something stupid, but I don't mean stupid. I just mean like stupid hard. I'm expected to do it, period. And it's not going to be done. And so you're teaching individual responsibility by holding people accountable. And then, you do your spot checks every now and then. Yep, let's go run. We're going to do 12 miles this morning. That's not a normal thing. People don't do that, but they might say, okay, or we're going to go do some physical whatever. And see what it feels like to be the guy that fails. Where in other places that I've been, being the guy that fails is not a big deal. You're like, you get it next time. It's okay. Yeah, no. And there, the guy that would feel the worst is the guy that didn't pass. Like, just half of mine to just go fire myself. You know what I mean? And so you're creating a culture. And so that's what it was. I don't know if there was there was never a formal pipeline. It's not like an internal school of any sort like that, like you're thinking. It's just more of watching good leaders be good leaders and learning from them, and know that one day I'm going to have to do it, and then just stepping up to the plate. But it just comes natural because you're ingrained with individual responsibilities, and it's my responsibility to be a good leader. So let me check out how some other guys are doing it, because I know that the next leadership stage is coming, and I start preparing for it.
How long were you in the organization before you took an actual leadership position? Even it's just like a first line supervisor, because I know.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking through my years. So probably 6 years, maybe.
Wow.
5.5, something like that.
When you finally get your first leadership assignment, do you feel the responsibility because of where you're at? I mean, leadership's leadership. It's always important, but I mean, it's just different. The stakes are different, I would think.
Yeah, I think because it's, there is no different than any other place. Once you get into the leadership roles, it's like being a team sergeant or becoming 18 Fox, the 2IC of a team, or any of those positions. Once the Army puts you into a leadership position, they start your clock. You're now on this, before that, you're just in the mix. You're sloshing around, whatever, squad leader this, squad leader that, do a little this, a little that. But once you start official leadership positions, kind of like in the Army, the platoon sergeant, the first sergeant, all of that, there's a clock started. You're the first sergeant for X amount of time, and then you are obligated to move to the Sergeant Major Academy and be the Ops Sergeant Major, and then you're obligated to do the Command Sergeant Major time, Command Sergeant Major to the battalion. Then a clock starts, and like every 2 years, you get another job that's going to prepare you for the next job, and then you start the next job. And so, I felt the responsibility because there it's no different. Your clock starts. You're no longer just a guy on a team shooting a gun. Now once you're in a leadership role, just like any other unit in the Army, a clock starts that says at the end of this time, this job is done. That any leadership position is a finite position. It's not like you get to be CEO for 10 years. You're platoon sergeant. Yep. You get 2 years and then you're out. Next guy. Cause it's you got a hierarchy of leadership to maintain. And it's a pyramid.
As the GWAT was really starting to turn, was there a high turnover? I mean, in the unit, you guys had injuries and obviously, people coming and going for all kinds of different reasons. Did that kind of change the leadership clock? I mean, I know that unit probably stays shorthanded because of.
No, not really. It doesn't change it in the Army either.
No.
It's just all those positions have to be manned. Even if you're in the Lakeland Police Department, needs a police chief.
Yeah.
Right? Needs a head of this and a head of that. Just because you're short people, you still need the head of whatever. Like that's probably the leadership positions are probably the last ones that they don't man. And it's probably no different in any organization. Fire chief, you got to have one. Battalion chief, got to have one. So you're not going to leave it unmanned. You might bump somebody who's not quite ready or maybe earlier than he would be. But you're certainly not going to man it or going to not man it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Before we deep dive all across your leadership experience, there's a couple other things I wanted to ask you about. You earned 6 Bronze Stars for Valor and 4 Purple Hearts. Obviously without going into operational details, what did those moments teach you about courage and teamwork?
I'm going to say that they didn't teach me anything different than any other night on the battlefield. I just happened to get an award for that night, for whichever night it was. It's not, learning is an everyday thing if you're paying attention. When you're in combat, and sometimes, it's kind of a luck of the draw thing. I've been in very large firefights where I've not fired my gun the whole time just because I wasn't in a position to fire my gun. And it's not like just because everybody's shooting, I just start shooting at rocks. That's not how life works. And there's been other stretches where like every single night I'm shooting somebody, or, I've gone through entire basic loads just because I was in the right place at the right time. And so I always viewed those things as kind of that, because I never, I've done plenty of things, just somebody decided that was an award worthy thing. But to me, it was no different than any other night. I'm out there doing my job, getting my thing going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's the typical humble response I would expect from you, George. I figured I'd ask it anyway. Tell us about a time when individual responsibility, because that's something that you talked about initially too. Tell us about a time when individual responsibility in the unit made the difference between success and failure, if you can remember.
Well, that's almost every day. Individual responsibilities for different things, because there's things happening. There's people being put in positions where they have to make a decision, and if you're in the I hate to use the term regular Army, but let's just use the regular Army terms, and you're at some place that needs a big decision made, and you're not the guy that's supposed to make that decision. There's a lag there, and there's either a lack of ability to make the decision, or you're saying, I can't make this decision. I think what I've seen there is that people are willing to make the decision, and generally are making the right decision. I mean, every now and then you might say, well, why the hell did you choose to do that one? But individual responsibility puts you in a position where you're willing to make that decision. I've seen guys make a decision that, under proper circumstances and everything the way it's supposed to be, a command sergeant major is supposed to make that decision. But we're in a time crunch, we're in an emergency, we're in a hard situation, and a non-decision is not going to work out. So individual responsibility. I know this decision needs to be made. I know that I'm the guy sitting here who can make the decision. So let's go. Here's what we're going to do. An example of that was I went to a place that, I'm not trying to aggrandize myself or anything, but I went to a place where a car bomb had gone off, and they had executed their EAP, and it was a terrible EAP. You end up with more people got injured executing the EAP than from the car bomb. The car bomb injured 0 people. There was a guy with a major laceration to his arm, and another guy broke his ankle.
An EAP is the emergency action plan you normally initiate after something
emergency action plan. So there was a group of people in a place. Somebody set a car bomb outside. Loud explosion. They were in a small thing, and so everybody went, got jazz hands and just started running around. So when we got there, I'm driving down the road, and there's inside their compound, there's a road, and there's these little Jersey barrier things, like the short ones, and there's a line of 10 people on each side defending the road. And so I get in there and I said, hey man, who's in charge of this little, like whatever this is, like these people? And they're like, well, there's nobody in charge of these. This is part of our emergency action plan. Like, we just defend the road. And I'm like, all right, not for nothing. Just grab the nearest guy. I said, not for nothing, but if she shoots, she's going to shoot him. And if he shoots, he's going to shoot you. And if you shoot, you're going to shoot that guy, because you guys are all facing each other with guns, right? So, like, if you really want to defend this road, how about 2 guys up at that end aiming that way, and 2 guys up at this end aiming that way? But all the way down the road, facing into the road, is what we call in the business a Polish ambush. Just is. Went about my day, and that guy was like looking around. He had actually never even thought about that. Those guys, if something would have happened, and I don't know what would have happened, because you couldn't have got on this road, but just say something went down the road and spooked him, a dog or something, and somebody shot, they would have been shooting into each other. You know what I mean? And so, is it my responsibility to fix that? No, I'm not in charge, but you know what? I'm going to fix it, because those are humans, and they're Americans, and they're doing something really stupid, and then you go into the place, and, you get okay, what are we doing? What's going on? Here to help out. They're Chinese fire drill, shred, burn, sink the boat. We're leaving. I'm like, hey man, shh, relax. There's nothing going on. Like, it's all done. Somebody blew off a car bomb. We're all done. Everybody, like, what are we doing? What's the plan? And they're like, well, we got injured. And I'm like, oh, what's the injury? And the guy that got the cut was, his thing was he had to go to the roof and man a position. He ran up a stairwell and one of those old metal doors with the glass kind of things, and it turns out the door was locked. So he starts beating on the door. He can't get the door open, and then he decides, in a critical moment of thinking, that he's just going to punch the glass out and open it from the outside. And so he punches the glass out, which lacerates his arm pretty severely. I mean, that guy needs some stitches. And the whole time, what was really going on was that my man, in his excitement, for one, I don't think he'd ever been to that roof, even though that was his assignment. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Because what he was doing was fighting with an outward opening door, trying to open it inwards. So the door wasn't locked. It just didn't pull that way. If he'd just pulled it towards you, it would open. But he was trying to get it to go the other way, and it wouldn't. And he beat on it, and he kicked on it, and he broke the window and tried to reach out for a latch that didn't exist. It was an inward opening door. So, that's one of those things where, I can't fix that one. But I did tell them, hey, man, you guys should probably rehearse your EAP. Like, I'm fairly sure, I'm just guessing, you can, this is where the after action review comes in, where you ask that guy, what happened? It's going to be embarrassing to say, I cut my arm open trying to break a window to get out of a door that I was trying to open the wrong way. But it has to be said, right? It does, so that people can learn from it, because somebody else somewhere else has a wrong way opening door that they're going to try and get through. Yep. And so that's part of why you say things in AARs, and they hurt to say, I screwed that up, man. I should have done that. I'm an idiot, but I want everybody to learn from me being an idiot. And I told them, this is why you rehearse your EAP. Kids do it for fire drills at schools. It's not a big deal. They pull the fire alarm. All the kids get in the classroom. They walk outside so they know where to go. So if an elementary school can do a fire drill, why can't you guys practice an EAP?
That's a great point.
So that's an example of making decisions. So these people that I was talking to, I don't know that I had any business saying these kinds of things to those people, because they were stratospherically levels above me, but they needed to be said. And I'm cool and collected about it. I'm not saying that I'm any better than anybody else. I was just being practical and passing on some information because, at its core, I got a bunch of humans down there facing each other in a Polish ambush, and it's a terrible thing.
Yeah. You spent nearly 6 years in combat zones, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, to name a few. How did you maintain your humanity while doing an inhuman job?
Well, that's a hard one to answer. I kind of always knew it was there because, when you go into houses, I made sure I did things like if I saw a boy crying, I would crack a chem light and give it to him. If I saw a woman shivering, I'd go find a blanket, bring it to her, and put it around her. Small things like that, where you're caring. Maybe the woman that I put the blanket on would just assume crack a bomb off and kill me. But I can't ignore the fact that she's crying and cold and I can see her shivering. So let me go get a blanket. So I always tried to, when it was time to be the soulless bastard and shoot you in the face, I did that. But when it was all done, I tried to look around and go, okay, what's going on here? And I didn't pass up the opportunity to do the right thing in small things. So I can't do big things and go put a well in for the village. I ain't got time for that. But giving a woman who's shivering a blanket is a human thing to do, and it gives you that little bit of a human touch. See a kid crying, give him a chem light, hey, how's it going, buddy? Sorry about your dad. Here, kind of thing. So it's kind of difficult. But I think in not letting small moments pass by to do the right thing always kind of kept me in line. And then on other days when it wasn't the humdrum of combat, just trying to do things, that were good, like, helping GIs zero their rifle, or, talking to people, or, doing just things, good things, for people, whatever they were. Even if I was helping out somebody within the organization, hey, my bunk's broke. Well, let's go get some wood, man. Let's fix it. Help the guy do that. I think that all develops, humanity and because it all ties back to being a good person, if that makes sense.
That makes great sense. I think it's sometimes people can forget those touch points, and that can lead to a darkness, man, that can take your soul if you're not careful.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say I've seen a ton of people do that, but I've seen humanity lost, and it's not a cool thing. And it's, and I don't know what those people think later in life, whether they care or don't care. I don't know. I just cared about myself. And I would try to pass good vibes on to other people if I could, good mentorship, good talk. Some people just spit in your face and go, yeah, you're an idiot. And I go, yeah, got it. I'm an idiot. Great. At least I tried. You know what I mean?
You told a funny story. I don't know how funny it was. My wife and I thought it was pretty funny, but you got shot and then ended up getting in a hospital. You snuck your way out of the hospital. And we thought it was a story that was worth telling on the podcast. Will you walk us through kind of like what happened, you getting shot, and then like what happened at the hospital?
Yeah. So we
use
were
the hospital as like a loose term.
Yeah. We were on a target, and it was a guy dressed like a woman, and had an AK under his dress, and opened up. All of us shot him and killed him, but he got me and the guy I was standing next to. He shot me through the trap, came out my back, and then the other guy got shot like in the side or something like that. So we ended up in the hospital. It's one of the few times that I've been injured on a battlefield where there was no coming back from that. Was
this Iraq or Afghanistan?
Iraq. There's a lot of nerves in the back of your neck, turns out, and that shit hurts. A lot of, the way the entry and the exit was, there was a lot of panic in the disco about whether there was any spinal injuries. I could feel my head and my toes, and I wasn't too worried about it. Bleeding quite a bit, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I ended up in the hospital. The whole hospital experience was surreal. They ended up giving us morphine and fentanyl lollipops for the pain for both of us when we were fucked up, like medevac fucked up. And on the battlefield, that stuff wasn't kicking in, and I was still trying to get in the fight, screaming and yelling about stuff, get the machine gun out and all, and I'd trying to call on the radio, and the round hit me right here and actually went through my kit, hit my camelback, broke it, hit my radio cords, broke both of them, and then popped out back here. So I'm calling to nobody on the radio. My radio doesn't work. You know what I mean? So I'm wasting my time. People are like, dude, why don't you relax? And it's my old kit that I told you I made. And they went to cut that shit off, and I started arguing with people. I'm like, no, don't cut my damn kit off. Just pull the, and I couldn't lift my arm. I'm like, just pull this tab right here. It'll come off. So, they found it fascinating that I was arguing with them about cutting my kit off on the battlefield. So I get to the hospital, and I'm soup. This medicine starts kicking in, and I just go wandering off the helicopter. They're running out there, and they get my buddy in the stretcher, and I'm already up at the front desk. And she's like, what's going on? I go, I think I have an appointment to see the doctor. She's like, what? I got an appointment. I think I need to see a medic. And they're like, what's wrong? I go, I got shot. I'm like, I'm bleeding a little bit. She goes, where'd you get shot? I go, wherever I was right before I came here. I'm stoned as fucking as a kite.
All the fentanyl and the lollipops kicked in.
And so they get some, they get my buddy in there, and they get me in there, and they finally get me in a gurney, and they're like, all right, crazy man, lay down. And so we do some, examinations, all that stuff started kicking in. It gives you cotton mouth like nobody's business, and nobody there will give me a drink of water. Just will not. Treatment for this, treatment for that, looking at my stuff. I got to go into surgery, blah, blah, blah. And I finally talked some nurse into wetting a gauze thing and sticking it in my mouth with a pair of forceps. I'm like, lady, I need some moisture on my tongue. Like there's a desert in my mouth. I don't know, I don't know why it's happening, but I can't deal with this. Like this is worse than whatever's going on back here. So they ended up swapping my mouth out. And so anyway, I went into surgery, and, they were, I'm high as a kite. I vaguely remember all this. They give me the stuff, and there's, they asked me a whole bunch of questions about why you're here and all this kind of crap. I probably gave shitty answers because, by then I'm just fucking, cottonmouth high as a fucking kite. I might as well be on Kensington Village Avenue. You know what I mean? On Kensington Avenue. And so then they give me the stuff, and I count back from 5, and then, I'm laying in there, and I'm kind of waking up from this surgery, and it's like the Pink Floyd movie, where they get the little rounded white faces that are walking, across the thing when We Don't Need No Education, I think is the song that's playing. Yeah. I can't remember, but there's these white faces, and one of those faces is in front of me, and I can't figure out what's going on, as I'm sitting there, and the face is like right here, and it's like jiggling, and I can almost feel the wind in my face, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm in a Pink Floyd movie right now, and there's this white thing in front of me. It's shaking, and then, slowly it's like the room is starting to come into focus, and like the room's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the mask suddenly turns into the orderly's face, with my hands around his neck, and the reason he's shaking is because I'm choking him to death. So I don't know how we got to that point. Yeah. So I let the guy go, and he flops onto the ground,
My bad, dude.
My bad. And I start trying to come to, and I'm like, I still don't know what that's about. Like, how do I end up with last thing I remember, I was on the battlefield shooting somebody, and now I'm choking some guy, and I'm in this room, and I don't know where it is or where I'm at, or, and it slowly comes back to me. You start, okay, I'm in the hospital. Then in surgery, they put me out. That's a nurse. I just choked him out. That's a shitty move. I don't.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, my bad. So he stands up, and I said, "Dude, what was happening?" And I have this whole thing. It goes back to, I should probably preface this with saying that, way back in childhood, one of the things that used to happen to me was, they had there was the wild, uncontrolled beatings, but there was also the ceremonial shit, where, you put your pants down and you touched your toes, and we slapped the belt and made a ceremony out of it. And you got to know how many lashings you were going to get. And if you put your hands back there, you got more. And we went to town, and there's a couple of times where I put my hands back there and you could read Hecho in Mexico in my hands kind of deal, those kind of beatings. But my mom used to make me put my face out, and she would slap me. And so I don't like people touching my face. It bothers me.
So when you kind of came to and that guy's in your face, it kind of snapped you back. And I think it's
that's the origins of it, is that he was trying to wake me up, and he was in my face talking to me, and he was touching me. And my wife knows, like, if she reaches over and touches me in the car, like, I'll snap. So she always brings food. And she's like, George, I'm feeding you food. and eat it. So anyway, I choked the guy out. And so I said, hey man, don't, like, this is a no-go zone, like right around here, so kind of thing. And, I apologized. And, so then, I had the neck surgery. I don't know how deep you want to go in this story, but, I had two exploratory surgeries, and I came out of that surgery, and that guy was like, he was the same guy, and he was standing far away, almost with a stick, going, hey, hey, Mr. Fraser, waking me up. And at that time when I woke up, I'm laying on the little improvised hospital bed thing, and I look over, and there's three of the biggest jokesters that there are in the unit, and that have played, me and them have played some just hilarious jokes on people. But I see the three of them standing over there, and they've got a shit-eating grin on their face, and I'm like, all right, either my entire Johnson is painted red, or I'm wearing blackface, or they've painted my toenails. Like, I've seen that grin before. Like, I'm screwed. And so, I kind of, as I'm coming to, I see them. So, I kind of look at my fingernails. I look at my toenails, and I'm coming to. And then the guy gets a little closer. He's like, are you okay? And I'm like, hey. And I turn around, I pull my butt cheeks out, and I go, dude, is there a bullseye on my ass? And he's like, what? I goes, is there a bullseye on my ass? And these guys start laughing. He goes, I don't understand the question. I go, it's not a fucking hard question. Look at my ass. And I pull my ass cheeks apart. I'm like, is there a bullseye drawn on my fucking ass? That's the question I asked. Is there or not? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. How fucking hard was that, man? Like, what about my, I pull my thing up. Like, is my Johnson painted? And these guys are just rolling because they didn't actually do anything. They were just watching me flail about, waking up. They thought it was funny. And then we laid in the hospital ward, and it was a improvised MASH unit, and they were closing it. The wing we were in, lucky me, that's just how life works, was getting closed. So every day something new got taken away. We probably spent about 3 or 4 days there. They came and told us we were getting medevac, and I told them we weren't. I said, the command has something else arranged. We're going to do some other deal. Talk my way out of getting medevaced, because my entire plan was to sneak out of the hospital and just go back. But I had to go through some procedures, and then they took the books away. They took the internet away. The air conditioner started going away, and there was only 3 of us in the wing. The one guy had eaten an IED. I don't know if he even made it. Never woke up. So at a given point, I told my buddy, we're breaking out here. Let's go. And I don't even remember how we got the ride, but we went back to the JOC, and I came walking in my hospital gown. I'm like, all right, let's do this. What do we got going on? We get targets tonight. And they're all looking at me like I'm still probably high on
you're in your hospital gown.
Yeah. And I'm still high on meds and shit, from pain meds and stuff. I probably didn't need to be unsupervised, but I'm in the JOC, and I'm like, all right, well, what we got going? We going out tonight? Like, what's going on? And, the guy in charge is like, you're out of your motherfucking mind. What are you doing? I go, I'm back for work. And he's looking over at us. We probably had blood coming out of our bandages and shit. He's like, you're out of your fucking mind. You are the next thing smoking. I'm going to find it myself and put you on there myself. Like, and I'm like, no, I'm not leaving. He goes, oh yeah, stay. See how miserable I can make your life. And he started, yelling at me and saying, weird shit. And I finally, I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not in the greatest state of mind to be making these kind of decisions. And it seems like I might be in the process of tanking my fucking career. Maybe I should just shut the fuck up. So I went and sat down. They like flew me back home. And then I went home. And then when I got home, I went to the hospital, and they said, 30 days. Cause I had double stitching. They cut that deep down into there. And so they had, stitching and then staples. And so, I'm out mowing the lawn and doing stuff. And at the 29th day, I'd already made flight arrangements. On the 30th day, I got on a fucking plane and went back and finished out the rotation. And, for all of you out there who ever get injured, it is a horrible idea to skip physical therapy, because my shoulder to this day hurts. And I've done physical therapy after that, but there's a lot of scar tissue involved with cutting your trap open. And so I probably should have just got medevaced. And
did you go back over and go back out on targets?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, just a normal day in George Fraser's life. Cool. Let's take a quick break before we dive into some leadership stuff.
Yep.
All right, listen up. If you're dragging through life, low energy, no sleep, can't build muscle, or just don't feel like yourself anymore, you need to hear this. Dr. Taylor Bosley at Precision Wellness Group in Southern Pines, North Carolina, isn't your average doctor. He's a former Green Beret Special Forces medic who deployed to Afghanistan, went on to become an ER physician, and after going through his own hormone crash, built a medical practice dedicated to optimizing the health of both men and women, and he's licensed in 30 states. While other clinics rush you through a 15-minute appointment, Dr. Bosley spends a full hour figuring out what's actually going on. Reach out to Dr. Bosley and his team at www.precisionwellnessgroup.com/contact. Mention Vanguard20 to receive 20% off your initial consultation. Fuel your momentum with real medicine and real results at Precision Wellness Group. Yeah, I want to transition now into some some more 10,000 foot view leadership questions because of kind of your time and the different leadership roles that you held during your time. You served at, the 3-star command level, and that's kind of rare for an enlisted soldier. I mean, it happens. It's just not something that happens very often. What's it like being in rooms where decisions affecting thousands of people are made?
Interesting, for one. When I was at JSOC, that was the most fascinating thing, is to sit around and watch how the sausage is made, how that level of people interact with each other, how they talk to each other, what level of information is passed around. I imagine it'd be much like if you were allowed to go sit in the White House Situation Room. It's you'd say, wow, that's how they make the sausage. I didn't know that. So it was interesting, and I learned a lot about how to handle and manage information at that level. I was pretty much a little petri dish, just soaking in more of the how-to than the what was talked about kind of thing. I would sit in on some mundane meetings that I probably had the option not to sit in, but I was more there to learn, listen to a 2-star talk to a 3-star, or a 3-star talk to a 4-star, or something like that, and just see how the room works. What is the protocol? How is information passed? Just how does it work? Because you don't want to try and figure that out the first time that it happens to you. So I'd say it was interesting. It's just like overseas, I dealt with a lot of, when you talk about people. So there was a mandate that went around for soft people to, the old thing that goes around, everybody shave and take a shower and cut your hair and get in line, and it happened because a general, a high-ranking general, was in a, the guy liked to visit places and talk to visit the troops, do what generals do. And then at the end of it, this guy in particular, one of his things was to pass out coins to deserving people. So whenever he got to whatever place he was at, that was one of the questions he would ask is, hey, who around here is a rock star? Who's doing a good job? Who's that kind of thing? I want to give out a couple coins. And, so they would have a formation, and he'd go around, shake some hands. And it was either, we had these 3 guys do something, and he would signal them out, or he would just say, get me a line of people and I'm going to give out about 5 coins or something, that kind of thing. And so, one of those understanding your operational environment, understanding the game you're in kind of deals. Here we are. It's a GO. And it is what it is. General officer. You can like it, not like it, doesn't matter. He's still standing in front of you. And he's going through the formation, and there's some soft guys there. And, the first guy was, he asked him a simple question. He was getting ready to give him a coin, and he's like, so why'd they call you out here? Why do they need your expertise or whatever? I don't remember exactly how I framed it.
You said this to the general?
No.
Oh,
This the
yeah.
question the general asked, and the guy's response was, they needed a good-looking guy out here, and I'm about the best looking there is. I kick ass and take names every day. An answer much akin to that, which he thought was cool. He's like, oh yeah,
Sounds like a Navy SEAL.
it was a guy in soft. And then he asked the next guy who was also a soft type guy, and he was completely out of uniform, and just looked like a bag of crap, and said something equally flippant to the man. And so, he didn't bat an eye. He just kept shaking hands and passing out coins. And he got down to the end of the line. He goes, I don't know what that was, but I want it fixed now. And you know how that stuff rolls downhill. And by the end of it, people are like, get jazz hands. Everybody in the country shave. Everybody, and you're like, all right, slow down. And so it's the imperative that when you're working at those kind of levels with those kind of people, understanding the working environment that you're in, whether you like to be there or not. Those two gentlemen's flippant words, just because they thought they wanted to be cool or couldn't take the time to, either skip out on the formation and take the butt chewing for not being there or clean up a little bit, caused a headache for every single soft person in the theater. Just two guys saying the wrong thing and probably didn't even know they did it. They probably, and I learned that over time is, what you say matters and who you say to matters even more. And so this was just my chance to see interactions and see how people interacted and what was considered appropriate. It didn't change my ability to, speak truth to power and tell people what they needed to see or say. What it did was refined my vocabulary. I still need to tell you your pants are down, but here's an appropriate way to say it that makes you at least listen to me, kind of thing. So that's what I got out of working at those levels. Personally, I went to a lot of trouble to see meetings and be at meetings and watch how the whole thing played out. When senators or congressmen would come by, like, well, how does that work? How do you talk to somebody like that? What kind of things do you say? And it was an interesting experience from that aspect, and having watched people just completely step on their crank by, you're not as cool as you think you are. But it's not really the fact that you're cool. It'd be awesome if the only thing that happened was that one guy got yelled at and we're all good. Like maybe got sent home or whatever it was that needed to happen. That's not what happened. Everybody else got to take a bite of that crap sandwich that those guys threw on the ground for everybody,
Yeah.
So, I got polished working there, but I didn't get political. It wasn't that I wouldn't tell the truth. It's just that I learned a better way to do it, like what works and what doesn't work. Because at the end of the day, you want somebody to listen to you. I've told people in leadership meetings, you're sitting in a room full of doctors, and you get the head of the CDC at the head of the table, and you're coming there excited because you've got the cure to cancer. You've got it. You found it. You got it. You got this presentation ready. And right before you start talking, you get up and you walk over to the head of the CDC and you punch him in the mouth as hard as you can. And then he looks at you because you punched him and you slap him. And then you go sit down and you start your speech about how I just cured cancer. He doesn't hear a thing you're saying, right? Like you just blew it. And you've got the cure to cancer, by the way.
Wow.
And it doesn't really matter. Like maybe that'll come out later. People go, wow, we need to do something with that. But right there in that moment, that dude's not listening to you. Because you just punched him in the mouth. And the only thing he's thinking about is that dude just punched me in the mouth and my mouth hurts. So how you say things to people matters, whether you like it to or not. It does. You know what I mean? And so it's not that you don't need to say the thing that you need to say. It's that there has to be a way to say it right. And it's different for different people. How I say something to my 5-year-old, how I say something to my 30-year-old are two different things, but they still need to be said. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I got out of. That's a long-winded answer for.
Yeah, no, but I mean that really makes sense. As a JSOC operations sergeant major for well over 2,000 plus personnel, you're basically the senior enlisted advisor for some of the most elite units in the world. What does that job actually look like on a day-to-day? And I'm not talking about from the, operational environment, but just, more from the 10,000 foot view. Like, what's it like to manage, those type of personalities, especially at the higher levels?
Well, at the end of the day, that's, the title is Senior Enlisted Advisor, J3 Senior Enlisted Advisor, but at the end of the day, you're an Op Sergeant Major. And all Op Sergeant Major jobs, I have found are pretty unforgiving in terms of, it's the place where all problems come, and you get to resolve them. And the problem with resolving problems is that usually there's a winner and a loser. And the winner likes you and the loser hates you. You know what I mean? And there's no getting around that. So you got to be able to do that job. There's no, especially at that level, there's no pleasing everybody. I can't make that happen. If I split it so that each of you get something and both of you lose something, you're probably still both going to not like me because of what you didn't get. If one of you gets everything and one of you gets nothing, then one of you is going to like me and the other one's going to hate me. But it doesn't mean that the other guy that likes me isn't going to come right back and ask for something else. And maybe he gets a no. So, managing those kind of personalities, I took some advice from a commander of mine a long time ago, and he divided the world into thirds. And it made sense to me when he said it to me. He said, when you take command, you take control of something, he said, about a third of the people are going to hate you. And about a third of the people are going to love you. And about a third of the people aren't even going to know who you are. Right. And he said, that's probably a good mix. If everybody loves you, you're probably not doing something right for the organization. Right. Because you got to make some decisions that you probably would have made differently if you weren't worried about people loving you. You know what I mean? You can still be a good boss and people can like you, but they respect what you're doing. If everybody hates you, you're probably still doing it wrong, because you're probably making bad decisions. But I thought that thirds rules just means that you're being fair and balanced. And there's a percentage of people that don't even know who you are. You know what I mean? And so, part of what I found in being in positions like that is that the chair is always hated. It's just who gets to come sit in the chair. So I tried not to take it personally. Like they hated that chair for making decisions for as long as the chair's been there. And that's the place those decisions go to be made. I just happen to be the guy sitting in the chair today. Tomorrow, some other guy is going to come sit in this chair and he's going to get the same flack. You know what I mean? Just is what it is. So that's not the guiding principle. The guiding principle is, what is the right decision here? And how do I make the right decision? And it can't be, I never found, and I'm only speaking for myself. Again, I'm not the burning bush. The right decision is not always the most popular decision. It's not always, sometimes not even the best decision. It's just the right decision for the time. And you have to be able to make that. And it can't be based on what is everybody going to think. Well, they're going to think what they're going to think no matter what decision I make. So why don't I make the right decision? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. One of the things with leadership too, kind of as you climb the ladder, in some aspects, maybe not so much when you get more towards the top, but towards the bottom, you're always training your replacement, right? Like if you're a good leader, in my opinion, you should be training the person that's going to take your job and so on and so on. Did you ever, I know you, so, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question because I know you do things without thinking about it, but did you ever have this thought process on how you were grooming, your subordinates or, the folks on your team?
Yeah, actually I did. On every single dry erase board in every single office I ever went, or if I didn't have a dry erase board, you'd find a Post-it up on the top right corner of every computer screen I ever sat at. But the same message was there from the time I became a team sergeant, probably all the way to the end of my days in the military. And that little saying was, leave it better than you found it. And whenever I got a new job, I'd walk into an office. That's the very first thing I'd do is I'd walk up to the dry erase board and I'd write in the corner, leave it better than you found it. And I always looked at that and reminded myself, am I making this place better? Making it better doesn't imply change. It's not what it implies, but making it better and making sure it's, if it's a great organization, that it stays great. It's not trying to meld it to what I want necessarily. What is a great organization? For people, yeah, I always tried to, I would tell people quite honestly as a leader, the first thing I would tell them is that nobody's going to manage your career better than you are, right? And it's not because I don't care. It's because I've got 40 careers to manage and I can't think about everybody all the time, every day, right? You have to do some individual responsibility managing of your own career, putting yourself in a position if you want to call it to get ahead, if you want to call it whatever you want to call it, but you have to put yourself in that position, whether it's volunteering, whether it's, it's just like, if you want to make it to the NFL, you got to work hard, and then and that's not going to cut it. Like working really, really hard in some small town where nobody ever knows that you were there isn't going to cut it. You have to work really, really hard. But then the next step is, how do I promote myself? How do I get myself somewhere where a scout can see me? How do I go to a college where I can play ball and show myself? You got to take the next step. Because if you're in podunk middle of Iowa somewhere where nobody's ever been, and you're as good as any NFL player you've ever seen at that age, but nobody ever sees you, then we're back to the, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there, do you hear it? You know what I mean? So you have to manage your own career. I am there to help it. I'm here to do a lot of things, but I can't see everybody all the time. So you do have some responsibility for yourself. My part of it was that I would always, whether people liked it or not, sometimes people didn't like it, but I would always find opportunities. I would scour, and I always look, I was looking for either in emails or hearing people talk, or in some meeting somewhere, somebody would say that this thing is going to happen. Like, we need somebody to go to X country and figure something out and come back. It's a quick 2-week trip or something. I'd take those little things and I'd jot them down, and I'd walk over to whoever's putting it out and go, "Hey man, I might have somebody for you. Let me check it out." And then I was take all those, and I'd have a list of stuff, and you take the guys and their stretch goals. You take guys and you say, "Okay, I'm going to, this might suck for you, but I'm going to put you in a position where you're going to have to grow." Right. And I'd say, I'm going to assign you to this thing. I'm going to volunteer you for it. There's a lot of reasons why they would think it sucks. I don't want to spend 2 weeks away from home. That's a job that I don't want to do. A lot of things like that. But what they would always find, whether they realize it or not, is that going and doing it, they would grow. And that's specifically what I was looking for. Where is something that is a challenge? Sometimes people didn't like the part where what I'm sending you to is something that if you failed at, it might not look good on you, right? But if you succeeded at it, right, you were going to grow in both name recognition and abilities. And so that was part of my job, is to always be challenging people by, and even if it was something as simple as training, if I'm the team sergeant on the ODA and we're going to go do some training, and I'm trying to train the next guy to be the team sergeant, I'd say, okay, and it wouldn't have to be the 2IC, the 18 Fox. I would take the 18 Senior 18 Bravo and go, "You're in charge, right? You're going to go do this target." And I would step back and let them do the planning, let them do the thing. And then I wouldn't even get on the helicopter. I'd just go over to the target and watch them do it, And I'd have people ask me, they go, "Why don't you get on the helicopter? What if he gets in trouble?" I go, "Well, that's the point. He's learning. Like, he has to solve that problem on his own. I can't be there for him to yell over his shoulder and go, 'What would you do?' Yeah, that's the answer, but that's not going to burn into his head as good as solving it himself will."
Sometimes, like, we have to fail in training. That's how we grow. That's the whole reason we have training. I think people forget that. Yeah, you don't want to make as many mistakes, but if you're going to make a mistake, let's make it in training so that we don't do it when it counts.
Yeah. And that's what I would tell people is, they're like, "Well, what if he messes it up?" I'm like, "We're in training. That's kind of what training's for. What a better place to mess it up." So I would always find ways to put people in positions that would offer growth to them. Maybe it's uncomfortable for them. Maybe they don't like it. But I viewed it as part of my mentorship responsibility. I can't just say, "I want you to be better than me," and I could give you all the information in my head. I'm not really sure, just like reading a book, if it's going to get you anywhere. But I can always find things for you to do, or in doing it, you're going to learn it, and you're going to learn it because you did it. You solved the problem. Right? It made you grow as a person.
What are some of the leadership challenges that you experienced that really frustrated you the most? Was there something like you saw consistently that, that you thought was pretty simple that shouldn't keep coming up? Or?
No, I mean, I don't know if I would say that there's some thing that drove me nuts that I always saw. In general, like those privates not having their sight zeroed, or, things like that would really bother me because they're fixable. But what would more bother me is the fact that the person who's in charge of making that happen couldn't see that it was wrong. And so, I would tell people when I worked in JOCs and in big, settings like that, as you're the ops sergeant major in a JOC or something like that, one of the things that I stress to people is that you see yourself, the weather guy or the intel guy or the person over here in the supply guy, the supply chain or whatever. You see yourself in a linear fashion as the guy supplying whatever, beans and bullets. You see yourself in a linear fashion as the guy whose job it is to tell us what the weather's going to be. You know what I mean? And that is kind of how people tend to view themselves, in the linear fashion that I just do this job and put a report out. We're all done. And I would tell people in the JOC that that's not actually what's going on. What I would tell them is that at the end of every decision you make sits a human being, right? And that human being is out somewhere trying to do something. He's usually on target, right? Especially if you're in the combat zone. So everything you do, at the end of it is a human being somewhere out on target. So kind of look at it that way. Like, you want the best weather report, not just because you want to have the best weather report, and some guys don't give a crap and they do a crappy job, but whether you do a good job or a crappy job, that weather report is going to go to a guy on target who may or may not be able to make a good decision. If you think about Afghanistan with the mountains, if you fly over the mountains, the weather might be absolutely clear in the target where you're at, and the weather over at the hospital might be absolutely clear, but the mountains are socked in, and the helicopter can't get over the mountains because they're socked in. Well, you're putting yourself at peril, because if somebody gets shot in the head, the only place that you can take that wound to happens to be on the other side of the mountains. So at that point, the dude's laying there with a gunshot wound in his head who needs to get to that hospital, probably wanted the best weather call in the world. And he wanted you to stand up and say, the mountains are going to be socked in tonight. It's my recommendation that we don't go. Or maybe just the mountain's going to be socked in tonight. It's probably not going to be flying weather. Or something like that. Like, to go or not go is not really your decision. But the guys on the ground should know that I can't get the helicopter back over the mountain to the hospital after 10 p.m. And that's a guy's life, and you can ask, what are the odds I get shot in the head? I don't have any idea what the odds are that you get shot in the head. What are the odds that I got to go tell your wife that I went on a target, and when I knew I couldn't get you to the hospital and you got shot in the head? I don't know, probably the same odds. So, that's kind of getting people to understand, mentoring them that, to be better, to make good calls, but to understand that even if you're sitting in a JOC, at the end of what you're doing is a human life. Like, your decision is affecting a decision. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it is. And I think sometimes that's really easy to get lost, right? When you are sitting in the JOC, which, for those of you out there that know, the JOC is the Joint Operations Center. Here we're talking about in the realm of special operations, but there's a JOC for most military units, and that's where a lot of the decisions and the planning are being made, especially if you're in a combat zone. That's where all the decisions and stuff are being made for the people, to your point, that are out in the battlefield. And I think sometimes it's really easy for certain commanders, not always, especially those that don't leave the JOC, to realize, they're not making magical decisions for magical game pieces. Like, I think it's super important. You were the task force sergeant major for over 3,000 personnel in Iraq and Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. How did you maintain that human connection when you're responsible for that many people? That's a big geographical response area.
Well, as with anybody, that has a responsibility to that many people, and the distinction is, as a senior enlisted advisor, I'm responsible for a lot of stuff. I'm not in charge of those people. I'm just responsible for a lot of stuff. But I even say it to people when I'm teaching leadership. You could be responsible for, or you could be the boss in charge of 3,000 people, but the odds that what 592 is doing or number 153 is doing are pretty much zero, right? Because that's just too many people in too many places. So it falls back, it goes all the way back to the beginning to individual responsibility. My hope is that every person out there has been trained so they know what they're doing, and has a culture of individual responsibility so they're doing the right thing on the ground. Right. So that should be, that should cover a lot of the unknowns that are out there. And then in terms of me, it's talking to people all the time. But that's what chain of command is all about. Asking people, what do you need? What's going on? Is there shortcomings? Or if I hear about something going on, then do a little digging, a little investigating, and you'll get the people that'll say, hey man, why are you in my business? Well, I'm not in your business. I'm trying to see if I can help you, or if I can resolve something, because that's going to come back and bite us on the butt, the bigger we, you know what I mean? It's not just you out there doing that thing. That's like the guy receiving the coin being flippant to the general. You know what I mean? If you were that guy's boss, stop before he goes to the formation and say, what are you doing? There's a big general getting ready to come through the formation. You're not going out there looking like that. Maybe I find somebody else to go out there, or maybe I just go out there myself. I don't know what I do, but I make sure that we don't do that. So when you got that kind of geographical responsibility, what I found is in the corporate world, in my current job, is that you just can't know what that many people are doing. Span of control doesn't allow for that. And so most times what you'll get is the, star cluster, something's gone wrong. And then, how do you address it? And so that's one of the things you can do, is that when the star cluster goes up, is that you get down there and you address it. You say, okay, what was the standard? Did we follow it? Did we not follow it? If somebody needs their chops busted, you bust their chops. If somebody needs firing, you fire them, but you don't sweep it under the rug. If you sweep it under the rug and let it go, then everybody that goes out there starts to know that that's what's going to happen. And pretty soon it starts coming disconnected in other places because it's too many people to manage, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, the human interaction is at the people that I can control level, and asking them what's going on, what's the latest, what do you need, what are the problems, how can I help you, that kind of stuff. When you get the red star cluster, you have to deal with it, and deal with it right. Don't sweep it under the rug. If it's something that needs to be put out in general terms to people, hey man, wear your seatbelt when you're driving. We've had a fatality. Somebody rolled a car and wasn't wearing their seatbelt. It's kind of a terrible way to go. Of all the things that could get you on the battlefield, rolling a car without a seatbelt on was not one that we should have accepted. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to say to that. And so then you put out a message to everybody and to remind them, hey man, we just had this thing, put your seatbelts on. Like, let's not needlessly get killed in a car accident. But you have to address it. So that's the only way to manage that many people, is to be proactive on the star cluster or adjusting problems, and then hope that the individual responsibility out there is such that people are doing the right thing. And then talking to the people that I can talk to, because it's also not a good idea. I found, and I truly believe, it is not a good idea for me to try and fix a problem that I am 5, 6, maybe 7 steps removed from, because I can't see the problem. And I tell people that in my leadership training all the time. If you've got somebody that works for a guy 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 that works for a guy, and that guy down there is doing something wrong, I can't fix him. If you were to say that, Bob Schmuckatelli in X country, and you go to JSOC to the 3-star general and you say, Bob Schmuckatelli in X country is having troubles with whatever, his first question is probably going to be, who the hell's Bob Schmuckatelli and who's he work for? He can't solve that dude's issue. He's too far removed from that issue. His first line supervisor is who can actually solve the issue. And so when it comes to solving problems or seeing problems, I talk to people and what do you need? And I implore them or tell them, through the chain of command to get the word down there to fix it. But, I shouldn't be any more than I should sit at this JSOC and hit send on the microphone and call somebody on target and go, hey, why are you not up on that wall? Or, hey, why aren't you doing something? Like, how do I know? I'm in the JSOC. I'm looking at a black and white TV screen.
Yep.
Maybe he's not on the wall because he's shot in the leg. I have no idea. Maybe he's not up on the wall because there's a guy with a suicide vest on the other side. Like, I have no idea. No way of knowing that. So that out there is not my problem to solve. I'm too far removed from it. So I probably shouldn't interject myself that way. So there's also that level of thing you got to have. The only thing I can call is the guy that I directly call, who can call a guy who calls a guy, and eventually somebody near the problem can fix it. So the president of the United States watching something in a situation room, calling out on the radio to a target is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because he has no idea what's going on out there, the context or anything, right? He's looking at a black and white TV screen in Washington, D.C.
How do you deal with, or what was your mechanism to deal with like people that overly micromanage? I think that's a frustration for a lot of people. And don't get me wrong, there are some people that need to be micromanaged, but sometimes you have these leaders, man, that just micromanage everything instead of, empowering people to make the right decision. How do you deal with that, or how would you deal with that, kind of at your level?
Well, again, it would depend on whether they are my direct reports, in which case we have conversations about micromanaging and why it's bad, and I pass on some mentorship. Micromanaging generally is not a technical problem. It's not that you don't know how to do your job. Could be, I don't know. But it's generally a personality flaw where somebody just feels the need to. And those are harder to fix. It does take some mentoring and stuff like that. So not all issues are resolvable. A lot of them are, but they take time, they take mentorship, they take talking to. And, if somebody is 4 steps removed from me being a micromanager, the best I can do is pass down through the chain of command, hey, that guy, like, what are we doing here? Kind of thing. I'm hearing a lot of rumblings from everybody. You know what I mean? There is times, just like in the Army, where you might find yourself in the battalion sergeant major's office because you did something and you're a E4, and it's bad because you're in the, think of how many levels of chain of command you've jumped. You find yourself in the battalion sergeant major's office. That is a way to fix things. And probably if you're sitting in the office, everybody between you and the office already had theirs. Like, you're probably the last one to get it. Come on to the show. But so it's difficult in those. And what I would say is I'm not the burning bush. And I've taught in leadership that you can't, you have to make decisions. I usually use, one of the tools that I use, because there's a lot of tools, but one of the tools I use is the can't, won't, Venn diagram. I call it, and I say, okay, is it that the person can't do this, or is it the person won't do this? If the person can't do this, we're actually in a pretty good place because I can fix it with training. You just don't have the knowledge to do it, so you can't do it. And so we get you some training, we get you some stuff, get you some mentorship, and get you to where you can do it, and you do it. If you still won't do it, because now we're in the won't category, or the person just initially won't do it, then that is a personality trait. Like the person can do it, they just won't. And we're on a different path. Like, can't do it, we're on a training path. We're on an education path. We're on a mentorship path. Won't do it. We might be at a personal improvement program, a PIP. We might be at a counseling statement. We might be at a couple of hard talks, and you might be on your way out the door, right? Because that's where the end of that road is getting fired. At the end of the I won't do this because I don't want to. At the end of the can't road is probably far enough down the road, you're also getting fired, but you have a lot of leeway because I can train you, I can teach you, I can probably won't. That's a lot shorter runway because you just physically won't do it. I don't want to do this. You know what I mean? So the kind of the counseling in those two is different. So if somebody that's micromanaging or somebody that has any problem, that's one of the first things that I try to determine. They micromanage because they can't lead because they don't know how to lead, which let's get you some training. Let's show you how, or I won't do this because I don't want to do that because I don't like the way that's done. Like I said, shorter runway, and sometimes solving a problem is removing the problem.
Yeah, well, that's a great point. How did you deal with toxic leaders? Eventually you got high enough to where, you had to deal with people in leadership positions below you. And I'm sure every situation's different, but, how do you deal with just toxic leaders?
Well, again, that's a difficult one. If it was somebody that I was directly in charge of, because I find leadership to be 3-dimensional, right? There's leadership up, which implies that I am talking to people either in charge of me or above me, right? And that is the old adage of speak truth to power, leading up. And leading up has its problem in the 3 dimensions of leadership. Leading up, you would think that it's my boss, he tells me what to do, I shut up and do it, and we're all good. Well, that's not actually the case. Leading up means, I pass good ideas up. I pass good solutions up. I tell the king his pants are down. Like, it's my responsibility. I can't just let you walk around here with your pants down. I got to get the moral courage to walk up to you and say, boss, your pants are down. Like, this is a bad look. You can scream and yell at me, kick me out of your office. You could fire me and go back out there with your pants down and get yourself fired. But I did my part, right? Because that's why it's moral courage. It takes a little courage. So leading up, all of those things are leading up. Leading up requires you to have solutions and good ideas. And to lead up, the biggest thing you need is trust. Like, your boss has to trust you enough to listen to what you're saying. So you have to build that trust in the first place, right? So to lead up is to have trust. To lead down, you would think that that's easy because there's people I'm in charge of and I tell them what to do and they do it. Actually, it's not that simple. If you want leadership down to be at its best, then you have to have buy-in. I have to have the people below me wanting to do the thing that I'm asking them to do. If they don't want to do it, you get George with the sling blade who walks out and breaks it on the fire extinguisher. Why? Because I don't want to do this, right? And there's no buy-in, right? You didn't give me the why. There's just you telling me to do something I absolutely don't want to do.
I need a lawnmower, bro.
Yeah, and I'm a private, and I tried to lead up. Like, let's get a lawnmower, and I'll mow this entire north sector, right? But I'm not going to go out there with a sling blade. But the truth is that leading down, if I can't get buy-in from people, they're never going to do the job they could do. Right? Anything from passive resistance, which means people do just enough that if you were to look at it and ask, they could say, I'm doing the thing you asked me to do. But the whole scheme of maneuver for passive resistance is that while I'm saying that, I'm not really doing it. You know what I mean? I'm doing just enough that when you ask me, I can say I'm doing it, but I know that I'm not. I'm not trying to get this done on any kind of time schedule. And so that's what you get when you micromanage and yell at people and there's no buy-in there. They start to just not care. Right. So leadership down is more than just telling people what to do. You have to, mentor them. You also have to build trust, but you have to have buy-in. They have to be bought into what we're trying to do. So up is trust, down is buy-in.
What was your methodology to create that buy-in? And that's a huge softball for you to hit, but I'm just really curious as kind of what worked for you or what you feel worked for you.
Everything was different for every situation. One of the best ways that I did it, a couple of different things that I would do that had a variety of results. One of the things is I would get people the why. Like if I'm trying to get you bought into doing something and we're going to do something, I should be able to tell you why we're doing this. The why should make sense, right? This is why we're doing this. This is good for the team, good for the win, good for the whatever, whatever it is. Like, why are we doing this? Because that's the thing you're thinking, whether you're asking me or not. Like if there's resistance there, you're like, why are we doing this? I hope the why is a good reason. Like if there's no good reason, we're just doing this because whatever, I'm probably not going to get buy-in. You know what I mean? So do I even have a good reason for doing it? The second thing is that I own decisions. So when a boss above me or the boss above him, comes rolling downhill, we're all going to shave, I don't walk in and be the complainer in chief. Because if I walk in and be the complainer in chief, what I'm actually doing is giving everybody permission to complain. And trust me, they're all going to complain far worse than I'm complaining. So I don't. I walk in and that decision is my decision. I actually made the decision. I don't go in there and say, Jesus, the boss just said we had to shave. I hate it. That guy, I can't believe that he's not going to let us, screw it, guys. We got to do this. I don't agree with it at all, and I hate it for us that the boss is making do this, but everybody go shave. Yeah, see how that's going to work, right? And I'm also the complainer in chief. They're all going to complain. I can't believe, and it's just the grumbling happens, I walk in there and say, guys, we're going to shave. Why are we shaving? Because I think we should. Like I own the decision. I made the decision. I don't say anything about the boss. He said do it, so okay, we're doing it. I've said my piece. I led up and I told him it was a bad idea. He told me to shut my mouth and get everybody to shave. Okay. Then I go down there and I say, okay, guys, here's why we're shaving. I come up with the best why I can. Usually sounds something like, because we're in the military and there's decorum that goes with being in the military. So let's shave. It is what it is. You get some people that's good enough. They go away. Other people come say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm special. You're special? Why are you special? Why do you think you need a beard? What's it getting you? Is it winning us battles? We can go down this intellectual path if you want with me on why you shouldn't shave. You're not going to win. You know what I mean? Because you really don't have a good why. You just like having a beard. It makes you feel special, right? So in my getting us to shave, if that's the argument you want to have, we can do it. But I'm owning the decision. I'm saying, okay, if you want to argue about the decision, you're going to argue with me. We're not arguing about the bosses because they have nothing to do with this. I'm saying shave. So part of it is owning the decision and saying it like you're the one that came up with it. You're not passing off the buck. And you're not the complainer in chief. I don't, sometimes I would go in there and I would say, something like, everybody shave. And you could see it and say, all right, everybody, 5 minutes starting now. Let me have it. And I wouldn't care what was said. They could swear at God. They could, throw chairs. Like, you got 5 minutes of free for all. Get the mosh pit going.
Yeah.
Right. At the end of 5 minutes, I go, okay, that's it. Stop.
Everybody get the shaving cream.
Don't ever want to hear a thing about this again. Go shave. You got 5 minutes, and there, because it's the variety of people. There's some people who just like to initially complain about everything. They just like to hear themselves complain, and those kind of people. And then after they get it off their chest, they usually calm down. They're like, oh, okay. All right, I'm going to go shave. You're like, all right, well, for all those people, yep, 5 minutes, get the mosh pit going. And so you got a variety of people that you're trying to appease. But those are the two things you got to, or 2 or 3 things that I just mentioned out. Yep. 1, you got to have a good why. 2, you got to own the decision. It's like yours, and pitch it to people. And sometimes they're just things that people don't want to do. Like you go tell a bunch of SF guys overseas that they got to shave. There's no why. There's no reason that's going to make all those people happy that they have to shave. And they all think that they deserve to have a beard, which is actually the first problem. That culturally you've instituted that you all deserve to have a beard, which, by the way, as I sit here talking about this, one of the conversations that I hate, loathe, like 100%, the thing that I hated talking about most as a senior enlisted advisor was shaving. My rule was pretty simple. You don't have to shave, but you can't grow a beard. People would say, what does that mean? It means whatever you want it to mean. Those are the rules. You don't have to shave, but you can't grow a beard.
Hence George's picture in a combat zone with a clean face.
Yeah. So and then the last level of leadership we talked about up and down, to swing it back around is peer-to-peer. And peer-to-peer leadership, I think, is the hardest. You would think that leading up, most people would call that the hardest. I don't think it is. I think if you've got really solid decision-making, a solid trust, solid ideas, solid solution, you're a problem solver, not a complainer. Leading up is actually easier than leading down, right? And there's a boundary there. You can't cross it, and you do have to learn how to deal with people. Leading down is buy-in, but you got a lot more people. Like leading up, I just got the boss to convince. Leading down, I got 30, 40, 3,000, whatever it is. I got more people to convince. A little harder work. But I think of all those dimensions, 3 dimensions, up, down, and peer-to-peer, which is level, peer-to-peer is the hardest. The reason it's the hardest is that nobody who is my peer is under any conceivable obligation to do anything I ask them to do. They just aren't, right? So, up is trust, down is buy-in. Peer-to-peer is the art of the deal. You have to be able to make deals, right? You can't win them all. I got to lose some to win some. Sometimes, I could probably punch you in the face until you say yes, and then we're just going to do this every time. Or I could let you win this one on purpose, so that you'll know that we're on a level playing field. I mean, there's a lot of strategies to it, but the truth is that peer-to-peer leadership is I have found to be one of the hardest things that there is to do, because they are under no obligation to do it. They can just tell you to F off.
Not only that, man, you are working in an organization that has good leadership, but with that comes like this level of, I would say, both competition and everything else in between. So I can only imagine what that must have been like. Is trying to.
And it's in any other organization. I've seen it the same play out everywhere else. Is that peer-to-peer is hard. Even in the news organization where I work, going to your peer and saying, I need this done. Can you do it? No, I can't do that. I don't want to do that. That's kind of the end of the conversation, because you're not their boss. They're not your employee. So then you have to go into the art of the deal. Okay, well, how do I get you to want to do this and do it for me? I mean, it actually works anywhere. If you're dealing with peers, managers on the floor, trying to move something around the showroom floor, and I can't do it because all my guys are tied up. Hey, can you guys handle this? No, it's not my job. You know what I mean? So I think peer-to-peer leadership, I've always found in any organization to be the hardest thing, but it really is doable if you just got to learn the art of the deal. Like, you got to make deals. I'm not going to get you to do it just because I tell you to do it.
I also think it's also getting to learn people, right? I mean, I think that very human, we've talked about that. Actually, that's kind of been, lingering throughout this entire interview, right? Is humanity, being human, understanding the needs of humans. Like, none of that changes because you join the military or because you work at a bank or a car dealership or a news organization. Like, you're still dealing with humans. At the end of the day, people have, human basic wants and needs. And I think if you can understand people, it's like your kids, man. Like, you've got a bunch of different kids and, they're all different. They all respond to discipline. They're different. They, respond to positivity. One might have a trigger where you can yell at them and give them a tough look. And the other one, you yell at them, they crumble. So I think understanding that from a leadership perspective, getting to know your people. And I don't necessarily think like, some dudes are, really good about, taking all their people out or having lunches, whereas other people are, more business, right? Like it's not like, and that was always this weird game in the military as well, right? Because you have the whole fraternization policy, and that's a whole another rabbit hole.
Well, and there's here's a classic example. I'm working at JSOC. It's a senior organization. Like, you can swing a cat around and you'd be loath not to hit a sergeant major.
Yeah.
They're just everywhere. You know what I mean? And everybody there is usually post command. Officers everywhere. It's a 3-star level. There's a 2-star. There's a bunch of 1-stars. The civilians are it's all high ranking stuff. But it plays out the same as everywhere because they're all humans. So it's the same problems. They're just higher level people you got to deal with. But they all kind of evens the battlefield because you're all higher level people. And so you would think everybody imagines there's some utopia somewhere, some place that doesn't have problems. You would think a JSOC compound with a 3-star general and a whole bunch of senior people. What problems could there be? They're all senior people. Guess what? I had the commanding general come by and ask me why there's cigarette butts in the lawn out in front of the jock. And I'm the ops sergeant major, so guess who gets to solve that? George. And I'm like, man, why are there cigarette butts out in the front of the jock? Like that's terrible. And so I did some stuff that was probably controversial, because again, it's peer to peer. So I tell my peers, hey man, help me solve this. And they gave me a plaque when I left there that had this email that I sent out to them. And the plaque reads, I hate sending this email, but I hate the people that make me send it even more. And they put that on a plaque and gave it to me when I left there. And it's the truth. Like I hated sending that email about cigarette butts, and I just detested the people that made me have to send it. But I was called to the carpet and said, hey, make this stop. And you're like, okay. So first foray was to go to all my peers and say, hey guys, can we make this stop? Like I'm too far removed from your people. Like they're your people. So make them stop. Didn't do a thing. Didn't even put a dent in it. I actually got a lot of people told me, I don't see where the issue is. Right. And so I said, okay, yeah. And, sometimes you got to pull a dick move. It is what it is. Pardon my language. So I walked, like I would go to people's offices to go talk to them. And so I had a coffee cup with me, an empty coffee cup. And I'd say, okay, today I'm going to go see the S2 sergeant major, or today I'm going to go see the S4 sergeant major. And on my way there, every cigarette butt that I found, I put in the cup. And then when I got into their office, I would take the cup and dump it on their desk, and you'd get the, dude, what the fuck, man? Why are you putting this on my desk? I go, those are all the cigarette butts I picked up between here and your office. I thought I remembered you telling me there wasn't a problem, that there wasn't cigarette butts and we didn't have anything to solve. So I was kind of pointing it out for you, and they would get flabbergasted. Somebody would walk in and dump cigarette butts on their desk. But it's, to me, it was more of a wake up call. Like you're saying to your peer, hey bro, there is a problem, and still getting no, fixing of the problem. So then I ratchet up the pressure. I'm like, okay, like we can do this, man. That's, this is where moral courage comes in, because I'm going to make a decision. It's going to piss a bunch of people off. What is the right thing to do? Now I've actually got a mandate from a 3-star general that says, make this stop happening. So I kind of got to do it. Right. But I can't blame it on him. So I'm owning this decision. We're going to stop this. And so I went through the books and I read all the rules and I figured out what the Army regulations are for cigarette smoking. And the regulations, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact regulations, but I went to the paralegals and the legals and I looked it all up, and it says that I had to provide a covered area within a reasonable distance of where you work to smoke. I said, okay, fantastic. And then that's the email that I sent out that I said, I hate sending this email out, but I hate people more making me send it out. And I said, hey man, there's 2 solutions here and I'm good with either one. You guys choose. I don't really care. Solution 1, you guys put the daggum cigarette butts in the ash can by your cigarette points where you should be smoking, right? I don't know how your cigarette got to the jock door. There's no smoking area by the jock door, right? There's designated smoking areas around each building. The one in the jock's like off to the back somewhere. So I don't know how they got out there in the first place. It's probably one guy doing it. But my solution was, hey man, you got 2 choices. You could pick which one you want to do. This is a choose your own adventure kind of thing. First one is you guys put your cigarette butts in the cans by your smoking area. No more cigarette butts anywhere on this compound, just in your can. 2, you don't do that. And I pick the designated smoking areas, and I will put one at the front gate, one at the back gate. those are within reasonable distance of your building. And I choose reasonable as in less than a 10-minute walk, right? So everybody on the compound would have to go to the front gate or the back gate. And I said, at the front or the back gate, I don't care if you throw your cigarette butts on the ground because the boss is probably not going to see them, right? So knock yourselves out. So you guys choose your poison. What do you want to do? You want 2 dozen, and you'd have thought for the smokers that I threw a hand grenade in the room. Everybody's like, and I'm like, yeah, you can scream all you want. That's going to happen. So, and I'll even put a time frame on it, 2 weeks. Like either all of this stops or I'm going to I'm going to have the engineers come around and tell all the cigarette smoking areas down, and I'll make a rule that mandates that you can only smoke at the front gate and the back gate. It solved the problem. I mean, I had to go that archaic, but you wouldn't, so my point is that even in any organization, there are humans doing human things. There's no such thing as 80-second problems or, private problems. No, man, these are senior guys. There's nobody here lower than an E8. And I'm talking about cigarette butts. So it's just, they're humans, and you gotta, when you're solving problems, you just got to solve it. And sometimes, I hate to say it, but sometimes to solve a problem, you got to be a dick. I don't prefer that way. And usually if I'm going to do it, I give you a terrible solution and a better solution. The better solution, I know you're not going to like. And if I threw it out as the solution, you'd probably say, no, I don't like that solution. So I fold it in with a worse solution. Yeah. Like something you're absolutely 100%. Hell, I don't even like it. But those are your two options.
Yeah. So they feel like they get at least an option.
Yeah.
As someone who's managed everything from budget crisis to troop deployments across regional commands, what's the biggest leadership challenge most people never see coming?
Most stuff that people never see coming is, I call them human tricks. Somebody that, goes off the rails and does something stupid. And half the time sometimes it's some guy that you're like, oh, that's just absolutely not a surprise. Like, I'm surprised it took this long. You know what I mean? But sometimes it's some guy you're like, what happened? Like, where's that coming from? Maybe it was brewing the whole time and you missed it. I don't know. Sometimes your head's on a thing, but I usually think the problems that you didn't see coming are the human endeavors to make an ass out of myself today, whatever it's going to be, whether a sexual harassment complaint or a DUI or, something like that. Those are usually the ones that catch you by surprise. Like most other stuff, I mean, it's, like somebody dies on the battlefield, it catches you by surprise, but we're at war. It's not really a surprise. But, there was a guy at one of the outstations in a different country who, a long story that I won't get into because it's not my story to tell, but let's just say some people came from the airport and decided to stop off somewhere and have some drinks and then, crashed a car, did some stuff. And then, you're like, that's one of those surprise things. You're like, of all the things I have to deal with, where did this come from and how did it come and why? Like, what are we doing? Like, those are the only ones that I find surprising. Normal stuff, just part of the day, ran out of ammunition, or we don't have enough money for this, or this guy died in combat, or something like that. I mean, those are kind of things that, are coming at some point. You just don't know when. But usually somebody does something flabbergastingly crazy, and you're like, what just happened? And some of them are simple. Like, there was a guy once that, took some Ambien to go to sleep and had having a hard time sleeping. The doc said, okay, well, let's take some Ambien, gave him an Ambien. Probably hadn't taken Ambien too much before, didn't understand the effects of it, didn't understand how it worked. Picked the Ambien, still wasn't going to sleep, and decided, while I'm waiting to get tired, I'll go do my laundry. Gets in the laundry room and the Ambien takes full effect. And my man gets stuck in the laundry room. He can't get out because he can't get the door open. But it's one of those, it's a inward pulling door and you're trying to open it outward. He ended up kicking the door outward, got it open outward. It's an inward opening door. Went back, laid down, and never thought anything else about it. Came out later to get, woke up the next morning, went to get his laundry. He's like, wow, look at the door. I wonder who did that. Puts his laundry in. Later on you figure out it's him. You're like, what the heck, man? And it's not, what are you going to do? I mean, you got to, I learned from an old commander of mine in Honduras, he'd say, hey man, you guys, you get drunk, get to fight in the bar. You're in front of his office. He's like, we got two options, guys. You pick. This is where I learned this hard and harder thing. And it happened to me a couple of times. And he'd say, "Hey guys, here's the deal. We can go the easy route. I'll just give you 2 Article 15s, call it a day. Or you can take all the red rocks outside and paint them white. I need building number 5 and 16 power washed. And I need, 2 or 3 other chores around the base, whatever they were. I need somebody to go rake the area around the pool. And I need the trees over whatever trimmed. The saws are in the shed. It's usually hard work. It's a couple days worth of hard work, and some of it sucks, like painting all the red rocks. There was like 100 rocks that went around this thing, and they were always changing color. You know what I mean? And he said, "Yeah, your choice, man. Whatever you want to do. We can go the easy route and just give an Article 15. We'll call it a day, and you go back to doing what you're doing, just 1 rank less. Or here's my list. Like, go do these things. I'm not obligating you. This isn't forced labor. I mean, this is your choice. You do what you want to do." But yeah, everybody always chose the hard labor. You know what I mean? And it was the better of 2 shitty choices.
That's a great analogy. It's, and the reason why I like having these leadership conversations too, is there's a lot of guys that are still active duty, or law enforcement guys that listen to this. And, there's not a lot of people like you that come on and give these type of like leadership nuggets. I mean, for you, it's just a very normal part of, your trial by fire and, how you learn coming up. But, every now and then you get to hear something you can put in your toolbox. I read this book one time. Actually, I've read it 3 times. Pete Blabber wrote it. I think it's called The Mission, the Men, and Me. And, obviously he was in the unit for a while, but I mean, he didn't even use that book to tell a whole bunch of war stories. It was just, leadership lessons, from his time, working in the unit, of just outside of the box thinking. And some of these things that you've talked about are just some outside of the box thinking things that people would never come. I mean, you've said a couple things during this podcast where I'm like, man, I would have never thought about it that way. But when, when you're exposed to enough leadership challenges, I mean, eventually you start,
Yeah.
You've been the guy senior leaders turn to when the stakes are the highest. Walk us through your decision-making process when everything's on fire.
Well, I don't know if I'd characterize it as me being the guy people turn to, because I always say I'm not the burning bush. I don't have all the answers. But I do.
I would imagine that's a term though that you've coined because people ask you questions about.
Yeah, and I've said it quite a bit. I'm not the burning bush. But what I found is, and it's led me to, as we get into retirement, to be able to do some transition stuff, was that, the first lesson I learned as a senior enlisted advisor, and besides the NCO sometimes is his own worst enemy, is that if you truly want to be a senior enlisted advisor, and it was the first time that I stepped into that role was at the J3 at JSOC. And so I worked for, a colonel, and we were in the J3, and I was his senior enlisted advisor. And then we were the J3 that worked for the boss, 3-star. And so, my job title is senior enlisted advisor. I'm to advise you on things. So when I got to JSOC, I had no idea about that big of a world, about that big of budgets, about that level of stuff, and then the cross pollination of different units. Like, this unit has this interest, those units have this interest, those units have a completely different interest. And if you're a good senior enlisted advisor, leading up, have to build trust with your boss and show him that you're the guy that he can come to and ask questions or bounce ideas off you. And I've seen plenty of Army senior enlisted advisors whose, sole job was to pass coins over to the boss so he can hand them to people. And, maybe that's what the boss wanted. Maybe when he specifically hired a guy who's just going to, make sure that I had coins and people had coffee, and whatever. But I don't always think that that's the case. And so I took my job seriously and said, okay, I started to learn to digest everything. So in JSOC, I went to, all kinds of meetings that, I wasn't obligated to go to, but I wanted to fully understand the entirety of the scope of the thing so that I could actually give my boss good advice, because I'm the senior enlisted advisor, right? My job is to advise the boss on the best way to go. And so I held that position in a variety of other places, and I've come to learn how to digest a variety of things and figure out, how to get enough knowledge about the thing that we're doing so that I can appropriately advise somebody when they come to me and say, hey man, and they could come to you with a variety of things. They could say, I'm thinking about doing X. What do you think? You got to give them some advice on that. Or I'm thinking about doing X and Y. Which one do you think is better? Or I see this problem over there. Is there a way to solve it? And, I've told, a really good friend of mine who was a general, and there was an issue, and it was one of those leadership up things. It was an issue, and I thought I could solve it. I think I could solve it better than you solving it. Not because I'm smarter than you or anything. I just don't think it's, you'll walk in and say, shut your mouth and do it, and it will get solved. The guy will shut his mouth and do it. But we'll lose a whole bunch of stuff on the back end, that I don't really want to lose. And so I'm giving him this advice. I'm saying, how about we just let me solve it? Like, I'll go over there and I'll schmooze it. And I guarantee you it'll get solved. If you want a head on a pike, I can get you a head on a pike, but I don't think we really need one, kind of thing. And, I had enough trust with the guy that he let me go solve it. And I went and solved it and solved it right. I didn't go over and sweep it under the carpet and go, hey man, they let me solve it, so let's just sweep it under the carpet. No, I went over and actually solved it. And by solving it in my way, we got to keep the back end stuff that we would have lost if he'd have just gone over there and punched the guy in the face and said, that guy's fired. We're done here. Then that guy is now going to be the passive resistance guy, and he's going to be the, just creates a lot of issues. So I have to be a senior enlisted advisor, able to tell the boss, that's my advice to you. You can take it or leave it. I mean, I don't actually get a choice in this endeavor, but my advice to you, based on, and I told him, here's the things we could lose. My advice to you is that you let me go handle this. If you want to know how I'll handle it, I'll explain it to you. If you just want to let me go, wind it up, I'm gone. And so what I learned over a period of time is if you want to be a good senior enlisted advisor, you have to be able to quickly learn the thing that you're doing in order to be able to give advice. And that's not that easy if you think about it, because you go from job to job. As a task force senior enlisted advisor, that's a whole different thing than the operations sergeant major at JSOC, senior enlisted advisor. Different problem set, different things, and I have to quickly digest and learn what's going on quick enough so that I can then give the boss advice. They used to just be called CSMs or whatever, and then they started calling them senior enlisted advisors. But can you put yourself in a position, do you know enough to give somebody advice? You know what I mean? And so that's the part of the job that I learned it at JSOC, and I took it to heart, and I always tried to constantly make myself better and put myself in a position to where I just didn't want to be the guy that somebody came to and asked for advice. And I said, I don't know, or gave some line of crap that has nothing. They walk out and go, what the heck was that? I'm never asking that guy a question again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, it's kind of hard to advise somebody if you don't know your job, your role, your people, what it is that you're doing, what your boss's expectations are. It makes total sense. You've been the senior enlisted guy in rooms full of officers making strategic decisions. How do you make sure the enlisted perspective is heard without overstepping your role?
Generally in big giant meetings, I give my perspective before the meeting starts, because generally speaking, on some high level meeting like that, like if you're in the White House, the president's not going to turn to you and ask you what do the NCOs think. Wow. So you hope that is already baked in. So that is you got to be, is it left of the bang? Is that what they say?
Yep.
Like you get your advice in before the meeting starts and try and get it baked in. And part of your advice is probably in the plan before they present the plan. Because while the plan is getting presented, I've learned through etiquette and other stuff, it's probably a bad time to say, well, my current advice is that's a terrible idea. We shouldn't do this, because that gets a whole bunch of stuff tangled, and hopefully if I say something like that, it is that we really shouldn't be doing this, not that it's George's personal opinion. So, as an advisor, there's limits to stuff. And so if you're going to go into a command meeting with a bunch of officers who are making decisions, I've already advised people, whether I went to different people, snuck into the general's office, went over here, went over there, but I've already entered my advice before the meeting started, and hopefully it got into the plan. Not to say that's the right way to do it. That's just how I did it.
Yeah. You've served in U.S. embassies in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Colombia, Peru, and Venezuela. Each of those countries has unique challenges. How do you adapt your leadership style to different cultures and political environments?
Again, learning. You go down to Latin America. I mean, there's things that happen in cultural stuff that happens, and you gotta, you do have to adapt. Some people can't adopt. We went down to, an example that's kind of an off the wall example. We went down to Paraguay, and they had a jump school going, We were down there as an ODA doing some other thing, and they ended up killing a guy at the jump school. I think he was, I think he was a jump refusal, and the way they run their school, there's no such thing as a jump refusal. I think he got kicked in the gut and thrown out of the airplane, and his tether wrapped around his neck on the way out and popped his head off. So they called us up through the chain of command and said, "Hey man, can you go down there and look at the school and see what's going on? Because that we, the Americans, started that school," kind of thing. And we're going to send you some guy from somewhere. I don't know where he came from. He was a jump master instructor of some sort, or had been a jump instructor somewhere, black hat kind of guy. So he came down, and we went through the school. We jumped with them, hung out with them, talked to them. What's going on? It's the old speak the language, know the people. Hey man, kicking somebody in the gut and throwing them in an airplane is a terrible idea. Like, what did you actually get out of that, other than popping his head off? You know what I mean? That's not, if the guy's a jump refusal, do you really want him on the airplane next time anyway? You know what I mean? That's like where we do it is you're a jump refusal. Once you're a jump refusal, always. It just is what it is. You can't really fix that. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. You can have a change of heart, but you can't have a change of mind. You know what I mean? So you try and advise them and fix the thing. That guy, where you don't understand the culture, was that those guys, we jumped with them, did their program and all that stuff. And so I asked the guy that came down there, I said, "Hey, we jumped with them, and they got some instruction from you, and we kumbaya, simpatico. So let's give them all jump wings, and they're going to reciprocate. They're going to give us Paraguayan jump wings." Because the rule really is that you just get jump mastered and jump with a foreign country and you get foreign wings. And we met that rule both ways, us to them, them to us. His answer to me was they didn't earn American jump wings, so they can't have them. And I said, I don't know if that's the rule, bro. Like, if I jump with Paraguayans and they, it's their jump, that's kind of how we all get our wings from Netherlands or the wings from Mexico or from wherever. You just jump with the foreign nationals, and you've seen it. I've seen a lot of different ways of how you do it to get foreign jump wings. So he's said no, inappropriate, and I'm like, no man, we gotta do this. I mean, it's a thing, and so culturally he's not understanding that they are going to give us jump wings. They're probably expecting us to give them jump wings, right? And in the grand scheme of maneuver, it's a jump wing. There's no certificate. He's not qualified to jump in the United States. He's not a jump master. He's not, he's not going to come to the States and start jumping with the 82nd. He just gets a badge. It's akin to nothing. He gets to go put it on his wall. Maybe he wears it on his uniform. I don't know. He's giving me a Paraguayan jump wings. That doesn't mean that I get to come to Paraguay anytime I want to and go get on an airplane, or that I get to come tell them what to do in their school. It just means that we reciprocated jump wings. It's kind of a traditional thing. That's not how this guy viewed it. And, at the end of the day, we sent him on his way back to the hotel. And then we took all our jump wings off and gave them to those guys because it was the right thing to do. But he didn't understand the cultural implications of taking jump wings from them and not giving them jump wings. And the stuff you lose on the backside, again, it's always the backside that counts. That's SF 101 is developing rapport. It's a simple example, but, when you're dealing with foreign nationals, you have to take in, and that doesn't mean that, those guys think that, slapping a woman on the butt is culturally acceptable. That doesn't mean I go slap people on the butt. I tell them, I don't think that's culturally acceptable. I'm not going to do that. Why don't you think it's culturally acceptable? And I explain to you why I don't think it's culturally acceptable. What I don't do is come in and tell you, hey man, you can't do that around me. I'm going to report you, to my chain of command, and we're going to stop training and all that kind of stuff. You got to find some middle ground. And you can mentor, teach, and explain to people why it's wrong. Those are cultural sensitivities. That's just like going on patrol with a set of Afghanis, and they say they want to stop to pray. I can't tell them, screw your praying, we're not stopping. That's going to go over like a fart in church. Like, I'm probably going to create way more problems than I needed to when we just stop for 20 minutes, let them do their thing, get back in the car, and off we go. You know what I mean? So it's cultural sensitivities. Is it what I want to do? Probably no. I just want to go and get to my target on time. But, what kind of problems it's the old second and third order effects. What kind of problems am I going to create when I say, no, the hell you are. We're not stopping for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You've been an instructor and a writer for training sections. What's the most important thing you try to pass on to the next generation of operators?
In most of my training, I've always tried to tell people to, it's a shooting analogy. You're trying to shoot for a score of 100, which requires, math in public 10-10s. You know what I mean? What I'm actually always shooting for is 10 X's. Do I always get 10 X's? No, I don't, right? But I'm trying to shoot 10 X's. And what I tell people in training is that you're shooting for excellence. And if I miss, I come out at very good, above average. If I just shoot for mediocrity and I miss, I come out at below average. You know what I mean? So always shoot for excellence. I'm always trying to hit 10 X's. I might get 98. I might get a 97. I might blow a day and get a 70. You know what I mean? But more often than not, I'm going to be in the high 90s because my actual intent is to hit 10 X's. The odds on me hitting 10 X's aren't high. You know what I mean? But it's more of a mindset. I'm actually trying. Every single shot I shoot, I am trying to hit the X. That is what I'm going for. If I miss, I miss. I don't say, well, fuck, I missed. Why even try? Let me just spray the rest of them wherever. No, every single shot, I am trying to hit the X. If I don't, I don't, but I was trying. And I'm always going to come out somewhere better than I could if I actually wasn't trying. I'm just trying to hit the target anywhere it hits. It's good enough. That's where you start getting 8s and missing the target and that kind of stuff. So it was kind of one of the rules that I would tell people when I'm teaching them is, always shoot for excellence. If you fall short of excellence, you at least come out above average. It's not bad. The other piece of advice that I would give people is, you always hear the old adage, when you're being chased by a lion, the best strategy is not to be last. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay. So if your strategy, it's kind of like the shoot the X theory. If your strategy is just to be faster than the last guy, and you're being chased by a pack of lions and they catch the last guy, you are now the last guy, right? And you're the next guy to be eaten. So your goal should never be to be right in front of the last guy. Your goal should be the first guy, the last guy that they can get to. They have to eat everybody along the line before they get to you. If you're just trying to be right ahead of the last guy because the last guy's getting eaten first, yeah, okay. What happens when he gets eaten? You're next, right? Because you're now the last guy, because that's all you strove for, was to be right ahead of the last guy. And so it's the same thing when you're in a course, when it comes time to failing grades, you're just right above failing. That means if you have a bad day, you're done. If you're always shooting for an A+ and you have a bad day, you might end up a C, it might suck, it might hurt your ego, but you didn't fail.
Yeah. What would you say to, aspiring dudes out there, considering taking the long walk? Obviously there's a physical component. I mean, I don't think we need to beat that. That's pretty obvious. But as far as the mental side of it, like what would you give as a pointer to dudes get mentally prepared?
The only pointer I would ever give anybody is just don't quit. Show up and try. Usually when people ask me questions about that, that's about the only answer that I'll give. There's no, there's nothing else to say about it. Go there, do your best. Don't quit.
Yeah, there's no secret sauce. I mean, I think in anything, I've heard that a lot, right? I think the body will quit long before the mind.
Yeah. I always used to tell people, your mind is a muscle. You know what I mean? Wanting to quit. And if you quit a lot, actually quitting gets easier. Doesn't make you feel any better, but it gets easier to quit. After the first time, second time, third time, eventually you're just like, screw it, I quit. I don't care. You know what I mean? And it's not like I have to think that person knows that they quit and it sucks, but quitting actually gets easier. So I always tell people you have to exercise the quit muscle. So do something that sucks that makes you want to quit and then keep going. So if you hate running, run all the way to the point where you just want to stop. You just want to quit. Your body can actually keep going. So all the time you spend running while your brain is telling you to quit, you're working that muscle of telling your body, no, I'm not going to quit. I used to be funny and say, you can practice something like, divorces make you want to quit. So, get to the point where you want a divorce. But I'm, the joke is that would always take too long, so do something like running, you know what I mean? But you got to find something that makes you want to quit, and then don't quit. Like get to that quit point where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I'm done. And then that's where the actual work starts. Like, whether you can only do it for 2 minutes today or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, even if you ran for an entire hour of your run saying, I want to quit, you're still accomplishing something. You pushed yourself for an entire hour, and at the end of the hour, when you're sitting there breathing, you're like, man, I didn't quit. I'm not dead. You're training yourself,
that reminds me of your boot story. I think you should tell that story.
My boots, that's self-deprecating, but I'll tell it anyway. So, when I was young, we've already established that I was poor, didn't have a lot of money. And so I always wore pants that didn't fit, shoes that didn't fit. We got new shoes when the holes in the bottom of our shoes were putting holes in our socks. And so then you had to buy new socks, piss the old man off. And we'd go down to Kmart and get a new set of tennis shoes. And we'd wear those until the bottoms fell off. Many times I've wore tennis shoes where the yellow part on the bottom is not on them, but it's still not going through to my socks. Yeah, just what it is, man. But those shoes were always, when you're a growing boy, your pants always end up not fitting because you're stretching, and your shoes never fit. So it got to a point where all through my life I had tight fitting shoes, and I just thought that's how life was, because the truth was we didn't have money and didn't buy new shoes all the time. So I didn't properly understand shoe fit. And so then I went to the basic training, and, back then everything was quick. The shot line was almost like, can I jog through this line and get my shots kind of deal? They were just hurrying everybody. Hop, 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 hop. You went through and, what size are you? And whatever you shouted out, that's what you were getting. Every now and then they might take the time to measure something. So, probably a lot of people came through there and had the wrong size, whatever. And then you had this, you'd step on the thing and for the shoes, and they said size 8, and they flipped me a size 8 boot, and then I wore it. And then, it's what I buy. And I was like, this is kind of uncomfortable. So I bought an 8 wide. And so I thought, okay, that's what it is. And so I bought 8 wides. And so that's what the Army told me I needed. That's what I wore, 8 wides all through the Gulf War, all through, selection. When I did SF selection, I actually ripped all my toenails off in my boots, and still kept going or whatever. And it is what it is. Jump school, Ranger school, like all of that. And then selection, did that in side 8 wides, and then I get to the last place that I worked at when I got there as a young guy, and they measured my shoe and they said, here you go. And I looked at the boots. I'm like, dude, these are 10.5. So I wear a 8. They're like, no, you're a 10.5. I'm like, no, I'm a size 8. They're like, dude, I just measured your foot. You're a 10.5. Matter of fact, in these boots, like you're somewhere between a 10 and 11, depending on the size boot. And so, it turns out that I wore the wrong size boots for, decade.
That, like, dude, SFAS, Ranger School, the Q Corps, unit selection.
All of it in the wrong size boots.
And that just goes to show you, like, the true testament of the mind. Like, mentally, you were never going to quit, and it didn't matter, that your toes were.
I didn't know any different. That's how I grew up.
Was it weird to get used to, like, regular, normal fitting shoes after that?
I used to trip a lot because the believe it or not, you're used to your feet going a certain distance from, I didn't think about that, but there's this extra space out in front of your feet, and I like trip, and I'm like, oh, what the hell, man? It took a little while to get used to having shoes that big on. Now it's good. My feet are nice and comfy. So
you told me that story. I was like, I have to remember to tell that story. Kind of transitioning, man, to the back, to your retirement. After 32 years and reaching the pinnacle as a command sergeant major, how did you know it was time to retire?
The Army kicked me out. They had the retirement age used to be 32, mandatory. Then they pulled it back to 30. And then I got a waiver to do my battalion command sergeant major time, which took me to 31. And then my retirement year took me to 32. So basically mandatory retirement.
What did you and I have talked a lot, man. I've talked to, obviously I'm retired. I've talked to a lot of people who are retired, and that transition period can be just, horrendous, especially when you've worked kind of in the tip of the spear in an organization like you retired from, where you'd spend a lot of time. But somehow, man, you transitioned really well, and we've talked about that at length. What do you think you did, or how was it that you prepared that really helped you in your transition? Not saying that you didn't, go through some of the things that most people go through, but.
Yeah, well, so transition for me, I mean, in the first place, like when I hit 20 years, I could have got out. But my family made the decision for me. To get out would have been to go move and find a new job and so forth and so on. Retiring at 20 was, less money and so forth and so on. And I was in a different place. But also it meant retiring at 20 would have been pulling my daughter out of her, she would have completed her sophomore year. So I would have pulled her out of high school in her junior year, which is a terrible idea. Why do that to your kid after missing all her birthdays and Christmases and stuff? I don't think she deserved me to rip her out of high school because I was going to retire. My boy was in high school, and so it just wasn't right for the kids. So I kept going. I said, well, there's more I could do, but that was more of a family decision. I wanted to give my kids to finish their high schools and their high school experience. I was a guy who came to a high school as a sophomore, not knowing anybody from a different country. And I remember the experience, and it was terrible. And I didn't want that for my kids. I didn't want to move to somewhere to chase a job and have them plopped into some high school as a junior and not know anybody, when in this school they've got all their friends that most of my daughter's friends were friends that she knew from elementary school. They all came up through the school system together. She has friends that like I said, they were friends in elementary school, and they're in high school together. So who am I, after all I put them through, to pull them out and go, hey man, I'm gonna go get a job in Wyoming, so suck it up, buttercup. And so I stayed, did longer time. So those were kind of family decisions. I never set 30 years as a goal. And then as it went on, I said, I want to try this command sergeant major time thing. There were some political things that happened. There's some things that happened, where I look back on it and go, was it worth it to do those last years? And the jury's still out on that. I don't know. I don't have a complete answer on that. But what I did do was, after I got closer, one of the things that I did throughout the Army was I never made the Army my identity. My family's my identity, my kids. Whether that went right or wrong, because I've had the same family problems as every other family has had, ups and downs and lefts and rights. But my primary job and the person that I am is not a military guy. It's a father. It's a parent. It's a husband to my wife. And, my little life that I have, where I, play a little guitar, write a little book, paint some stuff, do some stuff. So I made the Army not my identity on purpose. The second thing I did was, early on, I didn't take the last year to retire. I knew a guy that was with me in Syria who was a sergeant major, who was doing one last hurrah to do the last hurrah. And when he left there, he was actually leaving a little early because he was out of the Army. So he was going to leave there. And when he got back to the place where he was going, it gave him, as he explained to me, 1 week to clear post, turn his gear in, do his paperwork, and then start the new job that he had lined up. Now that I've been through the retirement process, I can tell you that was an insane idea, because he had to clear VA, he had to do all this paperwork. There's a lot of stuff that you got to do to get right, because once you're out, you're out. You are no longer dealing with the military system. It's not the easy thing. When you're in the military, as difficult as you think it is, it's a lot easier than being a civilian trying to retroactively do anything. Deal with the VA, try and get some kind of benefit, like bottom of the queue. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nobody cares what your rank was, what you did. None of that matters. When you're out, you are out. So I started preparing, earlier. Like, the goals that I set for myself was to have my house and my cars paid off before I got out. And I did all of that, I think about 2 years before I got out. Because I'm trying to set myself up financially, because what I didn't want to do was retire and take the first job that came along, because my mortgage was due. And I didn't have a choice but to take the first job that came along, because I needed a paycheck. I didn't want to put myself in that position. So I had two options. One, I could save up enough money to give myself 6, 8, 9 months to find the job that I wanted, not the first job that came along. So enough money to live on to give myself time to find a job. or I could pay all my bills off and have less need. Like there's not a mortgage payment coming. You know, I chose to pay the house off because, you know, deep inside, I have a irrational fear of being homeless again. And if your house is paid off, they can't kick you out of the house. If you don't own the house, as I've learned, they will turn your lights off, they will turn your water off, and they'll put a foreclosure or a eviction notice on your door, and nobody gives a shit. And that's how I ended up homeless the first stint. I didn't pay my bills. We already went through the reasons for that, but so I chose the option of paying everything off, because at least if the electric man turned my lights off, they couldn't kick me out of the house. Like I said, that was based on an irrational fear of being homeless again. It just is what it is. So I prepared that way. And then also I took the time to get my head right. I had to go through the process of telling myself that I have PTSD, that I have TBI, that I have, you know, stuff in my head that I need to clean up while I'm still in. So I did, I did 2 years at JSOC. So in the second year, I said, well, since I'm here and I got to be here, because the plan was to go there for 1 year. I ended up there for 2 years. And so I said, well, this sounds like a good time. There was some stuff that went on at the house that, you know, necessitated me going and seeing somebody and doing something. So I went to the NICO program up in Bevlor. I think that's what it is, up there in DC. And, went through their program. It's, I thought it was 2, maybe 3 weeks long. Like, it's just me getting treatment. And my wife came up there for the last 3 or 4 days and then sat with all the docs. And they said, this is what's going on with your man. I went to all the psychiatrists and got all the, different things. They tried to do the brain scan. They got a brain scan thing up there. It's the, my TBI is kicking in, MRI machine. I think that's what they're called. But it's a super duper one. Like it can look at your brain in immense details. It's like a very strong magnet in it or something like that. But when they put me in the machine, I've got a bunch of shrapnel in my face from getting blown up, and it whited out the picture because it was too much detail in the shrapnel. And so there's this big giant white spot, and then you can see this little part of my head. So they're like, well, we can't do that test. But usually people that do that test, they go up there, they find like striations in their brain from TBIs and stuff like that. So maybe I have those, maybe I don't. They did a lot of tests with my memory and stuff. And I went up there and I said, it's the thing that you have to do is, and it sucks. It does. I spent years and years and years lying on Halo physicals and telling people there's nothing wrong with me so I could stay in the fight. Just sucking up injuries and, be a man, whatever you want to call it. And then to go humble yourself at a hospital and go, yeah, that hurts. Yeah, that sucks. No, I can't do this. It really, it almost feels like being a malingerer. You know what I mean? You're not being, you're just being honest. But it just, to go from this to that sucked. And so a lot of it was painful to see. Like, I went into the office and did a test with a lady that did some kind of brain function thing. So I walked in the office and she's like, all right, what you got in your pockets? And I go, I got my keys and my wallet. I think I had some money and I think I had my pencil with me, and because I always carried a pencil around. She's like, all right, I want you to just walk around the office and randomly put all that stuff somewhere, like in drawers or anywhere you want. And so I start walking around, putting stuff randomly, and she's talking to me. She's like, by the way, at 12 o'clock, I got to make a phone call with, she gave me a name, and I'm making the 12 o'clock part up. But she said something like, hey, at 12 o'clock, I got to call Dr. John about something. So we're going to need to stop the meeting for a minute at 12 o'clock. So remind me. And she's saying this to me while I'm putting stuff around. I get to the last thing. She goes, and she said, when you get done, sit on the stool, not the chair, because the chair's, I got to move the chair or something like that. And I get done with all the stuff, trying to figure out where to put stuff. And then I come over and I sit down on the stool, and she's like, where did I tell you to sit? And I'm like, did you tell me to sit somewhere? And she goes, yeah, I told you to sit in the chair. So I already failing the first test. So then she's like doing all these, I'm going to give you a series of numbers. And you're like, all right, you got to memorize these numbers. And she gives me the numbers and I'm thinking through them, 5, 8, 9, 6, 8, 5, 9, 6, 8, 5. And as I'm going through that in my mind, she goes, hey, who's the president? And I'm like, what? She goes, who's the president? And I'm like, Obama, She's like, oh, okay. Hey, what were those numbers? They're gone. Like, I don't even know where they went, but like just in that one question, she threw me off. If she had asked me the numbers, I could have remembered, I think, and then she started giving me a series of tests, and, I did abysmal. I felt like a jackass. And then, she said, what time is it? And I look at my watch, I go, it's 12 o'clock. She goes, yeah. What happens at 12 o'clock? I'm like, I don't know. The appointment's over, She's like, no, I told you to do something at 12 o'clock. And I'm like, yeah, whatever that was ain't getting done.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah. She's like, remind me something. And so, tests like this, and, we got all done and, shook my hand. I said goodbye and I walked out and I get down the hallway and she's like, George. And I'm like, yeah. She goes, come here. I go, what? She goes, what about your stuff? I'm like, what stuff? He goes, the stuff in my office. And I go, oh crap, my stuff, and then I'm like, I don't know where my stuff is, and she's like, well, you sure? You put it in the office? And dude, I couldn't find a thing. Like she had to, like, okay, you put your wallet here, you put your keys there,
Yeah.
You feel like a fucking idiot. So, you go to all these things, you do all these testing, and they start telling you, the thing I liked about the place was they did testing to see where you're at. At the same time, they did therapies, meditation, art therapy, writing therapy, music therapy, and that's where I started writing songs and writing and all that kind of stuff. Got back into all my artsy fartsy stuff because I found out that all my artsy fartsy stuff is good therapy. So I did all that. Kind of went with it, some yogi stuff and all that kind of junk. And then they also educate you. This is your brain. This is what's going on. These are the ones and O's. This is why you're sit in restaurants with the door to your back and watching the windows. Your fight or flight mechanism is broke. Like you have a high level of, it's not creosote, but it's crea something. And there's an opposing drug that counters it. And so if this is low, that should be, they should be even. Like one goes up and then the other one goes up to counter it, and they should both come even. And you're like way off balance. Like, so you're basically in fight or flight all day long, and it takes you 0 to go into orbit, so
which can just wreak havoc on your, endocrine system, on your nervous system.
Yeah. And so, it turns out that, there's probably a lot of people out there like that your starting point is the chemicals for fight or flight are elevated in your body, which is why you end up, slamming the refrigerator door and end up with the broken handles in your hand because the door pissed you off. And you say to yourself, it's unreasonable for the door to have pissed me off and me broken it. But the reason it happened is because my starting point that I've become used to and accustomed to is an elevated fight or flight chemical. And so I'm basically walking around mad all day long. I'm walking around ready for fight or flight. And so anything that happens, my elevated state of that just goes higher. And so that's why, my missus says you go from 0 to 100 in the flash of a pan, and that's what it is. Your shit's broken. And so then they, so anyway, you go get help for all that stuff. And it was tough to hear, you come out with your diagnosis with all kinds of stuff. They told me I had ADHD. They told me I have obsessive compulsive disorder, some other thing I can't think of the name of, depression, TBI, and PTSD. You're like, wow, I don't know who you're talking about, but that's not me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you gotta get over
my file up, dude.
Yeah, you gotta get over it. You're listening to the psych, and you're like, I don't know that I'm buying this. But it's true. I do have OCD. It bothers me. I went to this, in the VA thing. I went to the lady's office and, we're sitting around and I'm, in the little paranoia thing that they have, I'm sitting in the office and I ask her, to me, I'm being normal because I don't view it through the lens of a psychologist, which I don't know that you should view life like that. But I'm sitting in her office and I'm looking around and I'm like, just casually, I just asked her, I said, did you set the office up this way on purpose? Like, is this part of the tests? Because I've been through so many tests at NICO, I just see the world as a test. Like all these psychs, these are all tests. You know what I mean? I put the black cup here just to see if you'll notice it or something. So I asked her, is this office a test? Is this what you do? Is this normal? Like, you know, because I'm good with it if that's what you're doing. And she's like, why would you think this is a test? I'm like, look around at your office. It doesn't make any sense. She goes, why doesn't it make sense? I go, well, because that chair matches that table, but that lamp on that table doesn't match it. It actually goes to this table. And that lamp is like, if that's from the 80s, that's from the 70s. I don't know where this chair came from, but it doesn't match anything in this office. And this rug is oriental, which doesn't match the rest of this decor. That painting is crooked. And I just named everything in the office. It was wrong. And she's like, I never actually thought about any of that. And she goes, yeah, OCD, check.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, part of being prepared, like I said, was to pay off all my bills so I'm not obligated to do something, make sure that my identity going out of the Army is not the Army, and then seeking mental help while I can still get it at the bargain rate of the Army's paying for it, not have to go through the VA system and all that stuff. Now, I did disagree with some of the stuff. I like NICO was good. Education, vitamins, get your balance on stuff, teach you how to deal with stuff, tell you what's going on in your brain. This is why you're mad. These are the X's and ones and O's, and this is why you think this way and all that kind of stuff. You get over to the VA and it's like, yeah, here's some medicine. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be medicated. I want to be cured. And when I got into that system, they wanted to give me some antidepressants. And I said, no, I'm not taking those.
Good for you.
And they're like, oh, these would be good. I'm like, okay, there's two things that are not going to happen. One, I'm not going to go around the rest of my life when people ask me on any questionnaire, have you taken, medicines for head problems? The answer is not going to be yes. So that's no. And two, I don't want medication. I don't want to be a zombie. I don't want to be medicated. If you think I have an issue, tell me what the issue is. And then if you're a smart doctor sitting there, tell me how to fix it. Like, what do I need to do? And my baseline model was NICO, because that's what their entire program is.
Not only that, taking medication doesn't fix the problem. Like,
No,
it just either puts a Band-Aid on it, it masks it. Like, it doesn't deal with the problem. And I'm not anti-medication. Well, I kind of am. That's not.
And people might need it. There's people out there.
I'm
that
not
need
saying
it.
it doesn't have a place. It's
just for me. It's kind of like drinking for self-medicating. Drinking doesn't fix the problem. You can drink. Maybe it helps you, gets you angry, and it probably leads you to nowhere.
9 times out of 10 is going to make it worse.
Yeah, but you're drinking because you have an issue. Why don't you just solve the issue? And it's one of the things that they told me at NICO that when they're talking to you about the things in your head, there are traumatic events in my head, people that have died and things that have happened on the battlefield that probably spilled over my, they say, the way they explain it to me is life as a cup, and you put your bad things in the cup, and eventually when the cup overflows, that's when craziness happens. That's when it's overflowing. You know what I mean? And you usually, if an event overflowed your cup, it's not the event. The cup was already full. That was just the event that overflowed it. So like with those psychologists, we were already back into my childhood, into my mom slapping me and all these other things, like trying to get the cup down so you could put more stuff in it. But I can't address one single event because you're only addressing the event that overflowed the cup. All you did was set it back up to be overflowed again. Like, that's not,
That's a great point.
That's kind of how they explained it to me. So what we're trying to do is get the cup at least half empty, if not a little better, so you can put stuff in it, because that's just what people do. So solving that one event is actually not going to do anything for you, because the very next event that comes along, whatever it is, wife dies in a car accident, or your mom croaks, or anything, some life altering event happens, it goes right back to being overflowed, because you only fix the overflowing, you didn't fix the glass is full.
So, I mean, George, you've been through a lot. I mean, started at your childhood, which you've kind of addressed, and we talked probably a lot more on the prep. Not everything obviously made it out. You've been through a lot in life. You've been through a lot, in war. I mean, we didn't even cover your combat tours. That was an agreement that you and I had, but you've been through a lot. What do you attribute? And I know there's not one thing, but what do you think has helped you? I mean, as we sit still in a crisis of, I can't get a straight number, but we've all agreed that it's way more than 22 soldiers a day killing themselves. I think the numbers I've heard as high as 40 if you start considering overdoses and drugs and in relation to suicide. Like, what are some of the things that have helped you, somebody who's really dealt with PTSDs and all these different things, and then you add that with an extremely traumatic childhood. Like, what are some of the things that you can articulate, and maybe some of the things you can't, but what do you think has really helped you? Because everybody's different, but what I'd love for our audience to hear is just other tools. I mean, on our channel, we've talked about a host of things. We've talked about, God, we've talked about psychedelics, and, all these different things, which I think everything has a place, and I think everybody's different, right? One thing may be great for George Fraser and it may not be great for me, but what are some of the things that you could tell listeners that are struggling with, trauma, TBI, PTSD, whatever, of things that have helped George?
Well, I think, one size does not fit all. That is step one. And so it goes back to, one, admitting that there's something wrong and doing something about it. And so that's difficult in and of itself. I know that going to NICO and then, they did a lot of stuff for me. And when I was coming out of the Army, the same thing, I started feeling dizzy, and I still have, I'm walking through a Walmart on, if you know Fayetteville, there's a Walmart on Skybell Road, and then there's a Walmart over in Hope Mills. And I always go to the Hope Mills Walmart, and I found myself in the Skybell Walmart for some reason. I needed something at Walmart, so I just pulled in there, and I was in the back of Walmart, and I had one of my little episode-y things where, it's a time spatial thing. So I found myself walking down the Walmart aisle holding a cart. And that's what I knew. I knew that I was standing in Walmart holding a cart. You say to yourself, okay, what's going on here? And I didn't even know it was Walmart. I know it was in a store holding a cart. Like, that was the entirety of my world in that moment. I'm standing, and I'm pretty sure this is a store because there's shelves around me, and I'm holding a cart, and there's some things in the cart. And you start trying to piece it together and widen it from there. You're like, okay, take a deep breath. Somebody told me to breathe deeply. You breathe deeply, you kind of relax a minute. You're like, okay, I got this, I'm in a store. Yeah, okay, let's just go up here and see what's at the end of this aisle. You go up to the end of the aisle, you look around, you're like, oh, there's a sign over there. This is a Walmart. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm in a Walmart. Okay. Walk around a little bit more, and you just can't lay down and curl up in a ball. You're just trying to, let's walk it out. Like, what are we doing here? And so I kind of walk around, and I kind of piece together, because even though I saw the sign that said Walmart and said to myself, I'm in a Walmart, it still didn't make sense. It was almost like, oh, what's a Walmart? You're like, I don't know. So then you walk around, and I said, okay, where's the front of the store? And so I'm trying to work my way down the aisles, and I get to the front of the store where I can see outside, and I can see a parking lot, and I can see cars, and I'm like, I'm at the Skybell Walmart. Yeah. I don't remember why I'm here. There's some stuff in my cart, but let's call it a day. So I parked the cart, walked out to the truck, and then drove home. And you have things like that, and you say to yourself, nothing, don't want to deal with that. Or you say to yourself, there's something wrong, right? And I should go seek help for this. Like, that is not normal.
I can imagine that's kind of overwhelming to a guy who's had to, rely on his self-control to make it through some pretty hostile environments to, you're back home, and all of a sudden you just have this thing, and you're like, what the F is happening to me?
Yeah. And so, I think that's the first thing, is to recognize that you need help. And it's not easy. Exactly what you said. There's people that have, especially if you were a senior ranking guy or an NCO or a leader or something like that, you're the guy that everybody depended on. You were the guy, the decision maker. You were the, any number of things, you're, like Rambo said in the movie, I was in charge of $1 million worth of stuff and people, and here I am. Yeah, that's actually true. You were in the Army, a very relied upon member of a team who solved problems, and now you're in the outside world with no backup system. There is no people to talk to. You're not in charge of crap, right? And you have an issue, and you don't want to admit that you have the issue because you're the guy that solves problems, not the guy that has problems. And so that's the first thing that I would say, is you got to break through that mentality. And you're not, it's not like the old days when you were a private and going to sick call was malingering, which is what it was when I was a private. People that went to sick call were just trying to get out of PT. That's the truth. And I got bit by a bat one time because a bat flew in our room in Sierra Vista. It was my first time I ever went to sick call, and I never went back again. And I was actually there to get a rabies shot and to have somebody examine this animal to see if it had rabies. And there was just a whole schlep of people in there in their PT uniforms, and most of them were just trying to get out of PT. And so that gets ingrained to you, and that's actually what's said to you is, don't be the malingerer who goes to sick call just to get out of work kind of thing. And it's ingrained in you, and it becomes part of your psyche. So just to say to yourself, I'm not getting out of PT. There's no such thing as PT anymore. I'm not even in the Army. Like, what am I hiding from? I'm not trying to get out of something. And so I have an issue. I probably should go deal with it, and then the second thing is, how do I deal with this? Go see somebody, go talk to somebody. And, I'm here to tell you that it sucks to go talk to a psychologist and have them tell you you're crazy. Yeah. You're like, what? And it's not like I feel crazy, and I'm not crazy, but they tell you have different diagnoses and stuff like that. And you're like, okay, well, great. How do I deal with it? What do we do about this? So that's part of it, is to not feel like you're a malingerer, or not feel like and it's tough for people. And that's why they would prefer just to sit in a dark room and drink or do whatever it is that you do, because I don't want to get that out there in the real world and face the fact that, Santa Claus isn't real. I am not the great warrior who can solve problems, who never has problems myself. Truth is, I'm a human being who's broken, and I need to go get help. That's my old Santa Claus is not real thing. They tell you that you are invincible. You go out in the battlefield, you kill people. You're the cat's meow, brother. Like, you are invincible. Yeah. When I was a kid, they told me Santa Claus is real. And one day I found out he wasn't. One day I found out I wasn't invincible. I'm just a human being. You know what I mean? And so you got to get over that and go seek help. Do you have a support group? Do you have somebody that you can even talk to? You know what I mean? Or have you cut yourself off from everybody? And those are all issues that I don't have solutions for, because those aren't the...
Well, we talked about this last night. There is this thing, like when we're in the military, one of the things we talk about is, man, I'm, as soon as we retire, I'm going to go get me 10 acres and, I'm live by myself and get away. Well, the problem with that is we were never really designed to be alone. I mean, Sebastian Junger, I've said it, we've talked about it on probably 6 episodes. Sebastian Junger wrote that book called Tribe. And basically, we're supposed to be with a tribe of people, especially when you're coming from a unique tip of the spear type outfit or whatever, man. I mean, you could have just been a tanker. It doesn't really matter. Like, you're with a group of people who have purpose, and then you get out and all of a sudden you seclude yourself and you isolate yourself. That's where I think we see a lot of problems with veterans: drugs, alcohol, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and I went to a program with SOWW. They're a great little organization, and they have a pig hunt out in Myrtle Beach, and so I went to it. And amazingly, while I was there, they sponsor this event. They got all kinds of people to come in to help, and they got little vehicles and dogs and hunters and professional hunters, and they get a group of Army vets who are struggling. You get signed up for this thing, and so there's I think there was 10 of us out there, 11 or 12 of us out there, and it's you got there and you sleep in these little campers that they got. It's glamping, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you go hunt pigs, when you get out there and run in the woods. And what I found out, fascinatingly enough, is that 2 things. One, when I went there, I actually felt bad being there. I felt bad because it's a sponsored ship to Myrtle Beach to pig hunt. And it felt bad when it rolled off my tongue, and here I am, a veteran. Like, who am I to be getting free stuff? Like, why can't homeless Bob in LA get free stuff? Or why doesn't somebody out that just got off the streets of Kensington Avenue and has just cleaned themselves up, why don't they get free stuff? Like, who am I? That guy, I would think in my mind went through a lot more than I did, because he was on Kensington Avenue. And if you know anything about that place, it's maybe the 3rd circle of hell. But he got himself clean and got off at Kensington Avenue. Like, maybe he needs something. So that was hard for me. And it's how I see vets not wanting to seek help, because you feel bad about it. You're like, what am I doing? Like, somebody is doing something for, like, who am I to deserve this? That happened. Nothing I could do about it. That's in my head. It's not out here. All these people are wanting to help me. They want me to be there. They're happy I'm there. The hunters, they're thanking me for my service and all that kind of shit. Inside my head, I'm the guy that feels bad about it. And I don't know why. It is what it is. Two was that when I went around with those 10 guys and we got together, none of us knew each other. We're from all kinds of different backgrounds, but the thing that instantly happened was range talk. You're out on the range and you all get together and you start bullshitting, and it's a great, I never realized it then. I realized it right there at the pig hunt, that was the greatest off-gas experience you ever had, to sit around with a bunch of GIs at a range and just piss and moan about shit. I can't believe this shit, that motherfucking commander, it doesn't matter what you were talking about. And then you tell jokes and, remember this, remember that guy did this. And, it's just banter, and it's all useless banter, but it's a good off-gas exercise, where you can talk about stuff and you bring stuff up and you come out of there feeling good. And so we started doing that. Like, we were all just talking, waiting on the dog to come up on a pig. And so we're standing around, whose turn is it next? And next thing you know, we're doing range talk, talking about all kind of shit. And it felt good to do that, to be interacting with people. Then you get to run through the woods and go through the swamps and kill a pig, and you get to feel young again. Knee deep in hip water and stinky water, and get a little suck in. Like a little mini part of Ranger School. Not anything like Ranger School, but I'm just saying you just get to kind of go suck for a little bit. But it was interesting talking to all the guys, and some of the conversations that came out. I won't repeat them because they were it's personal to those people, but there was some heavy shit that came out. And you got to talk and interrelate and go, no, man, that's not that bad. And I don't know why you're thinking this. And, some of that self-healing would happen.
Absolutely.
And so, that thing that SOWW does is a good thing. Even though in my head, I don't think I deserve something like that. Why am I getting it? Why isn't somebody else getting it? So if you see opportunities like that, go to them. It turns out, like you said, it's a tribe. You're talking to other like people who understand your experience. And that's a good thing. You could get it at your local VFW, unless you're like my VFW, which everybody in there is from the Vietnam War. So they're way older than me. So, it's a different plane level. But I think that organizations like that and helping people is a good thing. People getting help and talking to other people helps out. Whether you go try... And I don't know, go try psychedelics, go down to Mexico and take some mushrooms in a controlled environment. Maybe that works for you. I mean, if it does, it does. Don't feel bad about doing it or not doing it. If putting on yoga clothes and going to a transcendental meditation thing for a week, if it helps you, then do it. And you got to try these different things, because you never know. That's what I learned at NICO. They were like, you're mandatory to go to each one of these programs at least once for an hour. So we went and sat in some room, and everybody got a drum, and we made funky noises, dinging and drumming and making hoo-ha noises. Wasn't for me. I'm like, I'm not sure how this helps. This one's out. Cross it off the list. Went to the meditation room. I'm like, I like this one. Let's do this again. Went to the painting room. I gravitated towards the artsy stuff. Mm-hmm. But there were guys that went back over to the drum thing. It worked for them. And so there's no shame in that. That's what worked for you. And you got to make your own schedule, but you wouldn't know unless you tried it. And so, trying different things, whether it's psychedelics or there's a variety of programs out there, just look them up. But then also people that do outreach, I think, is another thing. So the 22 people a day that are killing themselves, I think that, by the time you're doing that, you're probably past the point of asking for help. So where's the outreach? It ain't coming from the VA. Not that I'm anti-government or anything like that. Don't write me down as a conspiracy theorist. But, that level of organization is not doing outreach to veterans who are hurting. Listen to podcasts, other venues for listening to people who have had issues. And I like that idea, or, this idea or that idea.
I mean, if I'm totally honest, the only reason I have a podcast is because I heard a message on a podcast that helped change and shape the course of my life, ultimately, which led to this podcast. One of these days, maybe that story will leak out, but that's a great point, right? Like, that's why it's important for people out there to hear from a guy like you, a guy that was at the tippy top of the spear. At the end of his journey can say, hey man, I'm hurting. I went through some things. I'm still going through some things. Here's, there's not something wrong with you. You were exposed to, whether it's blast injuries, trauma, whatever, man. I mean, war, I think only the dead have truly seen the end of the war. So those of us that have been out there, there's nothing wrong with you, right? Like, it's normal to feel a certain way. I think what becomes the issue is, to your point, is when people don't recognize it. Like, hey, they try to ignore, this thing, like to your point, when you're talking about you're in a Walmart and you have this thing where you don't know where you're at, and you can bury that with alcohol, but eventually, man, that's a dark path. And I think we're seeing as a society, especially in the last 10, 15 years, what happens, especially in the veteran community, but it's also pretty common in law enforcement as well. Guys retire and, they end up killing themselves within a year. And I think purpose plays a big role in that too. Like, I know we haven't really covered that, but I know you're doing a lot. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but like finding a purpose, like you are not the sum total of the thing you did for a period in your life. Like, you got to find the thing that's next, because if you get out of the thing and all you want to do is go back to, like, you're out of the military, dude, you're not going back there. Your days of hitting targets and chasing Abu Dickhead are over. You know what I mean? And you can either make that transition and find the new thing. Like, I know for you and I, it's our families. Like, my family is a huge part of my life, and, and maybe it's helping others or whatever, man, but find something, because if you lose purpose and you can't find a reason to get out of bed every day, that's a slippery slope.
Yeah. And finding purpose is, like I like going and talking to high schools through Alltru, and we'll get into Alltru later, but, I would tell the kids, and it kind of goes to this purpose thing, is we went to the inner San Diego school, in downtown San Diego. And let's just say that everybody at that school is probably below the poverty line. It's one of those kind of places, but they're all good kids. They're just in a rough neighborhood kind of thing, and just is what it is. And I grew up on the semi-rough edge of town. Was I in the hood? No, I wasn't in the hood, but I didn't have shit. And I was 2 decisions away from being homeless, which happened to me, and I became homeless. That kind of thing. So you're on the there's probably people in that school that did better than I did when I came out of school, because they're at least not homeless. They might be in the hood, but they're not homeless. So, it's apples and oranges trying to compare my misery to your misery, and where's the misery line, kind of thing. But what I told them was, in the same direction on purpose, I said, what are you going to do with your life? And I said, dream big. That's kind of the theme of what we were talking to them about. And I said, dream big, but let it be your dream. So I got it. People tell you, you want to be an astronaut. Dream big. And so if you think becoming an astronaut is dreaming big, I'm just saying, as a person who's with a lot of practical experience in life, that's kind of a fallacy. Like, the odds on you becoming an astronaut are pretty astronomical, to use 2 words together that kind of work.
I see what you did there, George.
Yeah. And I tell these kids that. I go, if you want to be an astronaut, I'm not knocking it. Knock yourself out, please. Go be the best astronaut that there is in the world. But I know for a fact that all of you don't think you're going to be an astronaut. And I know for a daggum fact that all of you don't want to be an astronaut, right? That doesn't mean you can't dream big, right? You can have a goal of running an animal rescue, to give back to the community that way. You can have a goal of being the principal of this high school, right? You can have the goal of being a good mom and raising great kids who go to college. Those are all dream big, you know what I mean? But it's your dream because it's what you want to do, and you're actually going to invest in that if you want to do it. I am saying dream big, stretch big, try to do something like figure out how to go to college for yourself. But if you're going to go to college, do something you want to do, right? And so dream big doesn't mean be an astronaut, because to say that means that if you're not an astronaut, you're a failure. And that is actually not true. Like, the biggest dream that I think you could have is just to be a good human, right? To be good to your fellow humans, to be a good person, to put good karma out in the world, to raise good kids and have a good family. That's dreaming big, because there's some people in this room who that's not going to happen for. You know what I mean? So that might be your big dream. That's fine. And from there, you could springboard into other things. I'm a springboard king. Trust me. As I laid out my life, there's various points where I jumped off the diving board and went for it, but those came from a series of springboards. It wasn't, I want to be a command sergeant major when I was in high school. I didn't even know what the hell a command sergeant major was. That wasn't my dream. You know what I mean? I wanted to be an artist, but that didn't work out because you needed money, and then bills came, and then I have a daughter and all that stuff. So it's the same thing. Have purpose. What is your purpose? And your purpose doesn't have to be, you come out of the Army as, say, a command sergeant major, and you got to have a job, and you end up at Walmart stacking boxes and you think you're a total failure and life's over because you're at Walmart stacking boxes. Is it? Like, what does it mean to be a failure? Like, if you got a job and then you springboard into something else, like writing books, making music, being a good father, you know, and then from that job, if you don't like that job, go to the next job. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company to be a successful retiree. You don't. You actually just have to be a good human and happy, because you make part of a paycheck, because that's what retirement is. You know, I make enough money in retirement that I do have a job, but it's a job that I want. It's a job that, you know, when I calculated my finances, I calculated to keep the life that I had. That made me happy. I'm satisfied. That's all I want in life, is to be satisfied. I don't want to be rich. Be great if I was. Let's hope for the lottery.
Well, let's be honest, man. There's plenty of people that are rich that are miserable in life.
Yeah. And so, you know, all I calculated was, here's my retirement. Here's my my VA money that I'm getting for disability. And then here's the difference between that and what I was making and happy. And so I'm going to shoot for a job that gives me that difference. Like, I don't have to be a CEO. And it turns out I can actually go work at Walmart, you know, and be a manager of a little department and make that difference. You know, I happen to have a different job, but the truth is that that's how I was looking at life. Was I don't have to be, like, to be successful doesn't mean I have to be an equal job. Like, I have to be a command sergeant major again, or a senior enlisted advisor.
Yeah. And I think there is this thing, like, people get out and they're like, I was this thing and was in charge of X, and like, I can't find that. It's like, yeah, dude, because that you're on to the next phase in life. But there's a lot of people that just mentally cannot transition to the next phase because they're still holding on to that thing that they were. And I think sometimes that's what's choking people, but they're kind of choking themselves in essence, because, you know, it's like, let go of that thing, let yourself grow, and like, give yourself that grace to grow into something new. And, you know, sometimes, you know, we think we want to go in this direction, and God can smack you in the face and be like, yeah, but this is where you're supposed to go.
You're going that way. It's kind of like I told a sergeant major when I was in Afghanistan one time, and he was a command sergeant major working with a colonel who were, I thought they were a battalion. Anyway, they were in charge of a soft region, and there was some experiment they did where they put regular Army in charge of some soft stuff. And so I was in their office talking to them about something. They weren't in charge of us, but they were in charge of some stuff that we dealt with. And so this part, you know, boss is talking to the boss, so I pulled the sergeant major aside and we're talking, and I'm like, so how do you like it, man? The all the autonomy and the freedom of working with the soft guys, like, how does that compare to being on the line company? You know, are you enjoying what should be a lot more freedom?
Yeah.
You know, his answer was amazing to me. He's like, you know, this autonomy shit's not all it's cracked up to be. I don't like it. I like rigor and structure. I don't like this, whatever you guys call it, this free flow thing. Like, I like rigor and structure. I'm not doing well in this environment. Totally surprised me. I'm like, wow. I think we call that institutionalized. I don't know. It's not me. It's not my way of thinking. But that guy's going to retire out of the Army. And what he needs is, and he's going to need structure and rigidity, because he just told me. Like, he's getting a window into retirement. You know, I got to go work with a bunch of soft people, and it was all kind of loosey-goosey. Let's just do the wave. And he was like, I can't do this. I need structure and rigidity. Well, when you get out, you know, that's gonna work against you. Because, you know, what I found out now that we've gotten out, there is no structure and rigidity. There's no PT formation. I don't even know what day it is half the time. Right. And so the thing you need is to be that structured, you know, you should probably think about that. That's why they're supposed to take a year to retire, you know, and they're supposed to be able to let you go apprentice somewhere and try different things. Like, you got to set yourself up to retire.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to, like, that guy probably had a problem because there's no such thing out here as rigidity and structure and all that kind of stuff.
No, you got to create that for yourself. I mean, I've seen that, you know, with this podcast, you know what I mean? Like, I have to give myself that structure, because if not, I feel like everything in life is fighting for our time, good, bad, or indifferent, man. And if you don't learn how to balance all that, you know, you either won't be successful, or, you know, you won't be near as good as you could at whatever the thing that you're doing. But I think there's, you know, a lot of guys really don't know how to relax too. And I think that comes from all the stress and not going to deal with those issues. And they stay at level 20, right? And it's that whole, so, man, I used to make fun of like people that were all into the holistic hippie. Now, man, that's like a part of my daily, and everybody in my circle is doing, whether it's yoga, cold tanks, saunas, working out 4 or 5 days a week, going on hikes, like being active, right? Because if not, man, like you start getting older, you can find excuses to sit around and watch TV all day and do nothing and be lazy. And
yeah, you have to strike a good balance. And I think, I used to tell people that they were trying to find work-life balance, and I say just substitute the word balance with quality, because work-life balance doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
Because your wife wants all of your time, work wants all of your time, and neither one is satisfied unless they have all your time. And guess what? That's not going to happen.
Ever.
So just do quality. Like when I do spend time with you, it is the best quality time that I can give you. And when you get out, like you said, you have to find a way to relax, whatever that is. And you got to try different things. You got to be willing to try. Like get on YouTube, get some yoga going, get on YouTube, get some meditation going, and just do it for a week and see if it does something for you. Go fishing, pick up a guitar and learn to play guitar, take up pottery making. I don't know. Find a hobby, and it'll take you a while to find one that relaxes you. It might be gardening, like plant a garden, grow vegetables, and go out there and tend the garden every day. Like for me, that's my meditation time, is tending my garden, just watering my garden, picking my fruits. Like that is my cross-legged on the ground with the incense burning. I don't do that. I go out to my garden and water my garden.
Yeah.
And it's relaxing to me, and I'm in the moment. So if you get out, you got to find something that relaxes you. And I don't know what it's going to be for you.
Yeah. Everybody's different. Like I agree. It's just like, I think all the treatments, some treatments work great, some don't. As we kind of transition to the, I guess the closure of this podcast, there's one, I definitely wanted to talk about, obviously, Alltru, the nonprofit that you're involved in. And I guess we'll start with the Guerrera documentary. We had Jessica on the podcast. She was episode 13. Guerrera was her brainchild, if you will. It's a 3-part episode documentary that is done. It's phenomenally. It's just it's about female CSTs on the battlefield, and kind of some stuff that happened. And that's kind of ultimately where I found George. So, if you want a good insight into, some of George's combat exploits, Guerrera covers a little bit of that, but it's just a great documentary, if you will. And we've talked about it before. It's on Apple TV. You can also watch it on Amazon Prime. If you haven't seen it, I'd highly suggest it. It's great. And I'm not just recommending it because I know Jessica and I know George. If it was shit, I would tell all you people out there that it was shit and don't watch it. Sorry, that's just how I'm built. So can you tell us a little bit about how you met Jess and then how you ultimately got involved in Guerrera?
Yeah, so Jess was my CST when I was in Afghanistan for my rotation out there. We were in the Kunduz area. And so, as you can watch the documentary and see I'll just do the highlight reel, but there was a program developed through SOF to use women on the battlefield to talk to other women and children, because in the propaganda war, the Taliban was winning the propaganda war, and part of the propaganda war was to tell the populace that big mean GIs were coming into houses and speaking to women and looking at them without their burqas on and being crazy Americans and how dare they kind of thing. And plus, when you talk to the women, they wouldn't tell you anything kind of deal, because they were afraid of talking to men, because it was a big cultural thing. And so somebody at some point figured out, and I'm surprised it took them that long to figure out, that we can remedy this. We just have to get some females out here that can act as interrogators. I mean, you have interrogators everywhere that pull information from people. Why not bring them out onto the battlefield? And so to ease those cultural tensions, we can bring women out here and they can talk to women. That's the genesis of the idea. The genesis of that idea, as in all good ideas sometimes, I guess, is that even though SOF had that idea, the reality of it was that at the time, women weren't legally allowed to combat. They weren't in combat units. You couldn't just put a woman in a combat situation on purpose. And so we had to, not by saying we, SOF in general, I had nothing to do with the program coming up. I just was a beneficiary of it. They devised a pretty good plan to assess, select, and train a group of women to then bring them on the battlefield as augmentees. And so they put together the CST program, Cultural Support Team, which sounds innocuous. It's probably why they chose the name, not female warrior or female combat infantry woman.
Shield maidens of the army.
Yeah. So, it's the innocuous name is probably on purpose. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't come up with it, but Cultural Support Team, who's going to look at that twice? And so, the program came along. I had come off of the battlefield and done my instructor time, so there was no Cultural Support Team when I left the fight. When it came back, it was there. I did my Op Sergeant Major time. I spent probably the majority of my Op Sergeant Major time out on the battlefield, touring around, and because that's just who I am sometimes. I can't stand to sit in the JOC and watch it if I don't have to. And so I went out there, and when I got out there to the different outstations to get a little time on target, what I found was there was females there, and I'm like, that's interesting. What do we got going here?
You were going out on target as the Ops Sergeant Major?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the last was that Ops Sergeant Majors? Yeah. No, it was a Troop Sergeant Major, or it might have been Ops Sergeant Major. I think the last guys that I dealt with killed was as an Ops Sergeant Major. But at any rate,
that does not surprise me.
Neither here nor there. So I get out there and I see these ladies, and so I, curiously I go up and talk to them, and I'm like, so what's the deal? What do we got going on here? And I find out about the Cultural Support Team and what they're out there to do and all this kind of stuff. And I can remember giving advice to different ones. I don't know if they remember me from my Op Sergeant Major days. I was just some dude that came through the camp for a week and went out on target and then left. So it's not like I was a permanent fixture or lasting memory. But I'd give people different advice on, as I do everybody. Find me somebody and you'll probably find me giving them advice. I don't know why. It's just the thing I do. And so then after my Ops Sergeant Major time, I went back out on the battlefield and back on the line. And on the line, I got Jess was my CST.
Were you the Troop Sergeant Major then?
I was. And then if you watch the documentary, you'll see most of this. So I'll try not to say everything I already said there. I wasn't, I got this, the way I viewed it as a tool of war. These are all my tools of war. I got various guys that do various things. And they all, if you come out onto the battlefield with me, you are a tool of war. And my personal opinion is that when you're out on the battlefield, you're out on the battlefield. You have just as much chance as getting killed as anybody else, because the enemy doesn't distinguish between male, female, gay, straight, Democrat, Republican, support person, line person, armed, unarmed. There's none of that happens. They're shooting that way. You know what I mean? And so, I made sure that, we did some training, made sure that the guns were tight, as I do with everybody. I probably shot with her quite a bit. But one of the things I did was, and it wasn't a, it's in the documentary, was moved her over to the kit room. And it wasn't because I was trying to change the world or I was trying to make the world a better place for women or anything like that. It was because I was the leader, I was in charge, and I was in charge of this human who was one of my tools of war. And I was taking that person, Jess, out onto the battlefield.
How was that received? Like, obviously we heard Jess's side and, but how was that received by the guys in the troop initially?
A little bit of consternation, and it wasn't a ton. There wasn't people getting the pitchforks out and stuff like that. But, I had some people come ask me what I was doing, and I explained the why. You always got to have a good why. I'm doing this because here's the following reasons. And as I've explained before in the documentary, the kit room it's its own little thing, but you go to your briefing, this is what we're going to do. And then you go to the kit room to get dressed, and then you go to the helicopter and you go do the thing. But once you get under the helicopter rotor wash, you really can't hear each other, and you're not going to make long radio calls to change stuff. And what I always found all through the years was that in the kit room, things changed. Somebody came up with a good idea, or somebody said, hey, I was looking at this photo that looks like it's a bigger door than we thought, or that looks like this thing's over here, so I'm going to bring a law and shoot it that way. And so it's probably something everybody should know, you know what I mean, just to avoid any confusion. And so, it's easy in the kit room because we're all there. We all hear each other. And if it's something that applies to everybody, sometimes there's little team changes. It only applies to that team. They decided that, Bob's on the wall, not Carl or something. Yeah, whatever. That doesn't matter to me. That's something you guys are doing. If it's some change that's going to affect all of us, then we would generally tell everybody, hey, we're going to go left instead of right, or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. But minor modifications happened every now and then in the team room. And then you just go out to the helicopter and off you go. That's the last chance you get to be together to talk about, say, anything. And so I found it just wrong in my mind to have somebody that's going to go out on the battlefield with me who's in some other room while we're over here making adjustments, and they don't hear about it, and then they're going to rely on who to tell them, because it ain't going to be me, because I'm going to have too much stuff going on. So I said, easy solution, just bring you over here and you can listen to all these conversations. So like I said, it wasn't to change the world of, how we live in or anything like that. It's because she's a human that I'm in charge of, and she deserves to know all the information, because to not know all the information is a chance of getting killed. And that would be my responsibility for that happening, because I allowed her not to have all the information. That's how I viewed it. It's pretty simple. Brought her over, put her in the kit next to mine, just said, hey man, you're going to put all your kit here. You're going to get changed here. Your terp and your female tactical platoon, they can stay over there because the plan doesn't matter to them. All they're going to do is follow you around. So they can stay over there. I don't need all that in here. But for her, she can come in there. And then it was, we're just, those are the questions that came up. Is she changing in here? Can I change in here? And all that kind of stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't care, man. It's not about all that. Whatever. You don't, it's kind of like the beard theory. You got to shave. You can't grow a beard, but you don't have to shave. What does that mean? Jess is putting her kit in here and she's going to come in here and we're going to get ready. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. Make it mean whatever you want it to make it mean. You know what I mean? If you're embarrassed and you want to come in here early and get dressed, you want to show up dressed because you're embarrassed. If she wants to show up, listen, that's not for me to work out. I really don't care. The part that I want is the part where she comes in here and listens to the planning, loads her gun, and we go out to the bird. The rest of it, you guys figured out. You're adults. I don't care. You know what I mean? So, that's what the arrangement was with her. And she went out in the battlefield and performed well. She did her thing, gave us some key information at key times, never backed down from a challenge, didn't cower in the corner. None of the tropes that you hear about women in combat. I didn't see any of them. And I've seen women in combat before, so it's not like it's some new thing. There's plenty of countries that have women in combat. And I've always said there are differences between men and women. So if the requirement is that you carry a 150-pound ruck, then you're probably going to find 2 females in the world that can do it. And are those 2 females qualified to do the thing that we're going to go do when we carry the ruck? The answer is probably no, I would assume, right? So then, can't be there. But if it's just a job that requires you to shoot somebody in the face, run around with a gun and kit, yeah, all of these gals could do that just fine. Were they door kickers? No, they weren't. They talked to women and kids. They got them off the target, put them over here, searched them, talked to them, tried to gain intel. They got all kinds of good stuff, And it's no different than any other support guy. I got the medic. What does the medic do on target? He makes sure that he doesn't get shot. And if nobody gets shot, he does nothing. Runs around with the headquarters element, pulls security, and then gets back on the helicopter. You know what I mean? Because that's his job. His job is the medic. His job is to patch people up who get injured. So what's the difference? I have plenty of support people who only support me when the thing that they do needs doing. When it doesn't do, then you're just part of the headquarters element, and we got block in position 1 and 2 or whatever it is that we're going to do with them. And, it might be that kind of night. You just take a knee outside the wall and you sit there until we're done and go get back on the helicopter. Just what it is. And so that was the CST thing. I did the whole rotation. I think we cut our rotation short that year for a variety of things. We closed it down. And so she went and did the second half of her rotation, the first half with us, and the second half I think she went and did with the Rangers. Good performance. I never had any problems with any of the CSTs on any of the things. They performed well. It was a good program that did the thing that it was supposed to do. And I think, if you were going to, as I've said before to them in various events that we've been to, if you were going to have a petri dish where you were going to try out women in combat, if you'd have done this in the Marine Corps or in the 82nd, you would have got no traction whatsoever, because it would have been one of 1,000 people way in the back doing a thing, right? And you proved that you could go to combat to a bunch of 82nd guys in a squad. Like, that didn't really carry, in my mind, wouldn't have carried the weight that it carried, that you went out on the battlefield with the people that you did go out on the battlefield with, and proved yourself to them, to the Rangers, to the pointing of the spear, that everything they ever said about a woman on a battlefield didn't quite match up to reality, right? And so you got a lot more traction out of that. You were in small groups, small missions, hitting targets, going on direct actions. And so there was a lot more traction as far as can women be in combat gained by doing that. Some of your biggest detractors were people in SOF, and you proved to them that you could do it. So I thought that the program went well. And then because I knew Jess later in life, when Jennifer Marino died, got killed in Afghanistan, at some point she decided to do the short documentary. She told the story why she did it, to honor Jenny or whatever. But she asked me if I would be willing to be interviewed for it. And I said, sure. I met Will Aggie, who's the director, fantastic human. And he interviewed me, and it went from, he was going to be at my house for 30 minutes and, 5 hours later, we're still talking. One of those things. It is what it is. That was my entire contribution, given an interview. And then she started Alltru, and I participate in Alltru. I'm the current vice president for it. And then I think that's a 1-year gig. And so we do the Alltru thing, and it's a nonprofit led by SOF women. And, it's all the CST girls wanting to give back to the community, either to the CST community or to the wider women community. There are men in Alltru like myself, and so it's not an exclusive women's club. And they do a lot of stuff like, besides honoring the fallen, Ashley White and Jennifer Marino, they go to different places. Like they host an annual event, moves around from city to city. I think last year we did it in, I think it was San Diego. This year I think we're going up to DC. But we tie events to it. We go speak at high schools, go speak at, I've gone to colleges. I've gone and spoke with her at West Point to cadets and stuff. Part of the problem we've had is that when the administration changed and you got the new Pentagon staff, we were trying to correct wokeness, which I can't say I disagree with some of the stuff that they were trying to correct, but, we did an overcorrection. So some of the Alltru stuff went by the wayside because you're trying to figure out, okay, where is the line? Do you want to, is that a strictly, because the difference between that I see and that I say, and it's just George's personal opinion. This is not for Alltru. It's not for the U.S. military. I'm not speaking for for anybody except for me, is that the difference between what Alltru is doing and the thing that they're trying to get rid of, which is DEI, is that Alltru is not actually asking, and the CST girls, when they were on the battlefield, didn't ask anybody for an exception to anything. They had to go, one, volunteer. All of those girls that volunteered for CST, if you think about it, when you are pulling for the Rangers, you can get a Ranger contract off the street. And you go through Ranger school and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of a feeder pipeline for SF, the unit, stuff like that. So when you do that, you're kind of pulling from a community of infantry, and it's all a like thing. You just got to mold it a different way, but it's all infantry guys, wow, let's go. I know how to shoot a gun. When you try to do the CST program, there was no pipeline to pull from. These are pack clerks, supply sergeants, cooks, jobs that women could have in the military. And they all sacked up and said, yeah, I want to go on the battlefield. Why not? Ostensibly wholly unqualified to do that. But they, to me, that makes their decision to want to do it more hefty. To be somebody who's a cook somewhere or a clerk somewhere, a pack clerk somewhere, and say, yeah, sign me up. What do I got to do? To me, that carried more weight to be able to do that. And so they went and, it wasn't free. They had to go to Fort Bragg and do a selection program. There was a lot of people went through that selection program. I think there was only ever, 300 and something, high 300s, low 400s, somewhere in there. I don't know the exact number, but that was it for CST people ever. So it was a short, the program only lasted, once we pulled out of Afghanistan, the program was over. So those women had to go from pack clerk, supply sergeant, NBC officer, any support job you can think of in the Army, weather person, right? To volunteer to go to a selection, a no shit selection run by Rangers, lots of walking, lots of rucking, lots of crazy Ranger School games, right? Passed said selection, which then chopped the numbers down considerably. And then when you got through the selection, then you still had to go through the training. Assessing selection was one thing, and then training was the other. They had to go through the training put on by the Rangers, shooting qualifications, all kinds of interrogation stuff. And, you can see it in the film. There's quite a bit of stuff that they had to go through. And so it's kind of that whole problem solving that I talk about, where I don't know about things and I go learn them. You get somebody who's a pack clerk is going to go learn how to shoot a gun, wear a kit, go on target, not get shot, do battlefield interrogation, find information. If you think about the list of things they had to learn that they knew nothing about. So quick selection, quick course training, and then you're off on a plane to the battlefield. And so it wasn't even that there was any time to fuck about with it. You went to selection, you got training, and you went on the battlefield, right? So hopefully you learned all this well, because you're getting ready to go out with the big guys. And so I applaud them because I think that was one of the more fascinating things for me when I asked CST people where they came from. I was like, you're going out on target with me tonight, and you were less than 7 months ago a pack clerk, or weather person. And they're like, yeah, where's the helicopter? Let's go. Hard charging. So, the program and Guerrera kind of lays out that program, and she brought it together, and it rolls around till she started the Alltru nonprofit for, initially it was CST women, to support CST women, because they had an enclave of people, and then they expanded it into, let's help other women, and then let's just help leaders, and then let's help generations of people be good humans and good citizens. And so we go talk to high schools, and I've gone talk to colleges, gone to West Point, inner city high schools.
When you guys go out and talk, are you guys mainly focused talking to young women?
No, we talk to whoever comes to the audience. Sometimes it's there is some focus on women, empowering women. It's one of the things that I think Jess has talked to me about, is that, one of the problems is that there's no role model for you to look at. For a woman to say I could be an astronaut requires there to have been a female astronaut that I could look at and go, that's possible. You know what I mean? So somebody had to be the first, and so they view themselves as role models for people to look up to say, hey, there's women out here doing it, doing different things, becoming the things that they want to be.
So if there's folks that are out there that are watching or listening to this and they want, to have Alltru come out and do a speaking engagement, what's that look like? How do they get in touch with you guys?
They contact Alltru, and through the Alltru website, they contact Jess, and then they work it out for scheduling and all that kind of stuff, and it works into the.
And just so you guys know, Alltru, and we'll put the link in the description. It's ALLTRU.
Yep, and so it's the espousement of character, competence, and commitment, and bringing the younger generation in. They folded a couple other organizations into their organization, but it's it's a lot of teaching humans to be good humans, inspiring people. Like I said, the talk I gave about dream big, but don't limit your dreams. If you don't want to be an astronaut, don't be an astronaut. But that doesn't mean you can't dream big. Maybe for you, dreaming big is being a good human. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. I'd love to have a bunch of good humans walking around this planet. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Be the best thing. So, we do speaking engagements, and we talk about what, like we went to a college and they wanted to talk about the Constitution because it was Constitution Day. They went in and talked to the college about the Constitution. I did find it fascinating because, as we talk, we get in a panel and talk. My first question to the rather large audience of college students and professors, talking about Constitution Day, and I think some of the professors were the teachers of the Constitution class. My number one question when I started off was, okay, who in this room has read the Constitution front to back? Like 2 people in the room, and I'm like, okay, well, that's where we're going to start our talk. Look, people, if you're going to discuss, learn, pontificate, bitch about, say you want to change, if you can do anything about the Constitution, start with reading the document. Read it front to back. It's not that hard. It's a short read. It's laid out pretty concisely. The founding fathers took a long time to write that thing. They argued about a lot of things, and it's a give and take document. It's not the perfect, it's not the Bible, it's the Constitution, and there is compromise in there. I'll grant you that. But read it first. Don't say the Constitution is bad if you've never read it. So, we talk to people about different things like that, whether it's dream big or, the Constitution or, women in service, what it takes to be in service. And I will say that for the CST program, again, my personal opinion, not the opinion of Alltru, not the opinion of any of the female CSTs, not the opinion of the U.S. government, not the opinion of the Pentagon, anybody. George Fraser's personal opinion is that, one of the things that these gals did in the CST program is, they volunteered to be selected and assessed, told, beat it, kid, you're not it, and other people to be said, yes, you're it, gone through a training program, which not all of them passed, and then went out on the battlefield and proved their muster. They weren't door kickers, and not trying to make them bigger than they were, but
they went out on target with tier 1 and tier 2 units, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely did that. And, but the greatest accomplishment that they made was, and sadly, it's, ironically, is they never got to see the fruits of their own labor, because what they did was, as a pack clerk, as a supply sergeant, as a, drill sergeant, whatever they were, went to this thing, volunteered to go be assessed and select and yelled at, volunteered to go to this course, went out on the battlefield and proved themselves and dispelled the myth that women couldn't be in combat. Now, can a woman be a this or that? I don't know, right? Let's just start small. Like, we can be on the battlefield and be successful. And then the CST program closed, and I don't think any of them got to see the fruits of their labors, which were the benefits that the first woman went to Ranger School. First woman Green Beret, first woman platoon leader or infantry squad leader, women in combat roles. Some of those gals were inspired by some of these gals, but none of these gals came out of the CST battlefield and went back to their unit and people said, you went to combat. No, they went back to being a supply clerk. Like, their MOS didn't change. Nothing changed. They went and did a tour with us, proved themselves. Hard as a rock, women can do it. And it went back to whatever it was they did when they volunteered. You know what I mean? Which is ironic. Other women picked up the mantle and went to Ranger School and have been successful, and PLs and squad leaders. And, there's women in actual combat roles now. They are there because these guys made the generational sacrifice. A lot of them kind of tanked their careers by doing it, pissed people off, left positions. The things that happen when you go to be a Green Beret, if you go to be a Green Beret and you don't make it through selection, don't come back here. There's a price to everything. So that is something that is my personal opinion, is they paved the way for women to do some of the things they're doing, and they didn't receive any of the benefits of that. They all went back to whatever it was they were doing when they volunteered in the first place. No accolades, because the program until Ashley White was killed and they wrote the book, Ashley's War, the program was a secret. Nobody knew about it. So it's not like they could go out there and go, hey, guess what I did the last 3 months? No, they just went back to being a quiet supply clerk, quiet professional, and did their thing. So I find that interesting. There's no point to be made there other than they didn't get to enjoy the fruits of their labor. But I think it's a worthwhile sacrifice that other women did. Other women got to go to Ranger School. The Rangers said, okay, let's bring a woman in here. Because, truth is, they can be on the battlefield. They do have to be the right woman. They do have to be assessed. They do have to pass the standards. They do have to meet the standards. And it gets me back to the original point I was making. The difference between what we're doing in DEI is that is the thing that all of them will tell you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'm not asking for you to put me on the battlefield because I'm a woman. I'm asking you to tell me what the fucking standard is and let me meet it or fail.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. And period. That's it. And you know, I would wish that for my daughters. You know, if there's a standard out there and you want to go, you know, knock your socks off, man. You know, and none of them ever said, you know, like make an exception for me. They all said, what is the fucking standard? Tell me. And then let me fail on my own.
You know, it's funny. That's how actually I got in contact with Jess. I didn't know anything about this documentary. I didn't even know anything about Jess, to be honest with you. I had saw an Instagram picture, I think, on the USASOC page of a female in kit. And I'm a girl dad. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily pray for my daughters to go to war. But if they decide that, you know, I'm always looking for, you know, badass chicks for my girls to look up to. You know what I mean? And so I remember like one of my initial messages to Jess is like, hey, I'm a girl dad, you know, I'm raising 2 tough chicks. I'd love, you know, to have a female come on the podcast and, you know, just talk about who you are and what you did. We ended up having Jess, and we've had Natasha. Natasha was another badass chick that we've had on here. So I think it's, you know, it's.
Yeah. I mean, my daughters are strong, independent women, and I'm proud of them.
Yeah.
And I like it that way. And I'm not, you know, they're neither one of them is ever asked anybody for anything, and both of them are good humans making good lives.
Well, and it's cool for people to hear it coming from a person that, you know, both served and commanded at the tippy top of the Shining Spear. We're obviously not going to name the unit here, but if you go watch Guerrera, it'll become pretty obvious. So it's cool to hear, you know, I mean, you're a guy that has spent a lot of time in combat, you know, you've, you know, experienced combat at, you know, very close personal, distances, if you will, and, you know, done America's bidding at the highest level. So, you know, it's, you know, not that it wouldn't matter coming from somebody else, but to hear it out of the mouth of somebody like you in the way that you've served this country, I think it adds credence. Not that they don't deserve the credence on their own without George's vote, but, you know, I definitely, I got that same vibe in talking to both Jess on and offline, you know, and I recently, my best friend ran with the, I think it was last week, and they had an event where they did a Ragnar run, which is not easy, but it was an Alltru event. And, you know, my best friend's former 275 guy, he's an outdoor nut, and he went with these chicks, and he was like, man, these chicks, it was a bunch of, you know, Alltru chicks, and they're all tough as nails, dude. Like tough as nails.
They are, they call them alpha males. These are alpha chicks, you know, and it's, it was interesting to watch. And it was great to participate. And if anybody wants to go to the Alltru website and check it out and donate, and if you want to get in contact with Jess as far as events, like I said, there's been a little bit of blowback from the military trying to purge itself from DEI. You know, I'm not advocating one way or another for any of that. What I'm saying is that Alltru is not that. It is women talking about, you know, meeting the standard, be good humans, shoot for the stars, you know, like,
stuff that we should agree on all across the board. Doesn't matter how you vote, doesn't matter what your religious, cultural, like that stuff we should all be behind.
Yeah, it's something you should want for your daughters. Like,
exactly.
As long as my daughter is meeting the standard, she should be able to do whatever she wants to do, whatever she wants to be. And like, I don't want to limit her on something. Says, you know, I want to go be a race car driver. Says, no, that's only for men. Well, if you can drive a car, why not? You know, and I was just watching the national NRA drag strip thing the other day at the VFW, and you'd be surprised at the amount of women drivers that are in the National Drag Racing Association these days. You know, and nailing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Jess, you and your cohort, when you guys hear this, man, you guys are all inspiring. Well, as we wrap this up, I just got a couple final questions for you, George. Looking back at the young man living in a trailer surrounded by the toilets, what would you tell him today?
You know, Jesus, what would you tell that guy? You know, first off, I would say that guy's not going to listen to a damn thing I got to say. So, you know, but I would tell him to, you know, keep trying, you know, and as we say in Alltru, dream big. Like that guy dreamed big, and it wasn't, you know, that guy sitting in that trailer didn't dream to be an astronaut. You know, my springboard dreams, you know, started as I want to be a good father. I don't want to be the father I had. That was simple enough. That led to the next step, that led to the next step, that led to the next step. I bought my first house that I bought back in, I think it was 93. It's right after I got out of the Q course. Long story about that, funny stories. But at any rate, next to buying a house, I bought the house specifically on my birthday. And it was awesome.
That's amazing, dude. Your life journey reads like an American epic, from homelessness to the elite of the elite. What do you want people to take from your story, George?
I'm not the burning bush, I'm not the all.
I think you are the burning bush.
I'm not the all purveyor of things like that. But if I took anything is, don't quit. Don't let your past and your life and your current situation define you. The only person who could define you is you. You define you, and you can change that anytime you want. And because if you can't, then the guy that's standing on Kensington Avenue right now, that's in a bad way, that is the rest of his life. If it's not that he can change his life if he wants to. Now, getting him to want to change his life and all that, it's a whole different program. But the truth is, you can, and there are plenty of people who have come off of that avenue and changed their life and become good humans and productive members of society again. And that's what society really needs, is productive members. So if I would tell anybody anything is, don't quit, don't give up. Don't let anything that happened to you. I do not use my past as a crutch to say that because all of this happened to me, it's okay that I do whatever.
Amen, brother.
I've striven to just be better. I'm the first. I told my son, in the Fraser lineage on the Fraser side, all the way back to Scotland, when my great grandfather came from Scotland. That straight lineage from me to that guy, all the way from those days in Scotland, I am the first Fraser with a college degree. It's only an associate's in general education, right? And my son will be the first Fraser in that entire lineage, all the way back to Scotland, who's going to have a bachelor's degree. And I am purposely setting him up to make him better than I ever was.
That's awesome.
So you can do that. So like I said, think for yourself, change your own situation, and make those around you better.
Last but not least, I always try to give a shout out to the family. I know your lovely wife, Gail, although I haven't had the opportunity to meet her, I know she's a massive part of your life. Is there anything you want to tell Gail publicly before we close this out?
I love her, and I wish she was here. She's a rock. She puts up with me. I'm not an easy read. I'm not an easy guy to put up with, but she manages to do it. So,
you've been married for quite a while, especially coming from the community that you come from, where there's a high divorce rate. What's one thing that you credit, your success in staying married?
We're coming up on 20 years. It's being able to understand each other. We don't agree with each other all the time, don't like each other all the time, but none of that's a reason to get divorced. It's a reason to try harder and to do a little understanding. We don't quit on each other. We don't give up on each other. If you're out trying to find the perfect marriage, I don't know that it exists.
It doesn't.
You know what I mean? I'm sure somebody has that utopia idea, but I don't think it exists. So, never quit trying.
So often these dudes, man, they spend so much time figuring out what they don't have instead of appreciating what they have. I'm like, man, if you would put that energy into your marriage instead of putting that energy into finding something, I mean, you'd be amazing how much your marriage could turn around.
Yeah, well, it's the grass is greener on the other side thing, and it never is. No. The old adage that it's still grass and it still needs to be mowed. So if you jump the fence to that grass, and you'll look over at your grass and go, the grass is greener on the other side. You're always going to say it.
Yeah.
So stop. It's not greener on the other side. It's just green.
Anything you want to tell your kids? I know that they've also been a big part of your life. You got a whole tribe.
I'm proud of them all. And I hope they wish them continued success in life. It's easier for me to pass away one day knowing that my kids are able to sustain for themselves. So I'm happy for that.
What's, you've got a bunch of different things going on. Without giving too much away, I know you're writing 2 books, which one of them I've read the first 6-7 chapters. and it's awesome. So, what can we expect from George in the future?
Well, I can continue my job and doing the thing that I do, but I'm trying to write books, and I've got 2 that are in the works. One's about the dark side of a military person who goes down the rabbit hole and the life lessons learned from that, and the other one is more of a novel kind of thing. It's called The Last Bullfighter, and it's about a whole lot of things tucked into a guy who's a bullfighter who becomes the premier bullfighter in the world just for bullfighting to be canceled, and then has to adjust to life without it. It's about a whole bunch of other stuff. I won't give the plot away, but the main question asked is, it's that age-old question: if you were dying and had 2 weeks, what would you do with them? Kind of deal. And the book is really about the last 2 or 3 weeks of his life and what he does with them.
Well, stay tuned to our podcast, because we'll definitely be, as soon as those things come to light, those will be the first things that we push out. George, I just want to thank you, man. Thank you for taking the time and having this long conversation about, your life and both your failures and your successes. I think, you're a shining testament to the human spirit and what the human being is capable of, regardless of what you're dealt with. And that's what I fell in love with about your story from the very beginning. So on behalf of my family, thank you for your service. It always sounds super weird to tell another veteran, but you've done and seen things for this country that, we obviously didn't cover it here, that, you'll probably take with your grave, but I still want to say thank you. And for everybody out there that's listening, man, we really appreciate the support. It's been unreal to watch this podcast unfold. I'm still finding myself kind of in awe, but thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the support. If you want to support the show at all, if you go to www.thevanguardwall.com, you can get yourself a t-shirt. We have t-shirts, sweatshirts, a bunch of cool merch. That helps keep the lights on here and helps us be able to fly awesome guests out and to continue this podcast. So if this was helpful, send it to a person, man. Send it to a couple different people. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you subscribe to the channel, that always helps us. If you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, if you could follow us. If you're on YouTube, we try to read some of the comments. I don't read the comments on the short videos. There's just too many of them, but I definitely do read the podcast comments, good, bad, or indifferent. So just know that we read those. We love you guys, man, and stay safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.